We want it to lead to a permanent peace.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US Senate passes a symbolic rebuke to President Donald Trump, demanding he ends the Iran war. Israel's defense minister says forces will not withdraw from southern Lebanon. Ukraine's latest long-range strikes on Russia hit a major natural gas plant. The Republican-controlled US Senate has approved a measure demanding that President Donald Trump halt the war in Iran or seek congressional approval before continuing military action. It comes as Republicans in Congress have expressed skepticism about the peace plan Trump has agreed with Tehran. Although the resolution is largely symbolic, Trump has spoken out against it. Posting on Truth Social, he said, "So I have Iran on the ropes, ready to go down for the fall, and the US Senate decides to have a poorly timed and meaningless War Powers Act vote. These senators have just made my job more difficult, but I'll get it done, one way or the other, because I always get it done." Let's go live now to Washington to speak to Republican strategist Adelpho Franco. Adelpho, as always, great to have you on the show.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Leigh Ann. Delighted.
In that very same Truth Social post, President Trump also called the 4 Republican rebels losers. What do you make of the president lashing out at members of his own governing party in this way?
Well, thank you, Leigh Ann. Let me begin by explaining a couple of things that have happened here. This vote was a technicality. There were 2 missing Republicans. They were out for emergency reasons, one of them in the hospital. Had they been present, the vote would have been 50-50, and the vice president would have casted the deciding vote. So it wouldn't have passed, number one. Secondly, even if something like this passes a resolution, does not have the force of law. It's meaningless in terms of the legal issue involved. And anything that could pass eventually, which is not a resolution, the president can veto and requires 67 votes. I say that because it's meaningless in terms of force of law. But politically, I think what it says to the president is right, is you don't want to hand our adversaries with these headlines propaganda victories. So he's right to lash out at the Republicans. 3 of them have consistently voted this way. They're libertarians and very liberal Republicans, so that's not a surprise. The other vote was Senator Cassidy of Louisiana, who the president campaigned successfully again. He lost his primary. He's a very bitter man and is now opposing President Trump since he has very little time remaining in Congress. So we have to put it in that context. It's the same vote that has been taken place in the past. The only reason it passed is because 2 key votes were missing. And I don't think it changes the equation one bit, other than give comfort and aid to the enemy, which is unfortunate. So he's right to lash out at Republicans and, frankly, even Democrats. By the way, 1 Democrat voted with the Republicans, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania.
Adelpho, as you say, the measure, of course, largely symbolic, and it does not carry the force of law. You've just explained that President Donald Trump, can veto it. It doesn't really mean anything. But do you think that it actually highlights the growing discontent at home for President Donald Trump and the Iran war? Because it's faced a lot of skepticism as well as criticism.
I really think we're in the same place we have been since the beginning of this conflict. As I mentioned, those 3 Republican senators Senator Cassidy will put aside because he lost his primary and now is casting votes against President Trump out of spite. So that's just a political reality. But that's not because of the war. That's just because he lost his primary. So it's the same vote. The only reason it's made a headline again is because of absences.
Adelpho, I just want to bring you something else just to sort of hone in this point, because according to a new poll from Reuters and Ipsos, only 24% of Americans who were polled say Iran war was worth the cost. 52% of Americans say Iran war not worth the cost. So no matter which way you paint it, this is unpopular.
Well, the war has not been popular from the beginning. And it's not been popular because I think of some unfortunate messaging by the White House on this. I concede that point. But there are other polls as well, and that's how the polls are asked. And I'm not trashing the polls, Leigh Ann, that you've shown. But there's a Reagan Institute policy poll that went out this week that shows 51% of MAGA Republicans support the war. So that's the president's base. I believe, depending how this plays out, ultimately, is that the president's support among Republicans particularly is quite strong and consistent. And the reason I highlight that is because you began this program asking about this resolution, which, by the way, even if passed, doesn't even go to the president for a veto. It's a resolution. But the breakout of the vote has been consistent since February. March. So I don't see any eroding of the president's support among Republicans, and the Democrats are going to oppose him no matter what. So I don't see the equation changing. And the situation in the country is now stabilizing politically because it's not front page news and gas prices are coming down. That's the way politics works in this country. So I don't think it's a huge issue for the president at this time, especially if the hostilities remain in check.
Now, Tucker Carlson, of course, a long-term ally of President Donald Trump, has been very critical and vocal of US and Israeli actions in the Middle East. And in a recent interview, he said the Iran war is pretty much, or is actually, the beginning of the end for President Donald Trump. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I don't. But, Leigh Ann, I don't know how many political obituaries I've read of President Trump in the last 10 years. And this is just another one. Now, the viewers have to know this, aside from President Trump. Tucker Carlson is a gadfly. He and couple of other extreme right, really fascist, Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson have just gone off the deep end for a long time on a number of conspiracy theories. This is the person who believes that Charlie Kirk, an activist in the United States, was murdered by the Jews, as he refers to it, and not was clearly this assassin. So he's not serious. He's the extremist, and I don't think he has a place in the Republican Party. He hasn't had a place for a long time. I have to say, the polls, since you mentioned polls, 90% of Republicans support President Trump. That's a historic level that is beyond what President Reagan enjoyed. So just a few extremists that are really not even Republicans, only Republicans in name only, I think do not speak for the Republican parties or certainly for most Americans.
And I'll just bring you another
By the way,
poll.
He's a terrible anti-Semite. He's an anti-Semite, as you know.
I do think that Tucker Carlson wouldn't agree with that, but just thank you. We're just going to make that point. He's obviously not here to put his side across. But just another poll, you just mentioned one to me, the Reuters and Ipsos poll, the one I brought to you earlier. Trump approval rating falls to 34%, matching lowest level of a second term. And that wraps up pretty much what we're talking about when it comes to the polls. But I just want to talk a little bit more, Adolfo, if we can, about Trump has been pushing for this peace deal with Iran. Yet Tehran and Oman are now discussing a new fee system for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. Does this suggest Iran does feel emboldened somewhat by the agreement?
I do believe Iran feels emboldened by this agreement, and I don't believe this agreement is going anywhere. We've seen the contradictions, not only on the Strait of Hormuz, which the president says is an open waterway with subject to no fees, tolls, or other assessments or controls. And that's the position of the United States. Also, we've seen the inspections. The president has said the IAEA is not going to be on the ground. Iran says no. The reality of this, Leigh Ann, is I have no faith in this MOU, and I don't think either of the sides do either. I think this was a way to have a pause. It's a ceasefire plus, so to speak. Iran needed some immediate relief, which just received on some limited sanctions, and we have the Strait of Hormuz open to stabilize markets. But the notion that we're going to, in 60 days or even 60 months, resolve the Lebanon question, the Strait of Hormuz, inspections in Iran is just not, it's divorced from reality. And everybody in Washington knows it. And that's why we Republicans who support the president, and I support the president, continue to sound the alarm that this is just postponing what will be inevitably lead to the return of hostilities. The vice president keeps saying that Iran's is an opportunity for Iran to change its behavior. Does anybody believe that this jihadist extremist regime in Tehran is going to change? There's no indication that's the case, or Hezbollah. So this is a recipe for ultimately buying time, which is what I think both sides want, but the conflict is bound to return, in my opinion.
So, Adolfo, you don't think Trump's Iran deal is going to survive? You've just clearly said that to me. The return of hostilities in the Gulf region and the neighboring countries is a really scary idea. We see Marco Rubio actually paying a visit to those Gulf allies to try and reassure them on the deal. So it's a pretty concerning assessment that you have there.
Well, it's a realistic one. You can't make a deal with the devil. I think Chamberlain tried that with Hitler. These people are no different, in my opinion, in Tehran. It's just a reality check. Again, I support the president, but what I'm stating is what key Republican leaders in Congress are also saying. So, yes, I'm sorry to say that that's a distinct possibility because this cannot work as structured. The reason we had agreed to this is for three reasons. I call it 3 M's. Markets, meaning stabilizing the oil markets in the world, which it has done. Secondly, munitions. The United States is low on munitions. We need to restock a number of munitions. The president has an $80 billion request before Congress. And thirdly, our midterms. I recognize that. The president has domestic political considerations. So if there's a pause in declining oil prices, and really fundamentally this serves as a ceasefire, I think some of those objectives can be met. But beyond that, this is not a peace treaty or a serious roadmap. Iran knows that. The United States knows that. Iran is not going to cede to U.S. demands that our American inspectors be in Iran to see the uranium degraded and inspections take place. They will never accept that any more than we will accept tolls or control of the Strait of Hormuz moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating to have a chat with you, Adolfo. Just to bring you a news line, Marco Rubio's also been speaking. He is in Kuwait at the moment and insists that the Strait of Hormuz should be open and free. Adolfo Franco, as always, thank you.
If I can quickly, Leigh Ann, I think that's the voice to listen to, Secretary Rubio.
Okay, Secretary Rubio, voice to listen to. Adolfo, thank you.
Thank you, Leigh Ann. Thank you again.
Israel's defense minister says forces will not withdraw from southern Lebanon. It comes as officials from Israel and Lebanon are holding talks in Washington over a US-backed proposal that could see parts of southern Lebanese territory transferred from Israeli control to the Lebanese army. The proposal has already faced opposition from Hezbollah. For more on this, I'm joined by Leigh Ann Pollock-David, International Strategy Advisor and co-founder of the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security. Leigh Ann, always great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me. Leigh Ann, do you think Israel's activities in southern Lebanon could derail the wider Iran peace process?
Well, I think that what we're seeing right now is actually two competing tracks that promote two competing ideas and two potential futures for Lebanon and also Israel. So on one hand, what we're seeing is, of course, the American-Iran deal, which now reinforces basically Iran's influence over Lebanon and Hezbollah's presence in Lebanon. On the other hand, what we're seeing is an Israeli-Lebanese direct track, also mediated by the United States administration, now clearly reinforcing and empowering the state of Lebanon, the Lebanese president, who is an anti-Iranian brave leader who clearly says to Iran, get out of my country, and wants to disarm Hezbollah, but is too weak to do it. So those are two competing ideas, and really which one will prevail will actually determine the future of Lebanon. Is it going to continue to be an Iranian proxy, or is it going to potentially be a sovereign, moderate Lebanese president-led anti-Iranian, anti-Hezbollah state, which can actually lead to a peace with Israel? Now, with regards to Israel's military activity, currently we don't have a choice but to remain in southern Lebanon, because whatever area that we will leave behind us, Hezbollah will simply go into this vacuum. What we need to do is what should have been done 18 months ago, is have the Lebanese army reinforced, empowered, and given the tools and the power to go into wherever we will retract and actually take control and sovereignty over this area. This is exactly the purpose of this new pilot being promoted, and it has to succeed, Leigh Ann, because if this does not succeed, it will continue to show the Lebanese army and Lebanese government weakness, which is something that neither side wants to see. So this pilot really has to succeed, basically, in order for the second track that I mentioned to prevail over the first track, which undermines any potential secure future for both countries.
Leigh Ann, as you just outlined, they're very complicated when it comes to these talks with Lebanon. And I think you highlighted that perfectly with the two tracks, and the different tracks that are in place at the moment. But Israel's Defense Minister says the military will not withdraw from Lebanon, even if the US demands it. Do you think this puts President Donald Trump in a very tricky situation? Because he's made it pretty clear that he wants to try and reach a deal with Iran and get the US out of this war.
I think that the Israeli message on this respect is quite clear. So the negotiations that are happening right now between Israel and the Lebanese government includes military representatives from both sides who are now working on this potential pilot, and whereabouts is it going to be and how it actually is going to play out. So if Israel's side gets enough reassurance that the Lebanese army is able to take this type of pilot on, I believe that the Israeli side will play along. But right now, to give a power, to give a present, if you may, to Iran in this deal, to call the shots in Lebanon, is a huge mistake, and Israel should refuse to do so.
And Israeli and Lebanese officials are currently meeting in Washington. Hezbollah says Israel must fully withdraw from Lebanon. What would be a realistic and sustainable end game in Lebanon look like from Israel's perspective? Because we've outlined how complicated it is. Of course, Iran's influence when it comes to Hezbollah. So where will Israel stop militarily and say, OK, we are now safe, we've protected, we've neutralized Hezbollah?
So first of all, we have to acknowledge the fact that Iran and Hezbollah are going to do whatever they can to sabotage progress on southern Lebanon and to sabotage any agreement between Israel and the Lebanese government. President Aoun himself gave a historic interview to CNN News just a few days ago, calling out and saying Iran gets out of my country, and on the other hand, reinforcing the direct track with Israel. So this is what's going to happen. From the Israeli perspective, if this pilot succeeds and we're able to then replicate it into other areas, and the more we can gain confidence that the Lebanese army is able to take charge of each of these areas and basically also dismantle and disarm Hezbollah, including the tunnels that Hezbollah has built for years to execute yet another October 7th from the north. If this happens over time and not only intentions, but actually actions on the ground happen, then yes, Israel will be able to track back to its own territory and to leave southern Lebanon. I believe this will take some years. Maybe it could be less than a year if done very, very well. But it's a lengthy process. It requires a lot from the Lebanese government and from the Lebanese army. And all of the regional players who want to see this succeed need to empower the right players, and that is the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army. There are no territorial disputes between Israel and Lebanon. This is not what's keeping us from progressing. What is keeping us from progressing, from moving ahead, is Hezbollah fueled by Iran.
Leigh Ann, Netanyahu right now is facing immense pressure from Washington, as I've said before, to avoid escalation. And he's also facing this pressure with his domestic base in Israel not to back down on Lebanon. Do you think that Netanyahu has been forced into a position where any decision carries significant political and strategic risks? Because right now, Trump has publicly criticized aspects of Israel's military campaign in Lebanon. J.D. Vance has done the same thing. Now we're hearing from the defense minister that they can't back down. This is a tricky situation.
It is a very tricky situation. And of course, we are just a few months' time before the Israeli election. Netanyahu's position is far from being ideal. But I will say that there is an Israeli consensus. And also, you know, what we're seeing in the north of Israel, we're seeing tens of thousands of Israeli citizens not living a secure life, being threatened and even killed daily. What we're seeing is Israeli soldiers being killed daily by trying to dismantle those direct threats. So this is not Netanyahu's base. This is the Israeli public demanding a change in southern Lebanon so that Israelis can be safe and secure. It is a very tricky situation. I believe this has to be resolved between the Israeli government and the U.S. administration. So again, so that this second track that we talked about, which should be the main track between Israel and the anti-Iranian Lebanese government, facilitated by the U.S. administration, overcomes what the Iranian track basically tries to prevail.
Leigh Ann Pollock-David, really good to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me.
Thank you very much, Leigh Ann.
We can now go to Ibrahim Shahani, Lebanese political analyst and legal affairs researcher. Ibrahim, thank you so much. I don't know if you heard my previous conversation I was just having with Leigh Ann Pollock-David from Israel. I wonder what your thoughts are. Do you think Israel's activities in southern Lebanon could derail the wider Iraq peace process?
First of all, thank you for having me, Leigh Ann. Of course, we all heard Kalibaf the other day from Switzerland. He said explicitly, he said that Hezbollah for them, for the Iranians and Lebanon, but more specifically, Hezbollah represents the expansion of the Iranian dominance over the region. So it's not a card they're willing to give. And they even included Hezbollah in the 14 points of the MOU that was signed between the Iranians and the Americans. And he even threatened, the same person, Kalibaf, threatened to halt the negotiation process altogether in Switzerland and in Bergenstock, and the Iranians even threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz altogether. And we all know, Leigh Ann, the importance of the Strait of Hormuz, not just for the Americans, but for the whole world economy. I mean, in terms of the oil prices, the gas prices, we've seen the whole crisis that happened in the past few weeks. Even President Macron said it at the G7 summit in Evian-les-Bains last week to President Donald Trump. He told him explicitly that we fear that any further escalation might lead to closing the Strait of Hormuz once again. And it's a collective trauma for the Europeans, as you know, because it reminds them of the previous oil shock, the choc pétrolier, as we call it in French, in the late 70s. So it's all in all, it's a very complicated situation. It adds pressure also to President Trump, but we have to wait and see how things would eventually unfold. But what is definitely sure is that the ongoing pressure is indeed related to the Lebanese file, and it's at the center of the talks happening in Switzerland.
And you're completely right, because if you have a look at the MOU, the very first point coming from the Iranians is that the regional fighting has to stop, which includes Lebanon. So it's completely at the top of the agenda. Exactly what you said to me, Ibrahim. But despite the ceasefire, Israel continues to carry out strikes against Hezbollah targets. So how sustainable do you think the current truce is? And do you think that we could return to a full-scale conflict?
Look, if you just look at the history of the agreements between Lebanon and Israel, Israel never respected the ceasefire, any agreement, let alone a ceasefire agreement with Lebanon, starting from the 1949 agreement, the armistice agreement, till now. I mean, why should they respect the current agreement, right? The current status quo. And as President Donald Trump, he himself has mentioned the other day from the Oval Office, as you mentioned previously, he said a ceasefire in the region, talking about the MENA region, but more specifically about Lebanon and other fronts, is basically firing in a more convenient manner, right? So it's not really a ceasefire because no fire is ceasing. It's more of a left fire, if I can put it that way. And just to give you some stats, Leigh Ann, since the beginning of the war in Lebanon till now, almost 4,000 people have been killed, 10,000 people have been injured, 36,000 residential buildings have been completely destroyed and shattered, and most importantly, 1.5 million Lebanese people have been displaced all over Lebanon. I mean, Leigh Ann, these people have been uprooted, thrown in tents, and left to their fate. So amidst this dramatic turn of events, I said it before and I will say it again. I call on the international community, despite the MOU signed between the Iranians and the Americans and the talks happening in Bergenstock in Switzerland, and despite the talks that we're seeing, the fifth round of talks between the Lebanese and the Israelis in Washington, the situation on the ground remains volatile. So I urge the international community to interfere as soon as possible to put an end to this catastrophic situation in southern Lebanon and to ask for Israeli withdrawal, or else we're going to see a major escalation, as you mentioned.
Oh, Ibrahim, do we still have you?
Yeah.
Oh, great. We still have you. Thank you so much. So you just outlined there some statistics to me, and absolutely frightening. 1.5 million people displaced in Lebanon. You're calling on the international community to do more. But right now, Lebanon and Israel are discussing a US-backed proposal. Do you see these talks producing results? Or do you think that the disagreements are still too wide to bridge? Because really, this is a really important moment, not just for the world and for the Middle East, but for the people of Lebanon. Because as you say, this has been an absolutely terrible time. Thousands of people have lost their lives. Thousands of people have been displaced. Right. And it's not an easy moment.
Of course. I don't want to sound pessimistic. I mean, the simple fact that both parties are still agreeing to sit down and talk in Washington or elsewhere means that they still believe in some form of diplomatic solutions, which is positive in itself. But we still have long obstacles along the way. Let's be realistic here. The Hezbollah situation, the future of Hezbollah, the Israeli withdrawal, and they're talking about this today exactly at Washington, the reconstruction process, the future of the South, the role of the Lebanese army, and now they're talking about pilot zones in the South, and the possibility of the conflict turning into a broader regional war involving other non-state actors like the Houthis in Yemen, like the Iraqi militias affiliated with Iran, the possibility of Iran, as I mentioned in my previous answer, participating again in the war. So all in all, it's still a very complex situation. So to say it's a done deal, I think it would be an overstatement. Contrary to what many people are saying, I still think we're not at a breakthrough point yet. We have some positive signs, but we're still standing somewhere in between.
And this is a really big question to ask you, but you talk about the proxies and Iran's proxies, and we've heard not much about them when we look at the MOU and the discussions, and people have obviously brought this up, that there's Hezbollah, there's Hamas, there's various other proxies. I think the reality, and I don't know what your thoughts on that is, Iran is not realistically going to want to stop funding Hezbollah, are they?
I mean, as I mentioned in my previous answer, I don't think they are willing to stop funding Hezbollah because it's, first, one of their biggest allies in the region. Second, it's an expansion, as I mentioned, of their expansionist project in the region. So to stop funding Hezbollah means, in a way, to hurt the Iranian project for the region. So I doubt they're willing to do it. Plus, even the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun, as your previous guest mentioned, he said on CNN with the Christiana Malpour in that famous interview, he said he believes that the Iranians are taking Lebanon as a bargaining chip in their negotiation process with the Americans. So they're not willing to give up that card very easily. And also, obviously, he also mentioned that the Lebanese can negotiate for themselves, and this is obviously what's happening now in Washington. But I'm not sure how the negotiations happening in Washington can have an impact if actually the decisions are being taken in Switzerland, in Bürgenstock, between the Iranians and the Americans.
Yeah, absolutely. Very fair point. We've got two different parallel talks happening at the moment, almost about the same issue, but happening in different places. But earlier, when I was speaking to my guest from Israel, Leigh Ann, she was saying to me that Israel need to embolden the Lebanese army. How realistic is that? Because they haven't managed to do that so far. Hezbollah is still far stronger inside of Lebanon.
I mean, helping the Lebanese army is not relatively new. It was discussed previously at the talks following the end of the 2024 war for the ceasefire talks, and they mentioned the UN resolution 1701, and the Lebanese army was, a matter of fact, present in southern Lebanon at the southern Litani River. But of course, they have faced a lot of challenges because they never received support. They never received funding nor support from the countries that have worked on establishing this ceasefire, including France, the United States, and other regional and international forces. Therefore, the central question, Leigh Ann, remains the same. What is the difference this time? If you don't have a mechanism that gives the Lebanese army what's necessary to do its job, I don't think we can have much of a change for the future in southern Lebanon, but in Lebanon as a whole.
Ibrahim Shahani, really good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me.
Thank you for having me.
North Korea has commissioned its largest ever warship, a 5,000-ton destroyer, as part of Kim Jong-un's plan to expand the country's naval capabilities. State media reports that the vessel is equipped with anti-ship weapons, nuclear, ballistic and cruise missiles. Emily Su reports.
Surrounded by cheering naval officers, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un oversaw the commissioning of the country's first 5,000-ton naval destroyer, the Chohyun, on Tuesday. In a speech at Nampo shipyard, Kim said the introduction represented a new chapter in its military history, declaring its navy has put an end to decades of stagnation. He unveiled plans to build 2 warships as large as a Chohyun every year over the next 5 years. The warship is said to be equipped with anti-aircraft and anti-ship weapons, as well as nuclear-capable ballistic and cruise missiles. Since unveiling the ship last April, Kim has portrayed it as a major step towards expanding his military's operational reach and preemptive strike capabilities. South Korean officials say the vessel was likely built with Russian assistance amid deepening military ties between the two countries. But experts have questioned whether it's ready for active service. The Chohyun was put through a series of tests in recent months, and state media reports say its deployment shows the nuclear armament of the Navy is progressing as planned. But Kim alluded to difficulties along the way, saying the country's naval buildup was never plain sailing. Analysts say he could be referring to the trouble of Chohyun's sister ship, the Kangkong, which capsized during its launch last May. It was refloated and launched again about a month later, and Kim said it would be commissioned soon. After years of spurring ballistic missile development, Kim has shifted his focus more toward naval capabilities, including the ongoing construction of a nuclear-powered submarine. Still, analysts noted North Korea is still far from matching the naval capabilities of South Korea and its U.S. ally, which have dozens of destroyers armed with the latest missile and combat systems. But the Chohyun could be something that has to be accounted for in mission planning during a conflict. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Now, China has imposed new restrictions on dozens of U.S. entities, including 2 producers of rare earth minerals, signaling fresh trade tensions between the 2 superpowers. The announcement came on the opening day of the International Supply Chain Expo, a Beijing-backed event aimed at showcasing global cooperation across supply networks. Emily Sue is back with this report.
There's 2 parts to China's announcement. The first comes from its Ministry of Commerce, which added 10 U.S. defense companies to its export control list. What this means is that Chinese companies will be banned from exporting any Chinese-made materials, Chinese-made products that has potential military applications to these companies. What's very telling about this list is that it includes 2 U.S. rare earth producers. They are MP Materials and USA Rare Earth. Because this means China sees an advantage in constraining the U.S.'s capabilities around the materials that's needed to produce things like advanced electronics, like renewable energy technologies, as well as defense systems. That's the first part of China's announcement. The second part comes from its Ministry of Finance, which excluded 46 U.S. companies from participating in any government procurement projects. And the list includes very high-profile firms like Lockheed Martin, as well as the defense division of Boeing. So China says these measures are a response to what it calls the egregious practice of the U.S. It is, of course, referring to the Pentagon's decision earlier this month to add a slew of Chinese technology companies. We're talking about Alibaba, we're talking about car maker BYD, as well as Baidu, to its list of companies that the Pentagon believes to have aided Chinese military. So all of these measures come across as an escalation in tensions between Beijing and Washington. But what analysts are saying is that they are largely symbolic. Now, on the U.S. side, the U.S. measures don't mean immediate sanctions. What they mean is that it bars the U.S. Department of Defense from awarding any direct contracts to these listed companies. And on China's side, yes, the measures take effect immediately, but it's not expected to have a huge impact on the ground, given the U.S. company's limited presence in China. But the timing of China's announcement is certainly worth noting because it's made on the opening day of the International Supply Chain Expo. So that's a Beijing-backed event that supposedly showcases international cooperation across global supply chains. So all in all, how the U.S. and China have reacted to this is a model example of how they plan to address minor escalations from this point onwards while maintaining the broader relationship stable, especially after the historic summit between Chinese President Xi Jinping and U.S. President Donald Trump, after the pair have agreed to keep bilateral relations stable. Emily Sue, Arabiya English, Hong Kong.
A reminder of our top stories. The U.S. Senate passes a symbolic rebuke to Trump, demanding he ends the Iran war. Israel's defense minister says forces will not withdraw from southern Lebanon. Ukraine's latest long-range strikes on Russia hit a major natural gas plant. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, their allies, in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that a deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? Stay with us. Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
Now, much of the growth in tourism numbers that we've been talking about, as well as the increase in average hotel occupancy rates, is being driven by domestic travel, with many Saudi residents choosing destinations closer to home. And this, of course, includes the kingdom's growing portfolio of Red Sea resorts. Well, these Red Sea tourist resorts are reporting stronger demand, offering a clear indication that investment in tourism is translating into sustained demand. Well, I'm joined now by Tony Cohanim, who is the General Manager of all the Marriott properties in the Red Sea. Tony, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I mean, the Red Sea is one of Saudi Arabia's flagship tourism projects. I want to ask you, first of all, do you think it's going to become a must-see global destination?
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be on your show, and it's also a pleasure to talk about the Red Sea and what we've been doing over there. I represent the Marriott portfolio on the West Coast, really, which encompasses the Red Sea and the Mala destinations. I've been involved in the project now for 4 years, and we were actually the first island resort also to open in Saudi Arabia at the St. Regis. The St. Regis Red Sea Resort. That was just at the back end of 2023. I got to tell you, it's been a very pioneering journey for us, and Marriott's just been very privileged to be part of this journey. I think we've, 4 years in, I feel like we're finally reaching a tipping point where the destination has got a lot more visibility and awareness, both in the domestic market and in the regional market, and actually the international market too, thanks to the fantastic efforts of our ownership group, Red Sea Global, who have been on this journey since the beginning with us, and chose Marriott to be their kind of first hotels. The first 2 islands that opened were the St. Regis, followed by the Ritz-Carlton Reserve. it's fair to say that they, we probably started with our most exclusive product, which, appealed to maybe a narrower audience of affluent travelers. What we've seen this year, really since the opening of the Red Sea Edition, which is our third property in the destination, priced at a lower price point and appealing to a much broader audience. And so that's probably contributing really to the increase in occupancy and the general accessibility of the destination to a broader, wider audience, which has been really welcome on all sides. Yeah.
Tell us, who is a typical Red Sea guest at this point?
Well, I think this year has been a tale of two stories, really. I think the first part of the year, let's say up until the end of February, we had really noticed a major shift in what we would refer to as our source markets, our segmentation, with about 60% of our guests coming from overseas. And that's a contrast from the first couple of years of operation, where, of course, the domestic market made up most of our guest base. I guess what we've seen since the current regional instability is a return again to the domestic market. So I would say about 85 to 90% of our guests are coming from Saudi Arabia, and it's fantastic. I think we've been in a sense, notwithstanding the tragedy of what's been going on, I think we're one of in a funny kind of a way, we're a beneficiary in Red Sea, given our geographic location. The perceived, security of the destination and so on. And so, yeah, we're seeing, people coming in big numbers. And this recent Eid holiday period, for example, all of our hotels were full. It's great to see all the hard work, come to some fruition from a commercial standpoint. So we're very pleased.
Yeah, and actually we've talked about this quite a lot on this program, about how Saudi Arabia is a country with a strong domestic consumer base, and that sets it apart from quite a lot of other markets in the region. I'd like to ask you about guest behaviour and what you've noticed over the last 12 months in terms of, what their patterns are. Are they staying for longer? Are they spending more? Are they looking for add-ons and different types of experience? Any sort of trends you're picking up on?
Yeah, I think, the domestic market, because of the accessibility of the destination from, major urban centres like Riyadh and Jeddah, we see a lot of our business weighted to the weekends. So, Thursday through Sunday. And then, of course, during holiday periods, you get longer stays. So I think in our domestic market, we're looking at a kind of a 3 to 4 night kind of average length of stay. International market, on the flip side, typically it's closer to 5 or even 6 days sometimes. And we had seen that actually over the New Year period and to the early part of January, where we had a lot of international guests on our properties. And that's okay. We're happy to take business in whatever form it comes. And I can tell you, as somebody who's been in Saudi for all together 8 years, 4 years in Riyadh and 4 years on the West Coast. The one thing that's been consistent in the domestic market is this great sense of pride about what's going on. And I can't tell you how many local guests tell me they can't quite believe they're in their own country. When they come to the Red Sea, they're able to experience, the incredible scenery, nature, and a high level of service and product quality that might be associated with other destinations, perhaps in the Maldives or wherever. So to be able to get that in their home country, I think is a fantastic opportunity for us. And we just need to deliver on the promise of great service and activations and all of the things that make a great holiday for somebody. We got to be able to do that. So that comes with some pressure, of course.
I was going to ask you there to do a bit of a sales pitch for us as to why someone would choose the Red Sea as opposed to the Maldives or the Seychelles. You've sort of done that. I mean, what would be your key point for someone mulling which destination to go to? What would make a Red Sea experience really different? Why would it stand out?
It's a great question, Tom. One of the beauties of the Red Sea destination, and frankly, the vision for this project was to provide. It's a luxury environment first and foremost, so it does come at a price. But I would say the mix of hotel brands that we have in the destination, not just within the Marriott portfolio, but also other international brands, offers a lot of choice. Whether that's if you're coming for a family vacation. Maybe you're coming, for honeymoon. Or perhaps you're coming with some friends. I think there's something for everybody, which is really, really great. So if I could maybe just talk about our own hotels, like our St. Regis and our Ritz-Carlton Reserve, their island properties are what we call mono islands, where you simply have one hotel on the island. And those two resorts happen to be quite close to each other on two separate islands. So that's like a private island experience, right? So that comes, like I said, at a certain price point. What's beautiful about the Red Sea Edition is that it's part of a community and an ecosystem of 11 resorts, all on the same island. And so there's a lot of this kind of interconnection and people moving around on the island between the hotels, to try out other food and beverage concepts, for instance, or, some hotels might have a better kids club. And so, maybe as a family, you might want to go check that out. We also have what recently opened this year, Adrina, which is a fantastic kind of water and adventure park with some high quality, surfing simulator experiences and so on and so forth. So again, when you have a single owner who's developing a whole destination, they have the benefit of seeing everything and providing many, many options. And so we're blessed really with lots of variety.
Well, Tony, done a fantastic job of selling the destination. I'm very keen to go there myself. Just lastly, though, looking forwards, we've got some big events on the horizon, Expo 2030, the World Cup. Is that playing a role? Are you seeing that playing a role with regards to driving interest and therefore bookings?
Yeah, I would say at the moment, in our case, less so the Expo. I would say the World Cup, as Marriott, we have almost 50 properties in Saudi Arabia. So, FIFA have already been in contact with Marriott about, getting some inventory for the many hundreds of thousands of people that are going to come to Saudi Arabia. So they've been quite, forward-looking in securing the hotels they need to be able to support that event. Expo, I think, is coming into view now. I think it's a fantastic opportunity. I was here during the G20 summit, which goes back to kind of the pre-pandemic era, and I know it was actually ended up being during the pandemic. But these events, they're helping to put Saudi Arabia on the international stage. And like I said, there's this underlying pride always in everything that's being done in Saudi Arabia to try and, I guess, demonstrate to the world what they can do, but also bring their unique personality and expertise to these great international events. So I have no doubt that in both cases, Expo and the World Cup, they're going to do a tremendous job. And we're excited to be part of it in some way.
All right. We really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Thank you very much indeed. Tony Cohanim, General Manager at Marriott Red Sea. Thank you for your time, sir.
My pleasure. All the best.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The Trump name is a loaded one and carries with it both positive and negative traits, depending on your view of the current US president. For Fred Trump III, it's a name that has often created challenges because of his strained relationship with his uncle, perhaps even more so since Donald Trump returned to the White House. Fred is a passionate advocate for people with disabilities, as his younger son, William, now in his mid-20s, has serious communication and physical challenges. In his book published in 2024, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way, Fred said that Donald Trump, in his first presidential term, had told him to let his son William die and move to Florida. Despite the rift, Fred Trump is still keen for his uncle to support his advocacy for disabled people. Although, as he told me, he believes Donald Trump's second term as president is a dangerous one. Fred, it's good to speak to you. It's been almost a year since we last spoke. And at that time, Donald Trump was campaigning. And we discussed a lot about what would happen if he got into the White House again. Now, what did you make of what seemed to be, for a lot of people saying, is a decisive victory?
Yeah, I don't think it was decisive in terms of the numbers. For sure, it was a very slim majority that he won, which he did. But we've never seen anybody like him who will take a razor-thin majority and turn it into what he's turned it into. And you have to give him credit for that. I mean, I said it in my book all along. He is relentless, and he is going to do many of the things I said. He is full charged, full of energy. And does he make mistakes? In my opinion, yes. He'll never admit that. But he's doing stuff that no other president does. Now, you either agree with it or not, but he's in your face every single day.
In your opinion, what defines this presidency of Donald Trump compared with his first term?
A couple of things. He surrounded himself with what you may call legitimate cabinet members and folks that were around him. Yes, we've all used the word, guardrails. I was with him often at the beginning of his first term, and you could tell he was not happy with it. He comes from the hard-charging New York City real estate world, and now all of a sudden there are people telling him that there are rules that have to be followed. Second term, all bets are off. No guardrails, no rules. He will take advantage of anything he can. And again, as a Democrat, and I am a Democrat, I've always, since I was able to vote, have voted Democrat. There's a little envy in me, and I have a little Twitter account that has, a few thousand people, and I'm just constantly saying, and it's hard to say, but Democrats have to stop being so principled. They have to learn how to fight like he does. And just selfishly, I was kind of disappointed that the Harris campaign didn't use me a little more, because I grew up in the same neighborhood Donald did. I'm from Queens, and we know how to fight. So and that to use a word that Donald uses almost every day, that campaign, in my opinion, was a disaster. It should have been a victory for the Democrats.
In terms of where things are for the Democrats now, where does it leave them? Because, of course, it was one of those situations where people said, well, this was an opportunity, but obviously it was lost.
Yeah, it was lost. Bad campaign managers for Harris. Yeah, listen, she was thrown into a very difficult position. But when she didn't sort of disavow some of the Biden policies that she was involved with, I grant you. But here's the way I look at it. Donald's constituents, his fans, if you will, love him. I mean, you saw the Madison Square Garden before the election. I mean, they love him. In fact, there was one guy that spoke I actually went to junior high school with, and he was telling a story that I remember quite well. But these people, they have their signs. Was there anyone that really would cry in the stands for Kamala Harris when she came out? There was no true enthusiasm, except if you throw Beyonce in there. That was tough. You can't. I mean, you have to match his energy if that's possible.
The thing is that it seems, according to the critics, that Democrats don't have anyone with real charisma now to take on someone like Donald Trump. I mean, irrespective of whether he's a good guy or bad guy, according to your position, he's got that presence that people seem to like, especially in America.
And I couldn't agree more. And if you don't mind, I'll throw out some names that I think are really ones to look after. Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, Andy Beshears, the governor of Kentucky, this state senator from Texas, James Tallarico. Now, he should start off running for Senate. they're all really super smart. And Gavin Newsom, of course. I mean, you can't not have him in the conversation, but they're lacking that ability to attract passion from their people. I love Wes Moore. I think he's got a great backstory and all this, but I just don't know if he has the ability to go out there and take a knockout punch to his opponents.
We seem to live in a world, though, where, if you like, the strong guy seems to be the hero for a lot of people. We have Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He's pretty much doing what he wants. We have Vladimir Putin in Russia doing pretty much what he wants, and Donald Trump in America doing pretty much what he wants. It seems it's a time for these guys who are really strong to just plow their way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I'm sure that list could be expanded by dozens. I keep saying, and I'm sure you're aware of what's going on with Texas, with the redistricting. And I was, again, on my Twitter feed saying, all right, Democrats, don't just say, oh, if they do it, we're going to do it. Why can't you, instead of being reactive, be proactive? Where's the smart guy in the Democratic leadership that says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's gerrymander 5 seats in California before they even think about it. But it's always, oh, they're doing it. It's terrible. So we're going to do it. We don't want to do it because it's really not the way our principles are. Yeah, I want to win is what I want to do. I want this party to win.
Isn't part of the problem, Fred, that politics, the world over actually, but particularly now in America, have become a case of whatever the other side says we're going to oppose, even if it was originally our idea. It seems to be simply just negating what the other side says rather than coming up with original policies that might actually be bipartisan.
I couldn't agree with you more. Unfortunately, certainly in this country, there is very little appetite for bipartisanship. And as you know, my incredible advocacy and passion and wanting to get out there to speak on the rights of the disabled, I kept saying, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Disability is going to, in one form or another, it's going to affect every family in this country. Yet there's no consensus on what to do about it. And it's a huge issue. And what I really was disturbed at with the Harris campaign, and again, I had a personalized letter sent directly to her and her chief of staff saying, I'm here. Let's forget, if you can, for a second, what being disabled means and the tens of millions. Let's put it in pure political terms. There are 60 million people in America that are afflicted with some sort of disability. That is a huge voting block. And believe me, I was involved with many organizations, and all of them are saying, we can't believe that the head of our party right now, Kamala Harris, and the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who has a son who's disabled, I didn't hear them use the word disabled once. So again, if you want to put it in truly political terms, disability is a major voting block.
Fred, I'm going to circle back around to that in a minute, but let me carry on with what Donald Trump's been doing since he's come into office and how much things have changed since January of this year. Now, a couple of things. First of all, what did you make of his various claims? I'm going to stop wars in a day and so on. Of course, that hasn't happened. What did you make of the kind of broad brush statements he made?
Well, if there was anybody out there that believed that, but his MAGA base tends to believe stuff like that. Now we're 6-8 months into it, and we'll see tomorrow if there's any progress. I'm sure he's not thrilled with the fact that he's being played by Putin, as many people are saying. I think he's way too close, and trust me, I'm no expert on the Middle East, but as a layperson, political junkie, I think he's too close to Netanyahu with what's happening right now. I think when you start seeing him tout his stopping the war with Congo or Azerbaijan or that's him trying to make up for the fact that he's not having any success with the two big ones.
What about his what seems to be fairly big appetite for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, it's interesting. It really is interesting how that comes up all the time now. I think it's just going back to Barack Obama, who Obama sort of lives rent-free in his brain. Obama, and I disagree with this too, but Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he was even president. So I don't know how I think that really drives Donald nuts. And he wants it. There's no doubt. It's a mission for him right now. I've never personally heard him talk about it with me, but it is one of the most forward things in his mind.
Yet it seems that many leaders are kind of cozying up to him by nominating him now. It's happened 3 or 4 times where people seem to be wanting to win favor. Why do you think people are so desperate to keep Donald Trump happy?
Because he can make them very sad. If you get on his bad side, it could cost you. So I think we see it every time, except for maybe Zelensky. Everybody who goes into the White House, tries to curry favor with him in one way or another.
For a lot of people, he seems to be wielding power that seems to be way beyond what most people would have expected the US president to have, that there would be more checks and balances.
Yeah, I think those rules are gone for now. And I said early on when my book came out last year that, people don't care as much about the Constitution as they used to. I remember when I was in grade school, actually, Donald and I had the same teacher in high school, 17 years apart, who literally would read the Constitution and we would have to write it down in a green book. So we knew what the Constitution meant. Now it's, who cares about it anymore on the right side? I'm not going to necessarily say on the left, but yeah, he's taking advantage of everything he can. And he may lose some court battles, but, with temporary restraining orders, but in the end, a lot of it comes back to his favor. And I don't know if it's his great attorneys or what, but he has won some things that I wouldn't have even imagined 5 years ago happening.
There are those who have the opinion that the checks and balances, if not coming through the political system, will come in other ways. I've heard, for example, the financial markets end up as a check and balance against the president's action. When the tariffs were first being announced, there was such a reaction in the financial markets that Donald Trump had to kind of pull back. That perhaps it's the laws of nature, if you want to see him that way, might actually hold him back in some of his actions.
Yeah, I agree with you, but he has this masterly ability of starting off at a point and reeling it back in. And you definitely saw that with the tariffs. Was it April 2nd when and the markets just absolutely crashed. And I cautioned the Democrats saying, A, don't wish for inflation to come because that's just bad for the American people. But he'll find a way, as I said, to reel it back where what he said is not really what he means. And you saw the market is at an all-time high. We had a very bad PPI, producer price index number today. Markets reacted dismally right off the bat, and then they're starting to claw its back. So, here's the thing. He is always in somebody's ear. Okay, he'll dial up Goldman Sachs the other day. He'll dial up some other companies. He'll dial up somebody in the government saying, you better write this now, okay? And don't say it was a bad PPI number. It was Biden's number. It was a bad, statistic. He will always find a way to win, to make him look good. And it's a genius.
Do they listen? Do you think everyone listens?
Who is everyone?
Meaning the people he calls up. If he's in someone's ear, are they all obliged to listen?
I can only go back to an old anecdote in real estate. Now, I was in real estate for 35 years in the city, and Donald would always tout himself as the biggest landlord in Manhattan, which absolutely wasn't true. There were a number of real estate families that had been around for generations, and I knew a few of them pretty darn well. And they would basically say, you know what, when we see that in the newspaper, we just kind of laugh and say, let him have his fun. So, yeah, I'm sure there are guys out there that are saying, oh, sure, we'll do what you want because you don't want to be under his thumb.
You know, Fred, as a journalist, I keep my opinions out of this, but I'm going to say what a lot of people say, and that is some of the statements Donald Trump makes, you know, when he says it's complicated or it's something people don't understand, but I understand better than anyone else, that this actually masks a lack of knowledge. Now, again, your family, you know, irrespective of your issues, and knowing him well growing up, would you say he is genuinely a smart person?
Yeah, I think he's a smart guy. Yeah. And he has a lot of smart people, maybe smart different than, you know, certainly in the beginning, Goldman Sachs smart. He had street smart guys. And that's what a lot of his knowledge, it's street smart. So when he says it's common sense, he truly means that. That's what he bases a lot of his decisions on. It's common sense. Like, who would have thought he would have gone up to Harlem last year during the campaign? He's not going to win. Well, guess what? He went up to Harlem and he was a hero for going up there. And he wound up winning the younger black vote. Anyway, so to get back to your point, he may not have the knowledge of a MIT professor like his uncle and my Uncle John, who was in the news a couple of months ago. Donald put him in the news. But he just has a knowledge of so many things. I mean, when I hung around with him, his knowledge of sports, his knowledge of this, it's pretty amazing. And he gets that from his father. I mean, my grandfather used to pour through newspapers every time I saw him on the weekends. And, you know, Donald's the same.
Now, of course, his claims are often disputed and often disproved through analysis. But there is a feeling that somehow he's managed to manipulate the system and enrich himself greatly through whatever measures are coming through, you know, in his presidency. Of course, he's meant to be detached from those. What's your opinion on the way the family business has been run, irrespective of him essentially supposed to be hands-off?
I don't think he cares. I really don't. And he's got enough people that say, we don't care, that you don't care. You know, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, would say, oh, you know, the Biden crime family. Okay, but it was, at least Donald is saying it out loud. And, you know, that was just brushed over. So I really just don't think they care. Let people say that it's crooked or it's this or it's that. We like making money. We're going to make money any way we can. And that's it. I haven't seen any real blowback from it.
Well, we spoke last year in September, Fred, actually just a few days before the anniversary of your father's passing. So I know you'll be commemorating that again in the coming weeks. At that time, your book had only been a couple of months old. You'd published in the summer, All in the Family, The Trumps and How We Got This Way. A lot of people at that time, and I questioned you on it, said it was designed to kind of disrupt Donald Trump's presidential campaign, that the timing was aimed at trying to push things the other way and kind of reveal his not so bright side or not so kind side. What sort of feedback have you had since then on the book? And in light of the presidential win, perhaps any feedback from your family?
Well, I'll say that the feedback was, yeah, I of course got the, you know, you're just doing this for the money, but and that's fine. I knew that was coming. It was initially not written for that purpose. I thought it was a very well balanced book, and that is generally what most everybody says. They appreciated the fact that I tried to do it in a level-headed way. They knew that I would take shots from my family, but I thought that what was going to occur with Donald's second term would be a dangerous thing. And I turned out to be pretty right in most everything I said. Now, do I regret some of the things I said? You know, I've been back and forth with one of my cousins, and you know, we used to have a good relationship. It's very tense. I would like to get back in touch with Donald. When the assassination attempt came, I wrote him something after the election. I congratulated him and said, look, I'm not congratulating you on your policies. I'm just congratulating you because you're my uncle. I hope to somehow get back to have some type of relationship with him. I said very clearly, I was actually in DC being interviewed by a few UK outfits. And I said, what I really wish he had done was say, okay, pal, I know how important disability issues are for you. So why don't you come down and let's figure out something to do? That never happened. And that was troubling. But again, yes, there were some things that people misconstrued that I regret saying about him. So I'm sorry for that. But I disagree with nearly everything that's happening right now. It's uncomfortable personally for me. My family, my direct family has been adversely affected by it, but that's the way it goes. I'm not whining about it. It's just the way it is.
Now, you did say, Fred, the book was written to basically honor your father and his memory as well, and also to explain your passion, your advocacy for people with disabilities. And I was going to ask you first, and it was something I should have asked at the top, I guess, of the show, is how is William doing?
Thank you for asking. William's doing well. He lives in a group home in a town right next to one my wife and I live in. Let me just tell you, this country is so ill-equipped to take care of people who need assistance like this. And it's not just what's going to occur with cuts to Medicaid, because that's coming and that's going to be devastating. It's also the immigration issue, where I'm going to say nearly every caregiver I know is not born in this country. And I mean, they're all here legitimately, but those who are on temporary protective status, we all have heard stories of ICE going after them. Now, these are people I've gotten to know. And when that Haitian thing happened last summer in Springfield, Ohio, I spoke out about it. I said, wait a second. Many of William's aides are Haitian, and you come and do that job, okay? It is a tough, grinding job every single day. And they have to take care of their family. And they probably have another job because they're only getting paid $18, $19, $20 an hour. It's sick in this country that we can't figure it out. And I got to know a great old friend of mine, worked with Ingenuity at Pepsi for decades. And I had the opportunity to speak with her. And she goes, Fred, it's great what you're doing. And because my book was was out in India, she goes, you got to tell that story because it's rampant in India. It's rampant in Australia. Every country that I have had the opportunity to speak to, disability issues, and I don't get it. We're all going to be affected with it. I mean, I'm probably 10, 15 years away from needing home health care or something like that. We all are. We're all getting it. I just had a good friend who's had his third child, and she's going to be in the hospital for 2 months. And what effect will that have on the rest of her life? And who will be there to help? It's an issue that's just got to be dealt with.
It's actually interesting that in the Middle East, in general, there's been kind of a move to see people with disabilities not as being disabled, but having determination. So the term often used is people with determination.
100%. I mean, I've always said that about William. He's the most courageous person. Imagine being in a wheelchair, not being able to speak, not being able to bathe yourself or brush your teeth or tell people that you're hurting. Imagine the courage it takes to have somebody you don't know come in and start taking care of you. But yes, the absolute determination of these people, it's so humbling. It is a very small word to what it really is. I give everyone who lives with a disability, no matter what it is, this country looks down on those people, and they shouldn't. They should, and you make a great point. They should look to them with respect.
Well, we touched on last time how the story had come out, how your uncle Donald Trump had essentially quietly said to you, why he doesn't know who you are. William doesn't know who you are. Why don't you just leave him to die and move to Florida? That stuck with me, of course, and that's being quoted quite widely.
Yeah, no, he said it, and I wish he hadn't. I don't know if he wishes he hadn't said it. And that's just, that's just the way it goes. I tried to make the case that, there's the lack of empathy. and empathy is what this country really needs a little more of.
Well, the reason I'd waited on this topic until now, Fred, is also because when we spoke last time, you talked about how many immigrants, you mentioned again now, how many immigrants are involved in the care services. And in the case of William, too, you said many of the people who have helped him are also from immigrant backgrounds as well, not born in the USA. And I'm wondering, since we last spoke, has there been any indication from what you know that any of those people have been affected? That obviously they're probably a bit wary now with the whole ICE agent situation.
Yeah, obviously I can't get into any specifics, but sure, yes, I've heard of situations, not just for the caregivers, but for their family members. So yes, it is out there.
I was going to say, are you sensing a general tension among the immigrant community where you are?
Sure. And by the way, it's not easy to have the last name Trump when this is all happening. It's not that easy.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Of course, it will always be something you carry. You had actually said earlier on in our conversation how you were disappointed the Democrats hadn't used you in the campaigning prior to the election. That would have been partly, obviously, or largely perhaps because of your Trump name. But then there's also that potential liability, isn't there?
The liability in terms of?
Well, meaning that, again, bringing a Trump on the other side, it becomes more again about the Trump name and perhaps would be counterproductive.
Yeah, I thought I had a great story to tell, but they thought otherwise. And okay. I also went into local races. There was a woman who was a representative from the town I went to school in, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And I remember sending her a signed copy of the book before the election, way before. And I said, why don't you have me here? My dad went to Lehigh. I went to Lehigh. My son went to Lehigh. I know these people. Why don't you have me come down and at least talk? And they wanted no part. So, yeah, maybe they're smarter than I am. Maybe mine was more of an emotional thing. But
there is possibly the risk of retribution because there is a feeling that if you cross Donald Trump, that there's going to be some kind of outcome.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've had other than, people that I come in contact with, every now and then there's no black and white. They either love them or they hate them. So if they know me and they're MAGA Republicans, they're going to let me know that my book sucked and sorry. And you shouldn't be doing that. He's the greatest thing in the world. Okay, that's great. That's their opinion. I have no problem with that.
You're not the only one who wrote about it, though, Fred, because obviously your sister Mary also was quite scathing in her opinion.
Yeah, I would say more scathing than me. Mine, of course, was based on real personal history with Donald, as opposed to Mary, who really didn't have a relationship with him.
Let me ask you about what's happening in the health sector as we're talking on this topic. One of the people I interviewed on my show during the presidential campaign, and he was running for president at the time, was RFK Jr., who then ended up as health secretary. What have you made of, first of all, your thoughts on him as a person, because he's also quite divisive, but then also on how the health sector is going and how it might affect the lives of your family members, including William?
Just very quick anecdote. The first time I met Bobby, he was in a battle with Donald. Donald owned a piece of property up in Westchester and wanted to put a bunch of golf courses, a golf course and a bunch of houses up there. And Bobby Kennedy was on his water. He was pro water. You can't use all this water. It's very important. And while that was going on, I flew down with Donald and my wife and my baby daughter. And Bobby Kennedy was on the plane. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Here they are fighting against each other. But, take a ride on my plane. It did give me the opportunity to meet Ethel Kennedy, though, which was one of the great treats of my life.
But RFK Jr. seems to be stirring it up in the health sector anyway. How do you see the various things happening?
I think he's just a very dangerous guy. How anybody listens to him. Now, his healthier eating, okay, I get that. That's fine. But I don't want to rely too much on very, very smart people, but in this case, I want to listen to what the scientists have to say. And there's a large majority that think he's just a hack and dangerous. And I'm disappointed in Donald that he would put somebody in that position. that is so important. And frankly, we may not know the effects of his policies for years to come. That's part of the problem. And look, I hope it all goes well. I don't want anyone to be hurt. I just think the way he goes about it is absolutely wrong.
There was a sense among some people that he has had to pull back a little bit, having taken on this role, the responsibility involved. And of course, he has to now work for everyone, that perhaps he's pulled back a little bit on some of his ideas.
Yeah, you don't hear as much from him these days. So maybe he's trying to serious up a little bit and getting a lot of blowback. I hope so.
Fred, the last time we spoke, of course, The Apprentice, the movie, the biopic on your uncle, was coming out. You said you wouldn't see it. Did you end up going to see it?
No, I had no interest. I never watched the TV show, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was thinking irrespective, just to see what sort of take they had on Donald Trump.
No, I honestly didn't care.
Now, you had mentioned also at the time your book might become a movie. What were the prospects of that?
Not very good. No, some people had talked to me, but it would just take too much, and it was too much, and that's fine too. That was more maybe my ego being stroked a little bit, but yeah, no, there was no real chance that was going to happen.
Well, certainly it wouldn't be the best time for it to happen now with Donald Trump in the White House, but it's possibly something that might get revisited.
Maybe.
What do you see in terms of the follow-up on the story? Do you see, I mean, obviously you've done this book as a tribute to your father and to William. What else do you see yourself delving into when it comes to the Trump family and what you might want to write about?
Oh, I don't know if I have another book in me. I just want to, again, say pretty much everything I said regarding Donald and his policies, Project 2025, have all pretty much come to fruition. And we have, 3.5 more years to go through. We'll see. Next November is going to be extremely important with the congressional races. Democrats should, if history shows the party out of power comes through, but I wouldn't put anything past Donald and his Republican colleagues of pulling something out.
Well, there has also been mention of Donald Trump seeing if the Constitution can be changed to allow him to take another term.
Well, again, if you remember, I did say that he will run again in 2028. And I think the Supreme Court decision last year giving wider sway in executive powers, maybe he'll just say, I'm going to sign an executive order making me president again. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. I laugh nervously, but I wouldn't put it past him.
There was also a film called Civil War that was made about America becoming so divided, and it was pretty grim. It was taking a journalist's perspective on the story. In that sense, how do you feel about the way the USA is going in terms of its society, in terms of the divisions? Do you see the greater divisions that a lot of people talk about, and do you ever see those being healed?
I do see the divisions. I think they're obvious. They're unfortunate. I've said it before. I'm a huge Godfather fan, and one of the great lines is, it takes a war every 5 years, every 10 years. If the Republicans get clobbered next November, it'd be interesting to see what happens to the Republican Party then. Are they just going to finally say, we're done, we got to move forward? Or is Donald going to, do what he does? Just say, not me, we're moving forward. I didn't lose that election. It was you guys. It's going to be a combination of that and the Democrats getting a real leader in the party, because it sure isn't Chuck Schumer and it sure isn't Hakeem Jeffries, who I had great hopes for being a New Yorker. But I just don't see anybody with the pizzazz to really get out there and bare knuckle fight.
There is a sense, though, that the US also has lost its place as a global leader. What's your opinion on that?
You certainly, obviously, would know better than me, but I can't help but think that we're being ridiculed, just to put it into simple terms. We're not the great, sure, we're the great power for sure, but are we the moral compass? Are we the great leaders of the world right now? I'm not so sure we are, and that's really a shame, because nearly all my life we had been.
Well, as we wrap up, Fred, I was going to say, when we spoke last time, you'd said how your son William loved the song Road to Joy by Peter Gabriel. I did drop him an email. I never got to hear back. I mean, he's a very busy guy. But perhaps we can revisit that, and maybe you'll have a chance to connect there as well. Fred, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you for making the time.
Riz, thank you so much. Take care.
Well, Fred Trump III there discussing the second term of his uncle, US President Donald Trump. And that's it for this edition of the show. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. And I'll see you next time.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player, as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim, This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that a deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? Stay with us. Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, is coming up soon.
who allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
If you say something enough, people tend to believe it, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. President Donald Trump has said almost 40 times that the US has won the war, that the deal is done, or at the very least is imminent. As analysis of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran heats up, we ask, who's come out on top? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. Cast your mind back to 2020. Donald Trump tweeted, "Iran never won a war but never lost a negotiation." Fast forward 6 years, and I wonder how he feels about that statement now. The deal-maker-in-chief says the US got everything it wanted out of Iran, but his critics, and even some Republican allies, disagree. For a start, the nuclear issue looms large.
Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47 years. Nobody did it. Obama gave them a road to a nuclear weapon. I gave them a wall against a nuclear. They can never, under this agreement, they'll never even think about building a nuclear weapon.
And yet, nothing has been publicly agreed to that guarantees this with any more certainty than the previous nuclear agreement did, the one President Trump pulled out of in 2018. Add to that the relaxation of US sanctions on Iranian oil exports and a question mark over the Strait of Hormuz. American voters aren't viewing this as a victory. The latest CBS YouGov poll found the vast majority don't believe the US has permanently stopped Iran's nuclear program, and they certainly don't see the MOU as a win for America. What the war has achieved, however, is the unintentional wedge it's driven between the US and Israel.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
So on this episode, we'll ask, who really won this war? Is the region safer or more splintered? And has Israel lost its most powerful ally? Joining us for this discussion is Syed Hussein Mousavian, a former diplomat and former senior nuclear negotiator for Iran. George Papadopoulos is joining us once again, former foreign policy advisor to Donald Trump. And rounding out our panel is Chuck Freilich, joining us for another time, former deputy national security advisor for Israel and currently a professor at Columbia University. Gentlemen, to all of you, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Well, President Trump first claimed victory in Iran 10 days into the conflict. He said, and I quote, "The war is very complete." But 4 months, one ceasefire and one memorandum of understanding later, and a lasting deal is still being thrashed out. Both sides say progress is being made, But the sticking points remain largely unchanged since the early days of the war. Iran's nuclear program and control over the Strait of Hormuz. It has many people, including some Republican lawmakers, asking, what was it all for? A big point of contention amongst Iran hawks is the US decision to ease long-running economic sanctions. For the next 60 days, Iran's oil industry can operate without fear of US retribution. So, Mr. Freilich, let's start with you. Who's the real winner here, the US or Iran?
Unfortunately, Iran. This is a war which I believe was both a necessary one and a justified one. Unfortunately, it was miswaged both by the U.S. and Israel, neither of which had clear objectives. And I believe that Mr. Trump ended the war far too quickly and ended it in a way so that Iran feels, and I think with great justification, that they actually won. They withstood the onslaught by the world's global superpower. Israel too, but we are a minor actor in comparison. And feeling that they won, and with a sense of confidence, they have actually been dictating terms ever since. The Memorandum of Understanding, which was signed, reads almost entirely like an Iranian document, and across-the-board American capitulation. And even more unfortunately, I think, as we've now begun the negotiations towards a final agreement, Iran still seems to be in the driver's seat. I actually think it's unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely that a final deal will be reached because the two sides are still so far apart. What the interim deal did was just open up the Straits of Hormuz and prolong the ceasefire. I think it's unlikely that Iran will make the kind of concessions that the U.S. wants, and we will maybe find ourselves in a situation of ongoing limbo. No fire, no warfare, not a real ceasefire until one of the sides decides that it's time to change the situation.
Mr. Papadopoulos, I'm curious as to what do you think about some of what Chuck has said there? Miswaged by the U.S., an American capitulation?
I wholeheartedly disagree with almost everything that Chuck just stated, because President Trump was the first president in close to 50 years to actually have the gumption to take on a regime which has really waged chaos around the world, not only for U.S. interests, but of course for allied interests. It's maimed and slaughtered its own people for decades. It's a theocracy which has been isolated from the global community for decades, and it's acted like a pariah. And I think that the joint U.S.-Israel strikes basically were conducted in order to transform the overwhelming military achievements into lasting economic and political gains for the United States and its allies. Let's look first militarily what happened. The theocracy and its old leadership was assassinated and resulted in political chaos. Secondly, politically, Muslim majority nations subscribed to the MOU, including Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan. These aren't the NATO members. And lastly, economically, which I would argue is the most important for the domestic political situation in the United States, the Iranians have been forced to now demine the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is once again open to tanker traffic, and the markets have overwhelmingly responded in a positive manner. Oil is now below $80 a barrel after it had previously reached close to $120 a barrel at the beginning of this conflict. So when you look at it in its totality, that doesn't look like capitulation. It looks like the United States and its allies actually obtained every single one of their major objectives from the beginning going into this war. The only thing I disagree with is that this should have happened a lot sooner than the last 100 days.
Mr. Mousavian, jump in here for us. Despite the human cost on both sides, which is always unacceptable, do you get the sense that this is victory for Iran? Or has the US, as Mr. Papadopoulos there says, achieved every single objective?
I believe the main assessment or assumption was that if the US and Israel would have a very strong attack, military strike on Iran, and assassinating all leaders, the supreme leader, the very high-level military security commanders, the Iranian people, they will rise and there will be a regime collapse. It was clear, I mean, all American papers, they have written hundreds of op-ed articles about this reality. And also we heard from many American officials, from even President Trump, from the Secretary of Energy. They said the main objective was controlling the Iranian oil reserve, controlling Iranian Khark Island, which is the hub of Iranian energy. And yes, the assumption was this, and I believe everyone now understands internationally, regionally, it has failed. Nevertheless, I really don't believe there is any winner. I believe everybody lost. Iran lost because of hundreds of billions of dollars of damages. Israel lost. Israel was badly hit. Regional allies, they were hit. Israel, I mean, the US, for the first time after the Second World War, all American military bases in the region were attacked. Everybody lost. This is a reality. There is no winner. Yes, if we assume that the objective was to bring a regime collapse, it did not happen. Yes, it didn't happen, but there is no winner.
Mr. Freilich, do you want to jump in on that? There is no winner?
Well, I stated my opinion in the beginning that there is a winner. First of all, I don't want to be in a position, certainly, of sparring with my American colleague. The U.S. and Israel are very close allies. And I do agree with Mr. Papadopoulos that Mr. Trump gets credit for being the first president in 50 years who was willing to finally take military action against Iran. It's a shame that this didn't happen much longer ago. But I think that to claim that the objectives were achieved is, to my understanding, just simply not a recognition of reality. One objective was regime change. That didn't happen. What we got was a strengthened and more confident regime. A second objective was to destroy the nuclear program. It was barely touched in this round. It was significantly set back in June. The Iranian proxies have not been weakened. Hezbollah, as a matter of fact, has been greatly strengthened by this. And Iran, through skillful negotiations, managed to create a direct link between the U.S. Iranian negotiations and the situation in Lebanon, and Israel has been forced to put an end to its combat operations against Hezbollah. This is the first time, I think, where the United States is forcing a close ally to stop a war against a terrorist organization. And the only area where there is any military, their conventional capabilities were set back, yes. But of the four main objectives, the only area where there was any significant achievement is in terms of the ballistic missiles, mostly the industrial base for producing them. They still have a few thousand missiles. I am unimpressed, forgive me, Mr. Papadopoulos, but I am unimpressed by the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. The straits were only closed after the war broke out. That was never a pre-war objective. And this was a failure both on the part of the U.S. and Israel to anticipate something that everyone has talked about for years as an Iranian move. And the fact that Qatar and Pakistan and some other Arab countries are involved in these so-called peace talks is also a very little comfort. They should be having no role here. So the objective that Mr. Trump declared of unconventional, conditional surrender, I believe, again, that this was just about an across-the-board American capitulation.
Mr. Mousavian, one of President Trump's war goals was to end Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that still hasn't been categorically resolved to this point, even though it is a point of discussion. The US president has always said that he'd produce a better deal than the JCPOA, something that you yourself worked on. Is he on track for that? Is he on track for a better, for want of a better term, better deal than that one?
See, I think we need to review together two very important realities. One is the fact that since 2003, every IAEA report every year has a very, very clear sentence. There is no evidence of diversion in Iranian nuclear program toward weaponization. Yes, IAEA always has had technical questions, but the assumption, the conclusion in every IAEA report is clear. There is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization. The IAEA Director Garussi, before the war, during the war, after the war, he said many, many times. The second reality is that every U.S. intelligence assessment since 2003, annually, all American U.S. intelligence agencies, they have made it clear there is no evidence of diversion toward weaponization, and there is no evidence of any decision-making by Iranian officials to go for nuclear bomb. These are the realities. But nevertheless, as the U.S. attacked Iraq under the pretext of weapons of mass destruction, it was a fabricated issue to attack Iran. We need to understand. However, the JCPOA is the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. It's far beyond NPT. The transparency measures and the limits Iran accepted within the JCPOA, no other member of NPT has ever accepted. It is, frankly speaking, reality is that the JCPOA is and was NPT 2, because Iran accepted many, many measures on verification and limits beyond NPT.
And so, Mr. Mousavian, if there was no divergence, if there was no move to weaponization, why do you think the US and Israel issued such a red line on the nuclear program? If Iran was genuinely not posing a threat, obviously they think they were.
Yeah, see, I was referring to the U.S. intelligence assessment. It is not, if I say, they would say, yeah, this is Iranian claim. But every American intelligence assessment since 2007 has made it clear. And every IAEA report, this is not my claim, this is American intelligence assessment, and even the International Atomic Energy Agency. Nevertheless, the JCPOA was a deal between Iran and the US. Although Iran and all world powers, they agreed, United Nations Security Council adopted Resolution 2231, IAEA adopted multiple resolutions, and there is no doubt that Iran was in full compliance from 2015 to 2019. When the US withdrew from the deal, Iran was in full compliance with zero failure to the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. The US withdrew and imposed and rewarded Iran with the most comprehensive sanctions for implication of the most comprehensive agreement, nuclear agreement during the history.
George, do you want to jump in on that? I'm surprised you don't have a comment on it. If it was such a comprehensive deal, how can President Trump get something better?
Well, first and foremost, not only has the United States made it unequivocally clear that Iran will never obtain a nuclear weapon under President Trump's watch, the European Union, China, even Russia has made comments similar to those echoed by the administration. In its totality, it highlights the fact that this isn't simply a U.S.-Iran problem. This is a global problem in which numerous countries view the Iranian potential nuclear threat as a real threat, not an imaginary threat. So when the United States dangled the carrots of an economic boon to Iran to the tunes of buying billions of dollars in wheat, corn, Boeing airplanes before the war, as long as Iran publicly decided and announced that it would no longer enrich uranium or obtain a nuclear weapon. What did Iran say to the negotiators? This is our inalienable right to do so as a sovereign nation. Shortly thereafter, the military strikes commenced. This would have continued and ultimately reached a nuclear-armed Iran if the United States and Israel did not intervene.
And even after the intervention, though, we're still talking about it, George. So how has anything been achieved?
Well, certainly Iran now finally understands that military strikes and the military option is on the table. They never knew that before, because for the last 47 years, no one ever took them on. And that's exactly why Iran continued to finance various terrorist organizations, sell natural gas and oil in an illicit manner, strengthen its ties with other rogue states while waging chaos around the world. That all stopped. And that's exactly why now Iran, for the first time in 47 years, has actually seriously come to the negotiating table. They understand that they were defeated militarily. They no longer have a navy. Their air force was decimated. Their old leadership, which I would argue was the real conservative theocrats, have been absolutely annihilated and assassinated. And they've ushered in a new transitional government, which has openly suggested that they want some sort of sanctions relief. They want to begin to sell oil. They want to be included in the international community. And they no longer want to be viewed as a pariah, but as a stakeholder in the international community. And ultimately, I think that is in the global interest to have Iran act like a rational player, a responsible nation, and one that is reintegrated into the global community. Because for the last 47 years, a pariah in Iran has done nothing but cause instability, and that has been finally addressed. And it's in the interest of the world to see this deal come through.
Mm-hmm.
And if I could jump in on that point also, Mr. Masuvian has, I mean, it's easy to cherry pick sentences from very long, detailed, technical IAEA reports. And it's very easy to, again, cherry pick a sentence from a U.S. Intelligence assessment. The fact is there are really no credible analysts around the world, certainly American intelligence and Israeli intelligence, and pretty much every other Western intelligence agency worth its salt, believe that Iran certainly had a military nuclear option, that Iran had actually reached the point of being a threshold state. They had not yet weaponized. But just over a year ago, before the 12-day war in June, Iran, Iran had enriched uranium to 60%, which is just a hop and a skip from the full military level, sufficient for at least 10 bombs worth. And had they wished, or had the U.S. and Israel not prevented them, they could have actually weaponized and had enough bombs, enough material for the first bombs in a week or two, and the 10 bombs within just a few months. So I think it's a little bit, it's easy again to just cherry pick given sentences and deny what is really virtually incontrovertible evidence to the contrary.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think, Professor, you missed a very, very important reality and fact that on the JCPOA, Iran did not have any enrichment above 5%. Based on JCPOA, Iran was committed to enriching below 5%. And Iran's enriched stockpile was below 300 kilograms, and Iran was in full compliance. The moment the U.S. withdrew from JCPOA, violated the JCPOA, imposed the most comprehensive sanctions, Iran started to lower its commitment. Iranian enriched uranium to 60% is after the U.S. withdrawal, not before. Therefore, if we are going to blame anyone, we should ask why the U.S. withdrew, imposing sanctions, pushing Iran as a bargaining chip to increase the level and capacity of its nuclear program. That's why even during the 2025 negotiation between Witkoff and Arakchi, the first day they started negotiations, Iran told them they are ready to get rid of the highly enriched uranium if there is a deal. I mean, Iran during 2025, during 2026 negotiations, Iran accepted to dilute all 60% enriched uranium and also to go to minimum level of stockpile. Therefore, the intention was not nuclear bomb. The intention was to respond the U.S. If you violate, if you impose sanctions, we have our cards to play.
Well, what those, if I could jump in, what those cards seem to be is a form of blackmail, that if you do not uplift sanctions or do what we tell you, we will eventually enrich enough uranium to potentially obtain a nuclear weapon. And look, just look at the way that Iran behaved at the onset of this conflict. They were not attacking the United States and Israel as much as they were actually attacking neutral third parties in the GCC, Azerbaijan, and attempted to even attack NATO member Turkey. The world and the region all saw what this regime is all about. This was not a responsible stakeholder in the international community. This was a pariah state that had to be dealt with. And these two examples from what the professor just laid out, which regarding that if they didn't get their way, that they would enrich enough uranium to potentially get a nuclear weapon. And when they did get hit, decide to attack their neighbors. That's what the world was up against, and that's why so much of the international community today actually does stand with the president, stands with Vice President Vance, and they're all applauding this MOU and expect the temporary ceasefire to become a permanent solution.
I think you are dismissing the reality again. The only nuclear weapon state in the region is Israel. No other country in the Middle East has nuclear weapon. And Iran is member of NPT. Iran does not have nuclear weapon. Iran has been attacked by 2 nuclear weapon states. And Israel is the only country is maintaining its nuclear weapon. And you are blaming Iran because of the nuclear weapon. I mean, you need to be realistic. I mean, we cannot, with propaganda deceive each other. If the Israelis accept nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East, we have United Nations resolution proposed by Iran in 1970s for nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. Iran has been supporting for 50 years, and Israel has been opposing for 50 years. I mean, if any country is supposed to be blamed for nuclear weapon, we should blame the only country with nuclear weapon.
Mr. Freilich, Professor Freilich, you should respond to that. Why can Israel have nuclear weapons, even though they are undeclared, and Iran shouldn't?
Well, no one knows what Israel does or does not have. And in any event,
isn't that part of the problem?
No, that's one of the strengths of the problem, is that Israel does not have a declared policy in either direction. But I think Mr. Mousavian is taking the well-known tactic. If you can't defend a position, then you come up with some other argument which isn't really directly related. There is a difference between a country like Iran and one like Israel. Israel is a democracy. It's considered by most of the world's leaders to be a responsible democracy. And if it's true that it is a nuclear power, well, no one has ever seen hide or hair of it. Nothing. No one knows what Israel does or does not have. And Israel does not threaten its neighbors. Iran has called, ever since the Islamic Republic, repeatedly called for Israel's destruction, has a timeline in which that is supposed to happen. And it's not just rhetoric. It has poured billions and billions of badly needed resources into developing their nuclear capability, into building a vast missile capability, in supporting their regional proxies who all share the same objective of Israel's destruction. We know that the October 7th attack by Hamas, which was largely coordinated in advance with Iran and its Hezbollah proxy, was actually supposed to be the opening act in a war that was supposed to lead to Israel's destruction. So there is no basis for a comparison between what Israel does or does not do in this case and Iran.
First of all, Professor, I have been advocating cessation of any existential threat mutually between Iran and Israel for years and years and years. I have been supporting a two-state solution. I am against any existential threat by any country which is a clear violation of United Nations United Nations Charter. But again, the reality, Professor, is the level of existential threat imposed by Israel on Iran is not more than what Iranians have threatened the existence of Israel, is not less. And you have heard from many very respected American high-level politicians from Democrats and Republicans saying that these wars were not American wars, it was Israeli war. I mean, this is a reality which you have heard, you are reading every day in the U.S. That's why, first of all, I'm against. Second, no, Professor, no. I mean, the reality is that everyone knows Israel has nuclear weapon. Nobody, I mean, even the U.S. officials, even Israeli minister publicly said we should attack Iran with nuclear bomb. I mean, this is not something we can hide it. And the reality is that no other country has nuclear weapon. And Iran is a member of NPT. And Iran implemented the most comprehensive agreement during the history of non-proliferation. And for 40 years, from 2015, Professor, to 2019, check every IAEA report saying the peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. Because under JCPOA, IAEA had full access, and that's why every 4 months, 16 reports says clear peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. The problem started when the U.S. withdrew. I mean, I'm really surprised why we are not blaming the country which violated United Nations Security Council Resolution 2231, withdrew from the deal, many IAEA resolutions which adopted JCPOA, and the U.S. withdrew and created such a mess in the region. And the U.S. and Israel initiated attack on Iran.
All right. Well, then, Mr. Papadopoulos, let's put that to you. Was the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA in 2018 the impetus for all this renewed nuclear concern in the region?
The withdrawal from the United States had an effect to see Iran not abide by the NPT, but to actually increase the enrichment of uranium to obtain a nuclear weapon. You can't coincide...
But why withdraw from a deal if it's just going to allow them to continue?
Firstly, that was not a permanent solution.
Japan has about 20,000 kilogram of reprocessed heavy water and enriched uranium, thousands of tons. Many NPT countries, they have enriched uranium up to 90%. Japan has enrichment. Brazil has enrichment. Germany has enrichment. Argentina has enrichment. They have thousands of enriched uranium. Having enrichment, even going to enriching to 90% is not violation of NPT and international law.
Okay, all right.
Germany...
Nuclear bomb is in violation.
All right, let's let George respond. George, directly respond to, first of all, the first question. Is US to blame for when it withdrew? Did it create this chaos? And then secondly, as what Mr. Mousavian is saying, if other countries are allowed to enrich, if Israel's allowed to have a nuclear weapon, why can't Iran?
Well, other countries, including some that were just referenced, Japan, Argentina, and Germany, have not been financing terrorist organizations throughout the entire world to attack civilians and U.S. and Western interests. They're not spying on various other countries the way that Iran is doing, and they're not a destabilizing factor. Secondly, regarding the United States, the deal that the Obama administration so-called negotiated had sunset clauses that would have never actually made sure that Iran abided by the agreement. They were basically trying to bribe their way into an agreement. The Trump administration understood that. They took the United States out of that agreement, and they showed the world what this regime really was up to and what its modus operandi is. That was exposed. So the United States exited a bad deal that the Obama administration bribed itself into, and the world cannot be viewed as an example to draw parallels to what the Iranian theocracy has been doing for the last 47 years. A 90% enriched Iran is not the same as a pacified Japan at 90%. That's absurd.
All right. Professor Freilich, was the U.S. withdrawal from the JCPOA the catalyst for all of this nuclear chaos that we're now experiencing?
Well, I thought at the time that it was a mistake on the part of the United States and that it was not helpful. But that's water under the bridge. And to keep talking today about what happened in 2015 or 2018, the withdrawal, again, it's history. The fact is that in any event, the JCPOA was going, much of its important restrictions have already been lifted, and the rest would have expired by 2030. So that's 3.5 years from now. That's nothing. Now, really, to compare Iran and Japan or Iran and Germany is not a really serious comparison. No country enriches, other than Iran, enriches to the 60 or 90% unless they have a nuclear program. There's a military program. There's absolutely no reason to go much above the normal civil level.
And here, Professor, please ask nuclear scientists how many countries they have already tons of enriched uranium, 90%. Please ask. I know by fact. You can check it, Professor. It is online available.
Okay.
Even UK, they have about 90 tons of enriched uranium to 90%. They don't know what to do with it.
Okay, Professor Freilich?
Well, the UK has a legitimate nuclear program under the NPT, and they're one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. They're allowed to have a nuclear capability. The UK, unlike Iran, does not call for the destruction, the extermination of another state. It hasn't invested huge resources to the destruction of another state. And again, you can cherry pick reports. The IAEA reports never confirmed that Iran has a peaceful nuclear program. It said just the opposite. We cannot confirm.
No. Every IAEA report, Professor, I'm expert on this. Every IAEA report from 2015 July to 2019 May, 16 reports very clearly they say peaceful nature of Iranian nuclear program. Everybody who is hearing this program, they can go online and check it.
Okay, Professor Freilich, I'll get you to finish off your comments there for in the interest of balance, and then I'm going to move us on.
No, okay. Look, I don't want to keep sparring over specific points. I can agree with Mr. Mousavian on one thing, and that is that it would be very nice if there were no more existential threats made. They come only from Iran. No one in Israel has any fundamental enmity towards Iran. Obviously, we very much do not like their nuclear programs, the ballistic missiles, et cetera, But really what Israel wants from Iran is one thing, and that's to be left alone. We are about 1,300 kilometers away at the closest point. That means that none of the usual sources of interstate conflict exist here. We have no border. We have no territory to fight over. We have no common resources, no population groups. The only reason for this, the basic reason for this enmity, is Iran's fundamental enmity. I believe it's a theological enmity that Iran feels that it cannot live with any non-Muslim majority state in the region. They can live with non-Muslim minorities in various countries in the region, but not a majority non-Muslim country. And Iran is sworn to our destruction. The minute that changes, Israel will be very happy, at a minimum, to have a working relationship with Iran, if possible, full peace.
Well, I'm going to move us on here because this seems like a pertinent time just there, Professor, as you're discussing Israel's position in the region, because the nation clearly appears to be grappling with the implications of a forthcoming Iran deal, particularly the inclusion of Lebanon in any peace agreement, as you're talking there about Iran destabilizing the region through its proxies. Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president, defended his US counterparts. He said President Trump remained the most trusted partner of Israel. However, he did concede that recent developments are generating serious, legitimate concerns in Israel. That's a direct quote. And some of those concerns are coming from close allies of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They've labelled the US treacherous and weak. So, Mr. Papadopoulos, let's go to you. Has the US betrayed Israel by insisting that Lebanon be included in this deal?
Absolutely not. I think that the United States and Israel have no light between them at this point. I think President Trump is the most pro-Israel president in modern American history, and he has showcased that numerous times, including just recently, in which Vice President Vance echoed the same exact sentiment that President Trump has allowed Israel to have certain equipment and do particular things that no other president has ever allowed them to have or to do. What the president is attempting to do regarding Israel and Lebanon is to basically usher in a new paradigm. And that's really a lot of what happens to do with Iran and the United States. The old modus operandi of the United States and Iran and Israel has been this tit for tat, economic sanctions and military strikes, which has resulted in Iran becoming a more and more pariah state and financing terrorist organizations that have attacked Israel. The United States now wants to open a new chapter. And in order to do that, you reintegrate Iran into the global economy and politically. You assure that they don't obtain a nuclear weapon. They cease their hostilities, and you have an accord with Israel and Lebanon so that civilians do not continuously die in Lebanon and that Israel continuously becomes isolated because of that conflict. That is the ultimate big picture. And President Trump has Israel in his heart, in his mind, and in the strategy of the United States.
Professor Freilich?
Look, I think that the words treacherous and betrayal are very strong words, which I would not use. I do believe that the president is pursuing American interests, and that, of course, is legitimate. And in this case, I believe that there is a difference in American interests and those of Israel. Reintegrating Iran into the global economy in the hope that this will lead to a change of any significance in Iranian behavior, I believe, is an unbased hope. It's also similar to the type of positions which were reflected by the Obama administration at the time of the JCPOA, that maybe we can achieve essentially the same idea. It didn't work then. It hasn't worked numerous other times. The Iranian regime is, for better or for worse, very different from Western regimes. It is a revolutionary regime. It is a theocratic regime. It's a regime which has a mission on earth. And economic considerations aren't unimportant for Iran, but they are very, very secondary to those revolutionary and theocratic objectives. And economic inducements are nice to have for Iran. If the U.S. is offering them, they're very happy to take them. That will not get them to change their behavior. Again, I believe that the imposition of the ceasefire on Israel and Lebanon, which maybe, by the way, in the short term, it's fine. It will let things go off for a little while, but it will not lead to any fundamental change in the situation in Lebanon. Lebanon is a country which has been hijacked by Hezbollah, which is another way of saying hijacked by Iran. For decades, it has been set back because of Iran. And there are some very good things happening in Lebanese politics today. And they're also reflected in the fact that the U.S. has sponsored Israeli-Lebanese negotiations for the first time in 4 or 5 decades. But the side that's preventing any realistic prospects for success there is Iran, Hezbollah, and Israel must protect itself, okay? No responsible government anywhere in the world would allow its citizens to be fired on time and again on a daily basis, in many cases multiple times per day, and not respond in the way that Israel has and will have to do probably in the short term as well.
Mr. Mousavian, I mean, if this is an issue between the US, Israel and Iran, do you think that Iran should agree to a deal to ensure peace for its own people, even if it doesn't include a full ceasefire in Lebanon? Shouldn't the Iranian leadership do what's best for the Iranian people?
I think if we are looking for a sustainable deal, as I have been saying for at least 15 years here in the US, first, we need a grand bargain, a comprehensive agreement between Iran and the US to end decades of hostilities, to respect each other's interests, legitimate interests, do not confront each other, do not fight with each other, to have normal diplomatic relations based on mutual interests, number one. Nevertheless, everything is not really about Iran and the US alone. Iran and the US Arab allies, they need also a grand bargain, direct high-level negotiations to create a collective regional cooperation for common cooperation on peace, security, and stability in order to end decades of hostilities between Iran and its Arab neighbors. And the third, as I said, is about Iran and Israel. I think the US, President Trump, is in good position to mediate for Iran and Israel to end decades of mutual existential military security existential threats. I mean, these are really major factors. Nevertheless, the other reality which nobody is talking is the importance of ending Israeli-Arab conflict. And as long as the two-state solution based on hundreds of UN resolutions is not respected by Israel, then we are not going to have Israeli-Palestinian peace. And we should respect the fact that this is Israel who is violating the UN resolutions on two-state solutions. And at the end, when we are talking about Lebanon, we should not forget just 6 months ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu publicly, officially said his strategy is Greater Israel, which means occupation of many other Arab countries in the region.
Okay.
And American ambassador in Israel said, yes, this is the rights of Israel to go for Greater Israel and to occupy the other Muslim countries. This is American and Israeli official statements in less than a year.
Can I add something to this?
Please.
I would agree with one thing that the gentleman just stated, that the United States and Iran do need a grand bargain deal, because for the last 47 years, as I explained, foreign policy and the architects of foreign policy have failed miserably in addressing the Iran question. Now, the question 47 years later has ushered in a burgeoning potential superpower in China that we haven't discussed here yet today, which has over $400 billion invested in Iran and has attempted to de-dollarize the global economy and to force Iran to not sell its oil in dollars, but in yuan. That's something that is also incredibly important for the United States, which is a superpower with global interests, to take into account of how Iran will reintegrate into some sort of framework with the United States vis-a-vis China. China would like to usher in a multipolar world to upend and replace the U.S.-led model, and they're using Iran in many ways as a petri dish to accomplish that objective. And President Trump is very aware of it, and that is why during his trip to China, the Iran question was brought up, and he forced China to stop assisting them in the conflict, and shortly thereafter, this memorandum of understanding came about.
And if I may add something.
Yes, please, because we're almost out of time. So, Chuck, I'm happy for you to comment to wrap us up. Thank you.
Okay, so I was quite interested and glad to learn that Iran has really been fighting for Middle East peace. And the reason that Iran has developed a nuclear program and done all of the other things we've talked about were really all designed to bring about peace between Israel and the Palestinians. That was something that I did not know until this evening.
I never said that, Professor. I never said that.
Yes, you did. You did. That was the implication of what you said. And no, I will agree with you that I, too, that's what you said. You brought up the issue of Mideast peace, which is really totally unrelated. It's actually totally unrelated to the nuclear issue. It's another way of, again, diverting attention.
They're talking about peace in the region. We have 400 UN resolution about two-state solution, peace between Palestinians and Israelis. And the Israelis, they say only one Jewish state. We are talking about peace in the Middle East.
Look, I don't want to talk about the two-state solution, the Mideast peace. That's not the topic of our discussion today.
Exactly. We'll keep it on topic for us.
Yeah, I mean, I too would like to see peace with the Palestinians. It's not the issue here. And I too, like Mr. Papadopoulos, I agree with you. I would like to see a grand bargain. Unfortunately, the conditions simply aren't there. Okay, Iran is considered to be an international pariah for all of the reasons, again, that we've mentioned today. You don't, by the way, need the U.S. to mediate an end to the existential threats. The threats come from only the existential ones. Come from only one side, that's Iran. There can be peace between Israel and Iran the minute that Iran stops making those threats and stops actually taking the concrete actions in pursuit of those threats.
Professor, don't forget Israel attacked Iran, not Iran attacked Israel. The war 2025
of course it did. It was an act of self-defense.
The war 2026 was by Israel. I mean, this was 2 Israeli wars on Iran.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we're almost
2 attacks by Iran against Israel in 2024.
Okay, look, we're out of time, so I might leave it there. There's so much more to discuss, but it's going to open us up into such a broader debate, and we won't get out of here this evening because I could continue to talk to the three of you for hours because I really appreciate all of your analysis here. Sayed Hussein Mousavian, former Iranian diplomat and former nuclear negotiator, George Papadopoulos, former foreign policy advisor to President Donald Trump, and Chuck Freilich, former Deputy National Security Advisor for Israel, for your diverging points of view and perspective. We appreciate having you here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and our exclusive interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, you can follow us across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour,
wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
the resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US Senate passes a symbolic rebuke to Trump, demanding he ends the Iran war. Israel's defense minister says forces will not withdraw from southern Lebanon. And Messi versus Ronaldo. The Portugal captain is questioned about the Argentinian scoring record as the two players are pitted against each other. The Republican-controlled US Senate has approved a measure demanding that President Trump halt the war in Iran or seek congressional approval before continuing military action. It comes as Republicans in Congress have expressed a skepticism about a peace plan Trump has agreed with Tehran. Although the resolution is largely symbolic, Trump has spoken out against it. Posting on Truth Social, he said, "So I have Iran on the ropes, ready to go down for the fall, and the US Senate decides to have a poorly timed and meaningless War Powers Act vote. These senators have just made my job more difficult, but I'll get it done one way or the other because I always get it done." To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Professor and International Relations expert Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, who joins us from Dubai, and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz, who's right here in the studio with me. Dr. Ellie and Wissam, it's always great to have you on the show with me. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you because we've talked about, obviously, Donald Trump and what he said on Truth Social. What does this mean for President Trump's control over the Iran war since this vote took place?
Good evening, first of all. Thank you for having me. I don't think it will have a big influence on the way he is handling Iran significantly in politics. Now, definitely, I agree with the way he described it. It is not very meaningful in the political sense because the war is already over. And it is in the wrong timing because in the middle of negotiations, you are sending the wrong messages to the counterpart to Iran in that sense, that, you know, the president is not fully in control of his internal house. Now, also, as he said, it will make his life a bit more difficult, but he will do the job anyway. I think this sums up how things will be. It will have a significant, let's say, a non-significant symbolic step, but it will not change politics per se or influence the direct interaction with Iran. Now, this definitely is to be read on the internal scene, much more on the external scene, and what it means for, as you said in your introduction, that is a Republican-controlled House and the Republican-controlled Senate would vote and pass this bill.
I also find it interesting too, Wissam, I don't know what you think, but in that very same Truth Social post, Donald Trump called the Republicans who voted, in favour of this War Powers Act, he called the four of them losers. And I wonder what you think of that, because he's calling his very own party members losers.
Well, it's not the first time he is at war with these people. He called them much worse things in the past. But actually, he is facing a real situation here. He is going into mid-term elections, and he is not really sure about what's happening. At the same time, the ground of the GOP is a little bit shaking around him, but he's still in control of much of it. So I guess it's symbolic, as Dr. Ali has said, but not so much because, he is out of this war and he always portrays himself as the winner. And he cannot be anything else than a winner. And he is telling them the losers. But he is coming out of a war that is not very popular within his base, the MAGA base, who doesn't like wars. And it's inconclusive in many ways. And he wants it to look like a real and decisive win, and it's not really working.
And there were some polls that came out that were absolutely fascinating, gave us a bit of an insight, Dr. Ellie and Wissam, into what the Americans were thinking about this. And 52% of Americans say the war in Iran was not worth the cost. Only 24% of Americans say it was. And this is according to a Reuters Ipsos poll. In that same poll, only 23% of Americans say the US is in a stronger position with Iran after the war, while 35% say it was weaker. Dr. Ellie, just reflection on that. We talk about this vote and we say, oh, it's largely symbolic, but there is rising discontent when you have a look at the polling within America when it comes to this Iran war.
Well, two things to say about that. First, if you look at the Memorandum of Understanding itself and what's happening in the negotiation, and to objectively try to assess who's winning and who's losing, so far everything that has been confirmed is stopping the war, opening Hormuz, and Iran promising not to have nuclear weapons. All these 3 points are a huge win for Trump, internally and externally. Everything else that was in the MOU and that were connected to the final deal are quite catastrophic in the sense of how much they give Iran or how much the US itself is supposed to give Iran. If the deals goes or actually happens in 60 days or more or less, in these same frameworks, it will be very bad. That's why I'm, again, as we have always said in the past month with you, Leigh Ann, that I am not hopeful that an eventual deal will happen between Iran and the US, because the way things are going, it will not be a good deal or a better deal than Obama's deal. That's why I think he might, by the end of 60 days or before or after, say, I'm done with that, I'm happy with the result I got, and I'm out of this war, which, again, as Wissam said, will please his MAGA voters. Now, on the other side of things, if we are speaking about the long-term shift that he is trying to do, and to give him some justice there, every huge turn, especially in a huge country like the US, is going to be very long-term, and the results are not going to be seen immediately. Same what we always said about the tariff policies that he does, or about his international relations policies. Also about the effect of the Iran war. If it goes as he wants, it's going to be a huge benefit for the US, not only on the short term, but on the decades to come. So he's always playing the long game. He's trying to turn the US a big turn that he thinks is overdue. And if he succeeds, he's going to be one of the historical presidents of the US. But so far, the results are not yet visible by the American people. And this is his most important challenge before the midterm elections.
And Wissam, Tucker Carlson had done an interview with Sky News, and he said that he thinks the Iran war is the beginning of the end for President Donald Trump. And when I look back in history, we have a look at George Bush and the war against Iraq. We have a look at Joe Biden and the US withdrawing from Afghanistan. Many people said that marked the beginning of the end for Joe Biden. Do you think this is the beginning of the end for President Donald Trump?
Well, Tucker Carlson's positions has been in this, under the spotlight for the few months that we have seen, and it's very interesting. Why? Because let's not forget, this man has been the most prominent vocal influencer with the rise of Donald Trump, and especially leading to the second term win. Now, what I see in this, and also what I see in other people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people, is that this very base at the right of America, the Christian evangelical right, is changing in nature, apparently. We don't know yet to what extent, but we know that this right is turning from biblical to national, one. Two, that they are searching that actually Trump was not made by MAGA. MAGA made him president, but MAGA is the real force that is the change in America, and it remains. And third, this MAGA is searching for another figure that is more close to what they believe. And now the question, who will be coming after Trump? Will it be J.D. Vance? Will it be Marco Rubio? Marco Rubio is not necessarily a MAGA favorite, but let's not forget that this war has been a fabulous occasion for the rise of the aura of these two people. And it is obviously preparing both of them to their next clash in the next elections. And somehow it has shown this base that these two characters, they have substance, whether Marco Rubio leading very successful negotiations, being very enlightened and very brilliant, and phrasing a policy that is somehow inexplicable by his boss, by Donald Trump, and J.D. Vance expressing very clearly what MAGA wants. Now, this shift has also a very interesting twist, which is a shift away from Israel. And I want to talk about that because it is echoed in the same time with a very similar shift on the left. We have seen the rise of someone called Zohran Mamdani, who is obviously only a mayor of a big city in America, but who is becoming a leader of a fringe within the Democratic Party that is now going to the midterm elections. So we have on the right a shift away from Israel, and you have on the left, in the Democratic Party, a shift away from Israel. Let's not forget that Jews in America were classically voters for the Democratic Party. So there is something happening around that theme that is very interesting, and that should be very concerning for Israel, because the shift is not only in one place, it's in both places. And Tucker Carlson, he comes exactly in that shift. The shift in the narrative, the shift in the positioning, the shift in how we understand America first, not in biblical terms, but in more nationalist terms.
And I think it's a really fair point that Tucker Carlson's in the middle of that, Marjorie Taylor Greene to some extent, and Candace Owens too. And they get millions and millions of viewers on YouTube and are influential. We had an American strategist on my show a little bit earlier, and he said Marco Rubio is the voice to listen to. So I wonder if that is a signal that the Republicans are thinking Marco Rubio could possibly be the next in power. And Dr. Ellie, just a final thought on Marco Rubio. He's actually in the Gulf. He's in Kuwait, and he's been speaking today, and he did promise that the United States, Gulf allies, that Washington would protect their interests as it seeks to hammer out those final deal. And I think the big question here is Marco Rubio in the Gulf states to reassure them.
Indeed, I think, first of all, let me agree with what Wissam said in the sense that, yes, maybe Vance represents the true vibes of MAGA and reflects what their priorities are. but Rubio still, to a large extent, represent the institutions of the US and the establishment per se, which could play against him in a future, candidacy per se. But again, as a sound of reason, as a voice of reason, as the voice of the establishment, he's here to reassure that the traditional, historical, strategic partnership that the US has with the Gulf countries is not going to be compromised by any deal that is happening with Iran or any talks that are happening with Iran. Now, this trip is definitely overdue because, as we've said, the MOU did not include any of the main concerns of the Gulf region, and they were the ones who suffered most from this war. They were not, their opinion was not taken into consideration by not starting the war, and then it is not now being taken into consideration by how to stop the war. That's why the visit is very important, to reconnect and to make sure that they have the full support of the US and at least the promise that all their main concerns, the security of the region, the terrorist cells, the ballistics, the drones, and Hormuz, of course, all of these things will be discussed with Iran, and the US will make sure to get enough guarantees to the Gulf countries, who, we have to remember, themselves are already starting dialogue with Iran to try to get the reassurances and to try to rebuild this trust that was drastically and completely broken between the two sides of the Gulf.
Just a quick final thought on Rubio and J.D. Vance. We don't have much time, but, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, is off, and we saw Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance speak to the press. They went in and held those press meetings, which I found absolutely fascinating, because Dr. Ellie...
Baptism of fire.
Yes, but I don't know, it almost felt like a reality TV show, because we know Donald Trump was on The Apprentice. It almost felt like, well, I'll see how well they do in front of the press, and then... we can make 100%. A decision.
Absolutely. And let's not forget about Donald Trump is a man of entertainment at the end of the day. And these two, and especially J.D. Vance, they are playing into this. They always say Trump is the man of the deal. Okay, not really. He's the man of the money. Okay, not really. He's the man of the grand finale. He's searching for the final Miss Universe pageant, set, and he is even in politics. But just a very quick note, I think the priority of the Gulf nations is not to go back to war.
Yes.
And this is why this has been a priority. And when J.D. Vance was asked why this deal is different from Obama's deal, the first thing he said, because the GCC countries, they endorse it and they want it. So this is what they are saying. And I would say that the $300 billion that are somehow written very vaguely in the MOU, it's a luring point that says to Iran, if you go in the right direction, a lot is waiting, and the GCC is all united, waiting to engage and make a better future for the region.
Thank you so much, Wissam and Dr. Ellie. Stay right there. We're going to move on to another story now. And Israel's defense minister says forces will not withdraw from southern Lebanon. It comes as officials from Israel and Lebanon are holding talks in Washington over a US-backed proposal that could see parts of southern Lebanese territory transferred from Israeli control to the Lebanese army. The proposal has already faced opposition from Hezbollah. Wissam, what do you make of this proposal? Do you think it could really chip away at Hezbollah's influence in southern Lebanon? Or is this just almost a pipe dream? Hezbollah are too embedded.
Hezbollah is too embedded, but not only militarily. The problem is that you have a large part of the Lebanese population, mostly a community, basically, that is fully behind Hezbollah. Because of many things, because of 40 years of problems, because of Iranian interference, and because Iran has always been, the Islamic Republic has been expansionist and has been investing in every Shiite community in the region under this big banner of resistance. Now, having said this, unfortunately, Iran, they have the feeling now that with the current state of the MOU and everything, and Hezbollah with it in Lebanon, that they are somehow wanting to sit in the winner's seat. And somehow they want to monetize this in Lebanon. And this is why Iran is so eager to say that any ceasefire in Lebanon is something that is related to my deal with America. Because very simply, Iran wants to draw again the line of deterrence in Lebanon and not in Tehran. This is their main goal. They want to save the whole proxy system. This is why the first time we saw that the main party, Iran, is fighting for the proxy, whether it's normally the opposites, the proxy that fights for the main player. Now, Lebanon as a state should not be destabilized, and they are doing, in my opinion, the right thing. Now we have an occasion for the state to prove to the Shiites, to Lebanon, to the southern people, that only through this very official channel, people can go back to their villages, war can stop, and eventually we can have a sustainable and maybe final solution. We have been proven that the banner of the resistance cannot fight and, take Israel out. And also, Ellie was mentioning this also in previous discussions, Israel also has faced the limits of what force can do. Force cannot do everything. And J.D. Vance actually told this to the Israelis. They said you cannot, kill your way out of every problem you have. So now this is the reality. Lebanon as a state should be focused. This coming, these zones that we call, the zones where you will test the possibility of America, Lebanon, and Israel working together to make every square after square able to, to be free of Hezbollah weapons, and most importantly, to bring the people back.
Dr. Ellie, just your thoughts on these pilot zones. Wissam was just speaking about them. The Lebanese army, are they strong enough when it comes to Hezbollah and taking control of these zones?
Leigh Ann, this is a very important question, but to take a step back and to try to answer it, I think we need to look at the bigger picture of what's happening. The main outcome of the Memorandum of Understanding, as we said, is that the US and Iran are no longer fighting wars. In that sense, when Iran says we want a ceasefire in Lebanon, they are saying we don't want Hezbollah to fight anymore because we are in a ceasefire term. In practical terms, what this means? This means that Hezbollah is losing its legitimacy as the one who will liberate the land because they have tried and they have failed. On the other hand, as Wissam said and as discussed, Israel have destroyed the south, have killed the people, have killed the leader, have invaded certain areas. But again, this will not get it what it wants. So the strength there of the negotiation process and of the Lebanese army, not because it is very strong and it is very easy and it is very achievable. The strength is that it is the only way forward. Both craziness on both sides of the border have reached their limit. With what's happening in the region, it's going to be a helpful factor to what's happening in Lebanon, but most importantly, to delegitimize the violence of Hezbollah as a way to liberate the land and to give a path for negotiations to be the one that liberates the land. Now, it is very crucial to see that how the negotiations broke through the deadlock that says Israel will not withdraw until the Lebanese government spreads its sovereignty and takes the Hezbollah's weapons. And in return, the Lebanese government says, I cannot take the weapons unless you withdraw. So the breakthrough, the innovative idea that was, by the way, presented by the Lebanese negotiation team, and then they convinced the Americans, and then they together pressured Israel into accepting it. So it's a big win for Lebanon. These pilot zones will allow a supported Lebanese army with American supervision, American support, American technical, equipments and all of that, to actually take one zone after the other from Israel, to take full control of it, to make sure there's no weapons in it, and to actually declare this land as liberated, allowing the people to return to it. One zone after the other. This will hopefully eventually lead to the process where Hezbollah does not exist below the Litani. Let me be clear and rephrase. Hezbollah's military operations do not exist within the south of the Litani. The Lebanese government has full control over the south and over the borders, and Israel had completely withdrawn from Lebanon. while ensuring that its security is guaranteed by the Lebanese army, but also by American, let's say, guarantee and American technical supervision of what's happening in the south. It's a big win for the Lebanese government, and I am hopeful that within this, the negotiations will prove that they will be able to liberate the land, not military actions.
So as we talk about these negotiations and this win for Lebanon, Wissam, Netanyahu says Israel will remain in Lebanon as long as necessary. Also, Israel Katz, the defense minister, says Israel will not withdraw from southern Lebanon, even if the US demand it. So we are seeing these talks happening in Washington between Lebanon and Israel. But many of President Netanyahu's, Prime Minister Netanyahu's, government are coming out and saying, no, we still want to carry on fighting.
Well, it's always good to remember that before October 2023, after Gaza, there were no occupied land in Lebanon, basically. And after that, we had a war, and then 5 posts were occupied. And then after the Iran war, we have a big invasion of Israel to Lebanon. So, in a way, Lebanon, as always, has been the victim of all the regional problems, okay? Now, there is a way out of it. Now, as Ellie said, the pilot zones is a pure Lebanese suggestion, and it could work. Israel's idea about what's coming next is a very simple and clear formula. It's land against the arms. So, as much as we progress on, disarming Hezbollah, as much as the, withdrawal will happen. But in the same time, the more Israel stays in Lebanon, the more it is playing for the favor of Hezbollah and Iran. This is why it's very important to make it clear that they will go out, and eventually they will go out because of a deal with the Lebanese government and according to the rules of international law, of course, but to give credit to the Lebanese state in it and not to the Iranian Hezbollah axis. It's very important.
And that is very important, but Benjamin Netanyahu also has an election coming up, and there's been lots of speculation, the more that he's at war, the political gain that he also gets inside of Israel. So pressure from Netanyahu, from his base inside of Israel, and from President Donald Trump right now. And I think that's quite obvious, because if he withdraws from Lebanon, he's going to lose the support of his coalition.
He is losing the support of his coalition anyway, I think, and he will try to, keep this going on as much as possible. Now he has the Americans who want to save the deal with the Iranians. You have the course of action between Lebanon and America and Israel within the negotiations. So eventually he cannot stay in Lebanon, but he's going to ask for the price for it.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the group stage of this year's FIFA World Cup is reaching its conclusion, with many countries playing their final matches today. Lionel Messi recently broke the all-time World Cup scoring record with 18 goals, 5 in this tournament alone. Here's what happened when a reporter questioned Portugal's Cristiano Ronaldo on this. Take a listen.
Ayer Lionel Messi marcó 2 goles, Mbappé, no, Haaland, y tú sigues demostrando que eres...
Dale. Depende da pergunta, senão eu não te respondo.
It wasn't in English, but I think he was clearly annoyed, wasn't he? Do you think there's genuine tension between Ronaldo and Messi, or do you think it's all just a bit of sort of media exaggeration?
I don't think there is a real problem between the two. We are in an era that is defined in football terms by 2 big icons, whether we like it or not. Whether we are with one icon or the other, you have 2 icons who are defining our era. You have Ronaldo and Messi. I don't think he is very angry about Messi. I think he is angry about the journalists who keep on bringing up Messi every time they are asking him any question. And I think it's legitimate, by the way, by the journalists, but I think he is fed up with this, and he wants the people to see that he is also making a lot of progress. I want to remember something else that he said in the very same press conference. He said, every time I do something good, you cheer for me. But every time I'm not very successful, you bring up my age and you say I'm 41, 42. And I want to prove to everyone that I'm not going to stop. I'm going to stay and make more efforts. And I think this is what Ronaldo is about. Ronaldo is the ultimate self-made project, whether Messi is the ultimate natural phenomenon. Messi was born as a miracle, and Ronaldo was made as a miracle. I believe he had a very serious medical problem when he was 15, like something in the heart. And ever since, this man, Ronaldo, has been making himself, constructing himself. This is so amazing to understand. And let's not forget that Ronaldo is a much juicier person for the press. He does very, aggressive reactions. Whether Messi is more reserved, let's not forget Messi is on the spectrum of autism. He has a completely different way of reacting to questions and to interacting with people.
I think you make such a great point there that Ronaldo has a different talent. He is more self-made. He trains so hard. He's got an amazing diet. He's one of the most disciplined sportsmen. Novak Djokovic is very similar, and they're both playing late into their careers. Novak Djokovic, I think now is 39. Cristiano Ronaldo, 41. So it just shows how health and training and being so strict on yourself can prolong their careers.
In the American World Cup 1994, it was the last time when Maradona was playing. And he was in his mid-30s. And it was considered like, a miracle. How is he even playing in his mid-30s? Now we have major players playing well into their early 40s. And who knows, with the promises of, technologies and AI and how is it affecting biology, how we crack the code of aging, maybe we will see people playing for much, much longer and making money much, much longer and looking good for much, much longer.
I was going to say that. I think a lot of the female journalists don't mind interviewing Cristiano Ronaldo for obvious reasons and asking him questions he might not quite like. But Dr. Ellie, I don't know what your thoughts are on Ronaldo, but he walked off, and I understand why he was pretty annoyed. It must just get irritating when you're compared to someone else all the time.
I agree, but definitely I have to disagree with everything that Wissam says, my dear friend. I'm on the side of Messi with all of this. I think he also is self-made. He also had medical issues, and he also is,
I love Messi, by the way, but I'm just...
And he's 38 in that sense. So I'm all for appreciating every player in what he is presenting to the game and what he is achieving. I do believe, as little as I know about football, that Messi is bringing the team in a much better way, and he's empowering every single member of his team much more than Ronaldo, which seems to be the whole Portugal team is focused on Ronaldo, while the whole Argentinian team is moved by Messi. All the players are moving there. So I'm hoping that Argentina will go long in this World Cup. Although traditionally and historically, I'm a supporter of the Netherlands team. I think they do the most beautiful football, game on the floor of the match.
What I think was so funny, I don't know if you agree with me, Wissam, but you remember the first match that Portugal played in this World Cup. Messi got why do I keep calling him Messi? Ronaldo got absolutely hammered in the press because he didn't score any goals, and Messi had scored all these goals for Argentina. And I felt so bad for Ronaldo because I thought, what's the rest of the team doing? One man can't score all the goals. They have to set up the assists and help, don't they?
Because, whether we like it or not, the Portugal team is about Ronaldo. I mean, you have a player that is bigger somehow in aura and in importance and in influence than his country's team. And Messi is amazing, but he belongs to a team that is also amazing. I mean, it's Argentina. They are the latest winners of the World Cup. But I want to tell you something, that when Portugal won the Euro Cup in 2016, it was a fantastic moment for Portugal and for Ronaldo. Ronaldo has been there for a long, long time, and he has been shaping the football scene for a long, long time. And he lives very close to us here in Riyadh. And a lot of people here like it.
Yeah, exactly. But Dr. Ellie, just a thought from you. A Ghanaian player who has been accused of rape actually played yesterday in the match against England. And it was quite fascinating because one of the English players refused to shake this Ghanaian player's hand. Where should football draw the line, do you think, in cases like this? Because historically, football has seen quite a lot of these kind of cases, and I was wondering what your thoughts are.
Well, there's a whole discussion to be done with no time now to do it about how much politics is influencing sports, specifically FIFA, and all the controversies about FIFA's decision and FIFA's communication with different countries and so on, including Donald Trump. But sticking to that case, I would revert back to my, human rights background to say every person is innocent until proven guilty. And the whole, the whole schemes about rape accusations, the whole mediatization of these accusations, many of them true or many of them untrue, but it has become so familiar and so regularly happening with famous people that are, being accused of these things and maybe, I don't know, extorted for their money or whatever. But from the Canadian government, I think it was unfair to deny the visa initially, simply because he is on trial. Until he is proven guilty, they should have allowed him in. He's a representative of his country. He's a national team member. And that's what they did eventually after recoursing to, diplomacy in that matter. So we should separate as much as possible politics from the football or from any other sports, because, again, it tarnishes it and it gives it, it makes the people lose trust in the beauty of the game and in them enjoying it.
And I guess the other school of thought is not to give someone a spotlight like this when there's accusations against him. The woman involved could be extremely upset, and obviously they haven't been able to have a trial just of yet because that's what they're waiting for. So there's two schools of thought on that. But thank you so much for that, both Dr. Ellie and Wissam. Now, it's that time of the show where Wissam and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Dr. Ellie, we're going to talk about yours because it's about a game of telephone tag in Australia. Tag is rugby, as in tag rugby.
Tag in general is when you tag someone and catch him in that sense and claim the victory. But yes, it is tag football as the game known. So what this guy came up with is the idea that, these public phones, the public booth phones that are there, have been so unused for so much time, to the extent that the Australian government has made all calls from these booths for free, simply to encourage the people to use them and encourage the people to use them, especially in case of they need anything. But this guy came with a brilliant idea on how to make people use these phones again. And he initiated the whole game online, where in the game you would have a code as a player, and then you would have to go search for telephone booth and then call a certain number, which is the number of the game, then put in your code, and by that you would be claiming the ownership of that booth. And then one booth after the other, you would be mapping and controlling a specific area of Sydney that you can see on your map, as we will see in the video a little bit now. And then it's up to other people to come snatch it from you, one phone after the other. And you could see people running in the streets, enjoying the game, and then again claiming areas and claiming territory, hoping that someone would control all of the territory included in the game.
This is brilliant.
More than 110,000 calls have been made since the game was launched. So again, it's amazing. It's beautiful, and I think it's less harmful than what we saw with the Pokemons. Where people were in their virtual reality trying to run on the streets, not aware of the hazards around them. I don't see any hazard in that. It's that people enjoy. It's something good for people who have nothing better to do. At least they're moving around.
I must admit, you said this to me with someone, Dr. A was talking. What a brilliant idea.
It's a brilliant idea. It touches nostalgia.
Yeah.
It touches also the fact that these boots, I mean, I remember that for us, when we were young,
yes.
they were the ultimate signs of, you know, what modernity can bring. I mean, the ability to call someone from anywhere on the street to anywhere in the world. And suddenly, in the mid-90s, they become completely, I mean, by the late 90s, they become completely obsolete, but they still exist, and countries still somehow maintain them. And Sydney, they have a brilliant idea of what to do with these boots now.
And I find it so sad, because I lived in London for a long time, and I remember using phone booths, you know, to call my parents or to call anybody, really. You needed them on the streets. And now we've still got the iconic red phone booth in London, but a lot of the phones have been removed.
Yeah,
you
know,
we
have the boots.
Yeah, the booths, but not the phones. And I find that quite sad, but so it's really a good idea.
So let's find a new function for the boots.
Yes. I'm not going to tell you what the function is, but we'll move on. There might be a few new functions, Dr. Ellie.
A few ideas.
But not family-friendly ones. Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about yours, Wissam, because you have the do's and don'ts of travelling. And what are we all doing wrong?
Well...
Leigh Ann, don't you agree that this story is so Wissam?
I love this story.
Well,
he's
you know,
the etiquette guy. Let's hear it, Wissam. Give it to us.
Go on, Wissam.
What should we do?
Well, let's
How
see
to
about
be a
that.
gentleman.
Well, you know, do you know William Hanson? He's amazing.
No.
I follow him on every single platform. He's an English gentleman who just tries to make content all the time about what to do, what not to do, how to eat your cucumber sandwich. And I was following mostly to laugh also, because some of his rules are really not applicable. He is the one who told us, you know, that your phone should never be on the screen side when you are sitting with someone. He's the one who told us that a man should not wear a backpack with his suit. Many things that honestly are a bit too harsh on people.
I agree about the backpack and the suit.
But we see a lot of them.
We see a lot of it, but
even in very fancy places. But
doesn't look good.
But I have the 10 funny rules.
Okay.
Some are funny, and I hope that not too many of us or the viewers will find themselves concerned, because some of them are okay, some of them are very bad. Okay. First, let's agree this is a very agreeable one. Be nice to the staff. The fastest room upgrade still starts with a hello. Hello is very important. Second, hallways aren't nightclubs. Let's remember all those streets in Europe in the summers where everywhere becomes a nightclub, and it's really not really good. Someone is always trying to sleep somewhere. Drink responsibly. Don't become someone's tomorrow's breakfast gossip. Although I believe that the gossip on breakfast is one of the most interesting part of any trip
of life.
anywhere. Don't smoke in the room, obviously, because that could be the most expensive mistake, and cigarette. Leave the room decent. I mean, housekeeping cleans the room, but it's not a crime scene, for God's sake. Let's remember all those rooms that we leave sometimes with all the mess.
Yeah.
It looks bad for the person who's coming to, you know, to clean. But now let's get into the more serious stuff. The kettle is for tea, not for socks, not underwear, just tea. And this is where I realized that some people actually, they do clean their underwears and socks in the boiling water. I promise you I will not use a kettle anymore in any hotel I go to. Take the slippers, not the lamp. So yes, you can take the slippers, not the lamp. And here we all remember that episode from Friends, where they go to the hotel and they have the rule, the unspoken rules for what you can steal. So he says, you cannot take the remote control, but the batteries in the remote control, maybe you can take them.
Right.
And now, the breakfast buffet is not Hunger Games. I mean, queue calmly and eat reasonably. One croissant to go, this is rule number 9, is fine. But emptying the buffet for takeout isn't really fine. And the last one, And I'm concerned by this one. A towel doesn't reserve a sun lounger. Your body does. I always believe that if you leave your towel, you're somehow saying, I'm coming back. And but maybe it doesn't work every time.
Wissam, that is not
For
good
how
manners.
long, Wissam? For how long
That is not
can you
good
reserve?
manners.
Come on.
I mean, for half an hour, it's okay. Maybe for the whole day, no.
For half an hour, I'll give you that. But I must say something. When I heard about boiling your underwear in the kettle, I had never heard of this before. And I'm not going to lie, but it's a good idea.
I heard about it like an urban myth, but apparently it's not.
Dr. Ellie, I must say, when I look
It's
at
it might be a good idea for you, but not the person coming after you to use that.
But, I mean, Dr. Ellie, I don't know about you, but I look at these and I've done pretty much everything wrong. I've smoked in a room, that's for sure. I've stolen way more than just the lamp. I don't know about you. Are you very... have you got good etiquette in the hotel?
I take the toiletry, it's fine, you can take, but...
Yeah, souvenirs. No, I think I do believe that common sense goes a long way in these things, and I do follow common sense, but not all people do, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And being in hotels for the past decade or so regularly, I've seen catastrophes of people coming in or coming out of the rooms. So not all people do have common sense, unfortunately.
I always try to keep the room very clean. And I do make an effort to do that. But in a desperate situation, I'm not anti the spoiling your knickers in the kettle, I must say.
Desperate times need desperate measures.
Yeah, desperate times need desperate measures. Thank you to our guest today, Professor and International Relations expert, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, who joined us all the way from Dubai, and, of course, Al Arabiya editor Wissam Pirooz, who is right in the studio with me. And, of course, that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, the head of the UN nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, says that inspections at Iranian atomic sites are going to happen. This after Tehran and Washington signed a preliminary deal aimed at ending their war. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is visiting the Gulf to discuss this interim deal with Iran, but he's not stopping in Israel. We ask, why not? And in a rare rebuke, the Republican-controlled Senate approves a measure demanding that President Trump halt the war in Iran. We asked, will that change anything? All of that coming up today. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest progress on the interim peace accord between the United States and Iran. Well, today, the head of the UN nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, said that his agency will be carrying out nuclear inspections in the country, and soon. Although the agency's chief, Rafael Grossi, said that arrangements are still to be finalised. Well, this news is significant because Iran has not allowed the IAEA to visit its most sensitive nuclear sites ever since the US and Israel bombed them in June of last year. Well, one central issue remains: what is going to happen to Iran's highly enriched uranium? Well, let's bring into the conversation now Laura Rockwood, who is a former senior official of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is, of course, the UN's nuclear watchdog. She's joining us today from Lyon in France. Thank you so much for joining us. You have, over the years, participated in several sets of high-level negotiations, including on Iran, Iraq and North Korea. So you're no stranger to the Iran nuclear dossier. And I'd like to start by asking you, the head of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, has said that sites in Iran are going to be visited by his inspectors, and that is in line with this new interim deal between Washington and Tehran. How significant a result is that, do you think?
It is significant because I think there can be no good final deal without the IAEA's involvement. Now, the question right now is the extent to which Iran has agreed to the resumption of normal inspections at unaffected sites as opposed to those sites that have been bombed. And it seems as though Iran is, well, right now, not giving much access except to the Bushehr nuclear power plant. So we'll see. I think it's a really important part of the deal.
Yeah, because, I mean, Iran's foreign ministry seems to be contradicting the American narrative and saying that, in fact, these inspections aren't going to happen. I mean, so we can't be sure that they're going to happen. But if they do happen, how soon would you expect them to happen?
It's not clear. And with respect to that confusion, it seems to me the Iranians always very carefully parse what they're saying. And they have said non-resumption of inspections at the damaged facilities. I would hope that even before we have access to those, because that will take a while, that the agency will have access to the unaffected facilities, which it hasn't had for quite a while. So how long is it going to take for the IAEA to have full access to all of these sites, whether damaged or otherwise? I think it's going to be a slow process, and I'm certain that Director General Grossi is already, if not soon, going to be engaged in the discussion on the practical modalities for having the inspectors access those sites.
And what's your understanding? When was the last time Iran welcomed IAEA inspectors on its territory?
There was a fairly recent inspection of the Bushehr nuclear power plant. I'm not sure of the date, but it would have been within the last month or two. But no other access recently to other locations within Iran. Earlier in the year, the IAEA was given access to the other undamaged facilities, but recently it was limited to just the Bushehr nuclear power station.
Right, and you've mentioned these damaged facilities a couple of times. So clearly the damaged facilities are known about, hence the damage that was inflicted on them and they're being targeted. There are presumably, well, I want to ask your opinion, are there unknown sites, can we assume, that perhaps are only known to the Iranians? And that being the case, do you see Iran perhaps giving international inspectors access to those undeclared areas?
Well, first of all, you start with the declared facilities, some of which have been damaged, some have not. And there have been some additional locations that were bombed by the United States and Iran that the IAEA has not been informed about formally by Iran. Are there other locations in Iran where Iran is carrying out nuclear activities that haven't been declared? It's possible. It's possible. They did announce that they were constructing a new enrichment facility. I believe the initials are IFEP, the Isfahan Fuel Enrichment Plant. And the agency has not had access to that facility yet, so does not know, it has not been informed of the current status of that facility. Is it possible there are locations other than those outside somewhere else in Iran that should be declared and have not been declared? That is the $50 million question.
Okay, I mean, is there anything the IAEA can do to unearth undeclared sites? I mean, would part of a mission going into a country perhaps have that in mind, unearthing the undeclared?
Absolutely. In fact, the IAEA does that in just about every other non-nuclear weapon state in the world. But it's not one of these sneak attacks, spying types of things. If the IAEA has an indication that there might be undeclared activities going on somewhere, the agency would certainly follow up with the state concerned. So there are mechanisms for doing that. There's environmental samples that can be taken. There are a whole slew of tools that the IAEA uses to verify that there are no undeclared locations in a state. And it is part of their normal implementation of safeguards throughout the world.
And tell us a bit more about a typical visit of this kind by IAEA inspectors. I mean, who typically goes and what happens, generally speaking, during the course of such a visit?
During a routine inspection, the IAEA will generally send at least 2 inspectors. If you have a much broader activity that has to be carried out, they would send more than 2 inspectors. They would go to the facility, they would speak with the operator, they would be given access to all of the locations within a nuclear facility, and they would conduct all, as I said, environmental sampling. They might sample nuclear material and send it back to Vienna. Now, if it were a question of indications of undeclared, we would send the team. I say we, I was so long at the IAEA, forgive me. The IAEA would send a team there, and they would sit down and first of all have a discussion with the state authorities about the information the agency had and request the state to provide information about or a response to that. And in all likelihood, if the IAEA had some indication about the location, they could request access to that location. But the IAEA doesn't do intelligence reconnaissance in the sense that some of your listeners might be thinking. We don't do, as I said, intelligence or spying missions. It's done in collaboration with the state concerned.
Okay. I mean, does Iran tend to be cooperative with these sorts of inspection groups when they come to visit? What was your experience during your time?
In the past, it's been sometimes yes, sometimes no. But if we're just talking about routine inspections, generally cooperative. It has been difficult when we have gotten into discussions about the possibility of undeclared locations or possible military dimensions to Iran's program. And their cooperation in those instances has been patchy, sometimes better. For example, when the agency was doing activities under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, very cooperative. Since then, much less cooperative. And before then, much less cooperative. But on a routine basis, with respect to declared locations, generally pretty cooperative.
I mean, in your opinion, since you mentioned the JCPOA, and I know you were involved in that process, I mean, would we be in the situation we're in today, or would we be in a better situation than we're in today had that agreement not been done away with by President Trump during the first term?
We would have been in a much more favorable position with the JCPOA than where we are today. Under the JCPOA, the IAEA, well, first of all, Iran agreed to a cap on the enrichment level of its nuclear material down to 3.67%. It agreed to a cap on the amount of enriched uranium it would keep in the country and transferred the rest of the material out of the country. It had a cap on reprocessing activities. The IAEA had much broader access to nuclear fuel cycle related activities throughout Iran, had a very comprehensive picture of what Iran's program was, and even activities that aren't normally required to be declared to the IAEA under routine inspections. Right now, we not only don't have that access, the IAEA has lost continuity of knowledge on all of the nuclear material in the country.
So we don't know, do we, how much highly enriched uranium Iran actually has right now?
What the agency knows is how much they were able to verify before the bombing last year. And is it likely that they have produced additional material since then? As a practical matter, probably unlikely, but the agency simply doesn't know.
Just to be clear, I mean, do they have enough? Did they have enough to make a weapon the last time an inspection took place?
They had on the order of 440 kilograms of nuclear material that was enriched to 60%. Now, that's not generally considered usable for a nuclear weapon, but it wouldn't be very difficult for Iran to have gone from 60% to, say, 90%, which would have been what they call weapons-grade material. The numbers of weapons they could produce, more than a few if they were permitted to do that.
So I've seen it written that they could currently produce around 10 nuclear weapons if they wanted to. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds like the same figure I have heard. I generally don't speak to that because I'm the lawyer for the team rather than the technical people, but that's the same figure I have heard as well.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, because I know you've been on the opposite side of the negotiating table from the Iranians before. What's it like negotiating with the Iranians? Do they tend to arrive at the table highly prepared with strong arguments, strong dossiers? What's it like?
That's an excellent description. They have generally been very, very well informed at all levels of our discussions with them, very capable. As I said, sometimes more cooperative, sometimes less, but always well informed and always well prepared and always armed with challenging arguments in their favor. They're challenging negotiations, but they have been, in my view, very professional. So in terms of the process, they have very talented negotiators.
I mean, some unkind commentators to the Trump administration have suggested that the Iranians outmatch some of the American negotiators. Would you concur?
I would. The two key negotiators for the United States have zero technical background, and I haven't seen any indication that they have engaged U.S. technical experts along the lines of Secretary Ernie Moniz, who was involved in the JCPOA discussions. And that's troubling. That's troubling because when you have inexperienced negotiators on one side and highly experienced negotiators on the other side, it tends to prejudge the outcome, if you will.
Okay. Just lastly, I mean, your overall sense of negotiating with the Iranians and what you see before you now in terms of the situation we're in, I know you're not directly involved, but in terms of what you read and hear, I mean, is Iran being transparent? I mean, sort of on the scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being 0 or close to 0 transparency and 10 being absolutely open, where would you put them?
Well, they're not giving the IAEA access as they should be doing under their safeguards agreement. So that is absolutely not transparent. How transparent they're being in the negotiations, I think in terms of their red lines, they've been pretty clear. They will not agree to no enrichment in Iran. And so with respect to that, clear. But still pretty opaque about their nuclear program.
Okay. Are you optimistic we're about to see the beginnings of an end to this conflict and some meaningful and seismic shift when it comes to drawing a line under all of this?
Oof. Yeah, I'm not likely to put any money down on that bet. I am cautiously optimistic, and I think both the U.S. and the Iranian side are highly motivated to get this war put behind them. I don't think it's going to be as easy as people imagine, and I think the next 60 days are going to be key to ascertaining what the outcome looks like. I haven't seen any indications that it's going to be as tough, as effective as the JCPOA, but almost anything is better than what we have right now.
Okay, Laura Rockwood, former senior official at the International Atomic Energy Agency. Thank you very much indeed for your time today, madam.
It's my pleasure.
Meanwhile, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has kicked off his Gulf tour, arriving in Abu Dhabi earlier on today for talks with regional leaders. Well, his trip comes just days after Washington and Tehran reached an initial agreement aimed at ending the conflict. That followed on from talks in Switzerland earlier in the week. Well, discussions are expected to focus on the deal and also on regional security and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. That's a key concern for Gulf nations that have been closely affected by the war. Well, Gershon Baskin is a former peace negotiator, and he joins us from Jerusalem. Gershon, great to have you with us on the programme once again. I just want to start by asking you something we've been talking about earlier in the programme. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is doing a tour of the Gulf. And, typically on these sorts of tours, a stop in Israel would not be at all unusual. Do you think we should read anything into the fact that he's not visiting Israel?
Well, it's difficult to know. I mean, we can recall back to President Obama. His first Middle East trip was to Cairo, and it was suggested that he visit Israel, and he didn't. Later, he thought it was a mistake. I'm not sure that it's a calculated mistake on the part of Secretary Rubio right now. There is, over the past couple of weeks, growing daylight between Jerusalem and Washington, and with President Trump speaking out directly against Benjamin Netanyahu, calling him crazy, using the F word several times in what were reported to be talks between the two of them. I think that this administration in Washington is a lot more influenced by the Gulf states, in particular Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, than any other previous president. I know this was the case with regard to the pressure on Trump to end the war in Gaza, to bring the hostages home. And it's apparently the case now with ending the war in Iran, entering into a negotiated process with the Iranian regime, which is quite surprising if you backtrack and listen to some of the things that Trump was just saying a few days before they signed the MOU in Switzerland.
What would you how would you describe, how would you characterize the relationship as things stand between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
It seems that President Trump may be calculating now that Netanyahu is on his way out. And Trump has said many times in the past that he doesn't like losers. And it's projected now, at least in wide circles, both in Israel and perhaps other places of the world, that Netanyahu has a very good chance of not winning the elections that will be held in October. The first time in a very long time. We don't know what the outcome of those elections will be, of course, but Netanyahu is not seen as a person who has the magic anymore to deliver the victory that he's been able to do over the last 2 decades.
So what impact does a prompt end to this Iran war have on Netanyahu, politically speaking?
Well, I think it's a losing situation for Netanyahu. He has strategic failures right now, as understood by the Israeli public, both in Iran, in Lebanon, and in Gaza. He promised great victory. He promised an end to the Iranian regime. He promised that he destroyed the Iranian nuclear program. He promised that he would disarm Hezbollah. He has failed to deliver on every single front now, and he's now taking on the Israeli public with this whole issue of drafting or giving a deferment for draft for the ultra-Orthodox population here, while he's advancing very unpopular legislation in his final weeks in the Israeli parliament now, the Knesset. So it's not clear what his strategy is and why he's doing it, but from the viewpoint of a majority of Israelis, it seems that this is a losing strategy for him.
I mean, what do you think he was hoping to do? Carry on the war until just before the election, or have it rumbling in the background during the election? What do you think his preferred outcome would have been?
Well, Netanyahu's strategy for many years has been to keep Israel in a constant state of war. And this keeps him in power. And the greatest fear right now is that he will try to instigate some kind of warfare just prior to the elections in order to postpone them or cancel them entirely. And this is not something which is out of hand. A lot of people in the political arena here in Israel are talking about the possibility that Netanyahu will restart a war with Iran or with Lebanon or re-enter Gaza. So far, the United States is holding strong to their position that these wars will not begin again. And it seems that Trump is the only American president who can ever tell Netanyahu what to do, and Netanyahu has no choice but to do it. But Netanyahu, in a kamikaze act to save his political career, is capable of doing anything.
One of the things we know that's being discussed here in the Gulf today by Secretary of State Rubio and some of his Gulf allies is, of course, this US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. What's your understanding of how that document is viewed by the Israelis?
It's viewed by the Israeli public and the Israeli analysts and people in the military and former military as a losing document for Israel. They see it as a great strategic loss, primarily because Netanyahu didn't have any political diplomatic plan alongside of the military tactical victories that Israel had in all 3 fronts. And now today, Israel is being cornered without being at the table, without being able to decide anything, not with the relationship with the United States and Iran or the nuclear program or anything concerning the future of Lebanon. In fact, it seems to Israelis that the United States has put Iran at the table of determining the future of Lebanon. I'm not sure that the Lebanese government is approving of that. In fact, they've said that they haven't, and the direct Lebanese-Israeli talks are taking place in Washington during these days. But this is certainly not what Netanyahu promised to the Israeli public.
Right, so you're saying that this document, the MOU, falls short of expectations. I mean, do people there in Israel think anything has been usefully achieved during these last 4 months?
Not yet. The viewpoint in Israel is that this was a bad document for Israel. It doesn't take into account Israel's strategic security needs. Of course, we have to wait for the final outcome of the 60 days of negotiations and see if Israel would be protected in some way. But Israel feels like they've been thrown under the bus by the Trump administration in moving ahead on things that Trump said he would not do. So there is a sense of betrayal in the Israeli political arena and in the general public. They don't understand why Trump is leaving Israel out to dry while Israel is not a partner at all in the negotiations that are taking place.
Do any of Netanyahu's opponents, his political opponents, say herein lies an opportunity to make ourselves noticed and somehow make themselves closer to President Trump and bring him more into their orbit? Are you seeing any of his opponents trying to capitalize on this?
Well, what we've seen is there have been some reports that the Trump administration has put out feelers both to Mr. Bennett and Mr. Eisenkot, trying to see what kind of dialogue they can enter with them. Honestly speaking, Bennett and Eisenkot have not offered anything to the public other than what Netanyahu has said and done, except that they've talked about the need for a political diplomatic front as well, not just a military front. But they haven't really given any detail to what they mean. So from my point of view, at least, I don't know what the difference between Bennett and Eisenkot are with regard to what Netanyahu has done and what he said. I believe that they do have other intentions, but they haven't made that clear whatsoever.
Let's talk for a moment about Lebanon specifically. What do you think Israel's ambitions are in Lebanon right now? Do you think they have territorial ambitions?
There are people in the Israeli government with territorial ambitions. I don't believe that Netanyahu does or that the state of Israel has made any claims of territorial demands with regard to Lebanon. There are 13 points of dispute along the Israel-Lebanon border, and the talks taking place in Washington are supposed to be dealing with some of those disputes as well. I think overall the Israeli strategy with regard to Lebanon is to see a strengthened Lebanese sovereignty with an empowered Lebanese army that would be able to take positions along the south of Lebanon, along the Israeli border, and prevent any kind of escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. There is just very little confidence in Israel that Lebanon has the power to do that, and the Lebanese army can actually do the job that the government of Lebanon, the president and the prime minister at least, have talked about. I don't think that Israel is fully on board with the intentions of the United States and France and other allies of taking strong action to strengthen the state of Lebanon, the government of Lebanon, and the army of Lebanon. And I think that's the future. We have an opening now for a strategic alliance between Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Syria. There are all kinds of different things happening. Of course, at the core of all this will always remain the Israeli-Palestinian dispute. And if we really want to move forward toward greater normalization in relations between Israel and other Arab countries, including Lebanon, including Syria, including Saudi Arabia, we need political leadership in Israel that's willing to address the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and see that the outcome will be an independent, sovereign Palestinian state next to Israel. But that's not on our agenda right now.
Right, and just staying with Lebanon for a bit more, I mean, a fifth round of these US-mediated talks between the Israelis and the Lebanese is expected to take place today in Washington. Are you hearing or seeing any fruit being sort of delivered from this process? Are you seeing results?
There is, I understand, an American proposal that the Lebanese army would enter one small region as a kind of pilot and to see whether or not they can take control of the area and provide Israel with the security that it demands, so that the Israeli troops can withdraw from that area. This is what I believe what's being talked about in Washington today. At least some of the leaks from what is supposed to be discussed have been reported in Israel as that being the focus, is creation of a pilot in one part of southern Lebanon.
Okay, I mean, clearly the fact that the two sides are talking is significant, and here we are at round 5. So, I mean, therein, I suppose, does lie indications of progress. I mean, how far off do you think normalization might be? Do you see normalization ever being achieved?
Well, I don't see it being achieved between the current government of Israel and Lebanon. I think we have to wait until after the elections in October here in Israel and to see a new government of Israel that will reach out to the region with general belief that Israel can live in peace with all of its neighbors, including Lebanon. And I think that we might see a greater change. The talks taking place in Washington between Israel and Lebanon at the level of ambassadors, and that's not high enough. It is direct, and it is being facilitated by the United States, by Secretary Rubio and his team, and that's a good thing. But the talks need to be kicked upstairs to a much higher level of representation. Hopefully, eventually, there could be a meeting between the Israeli Prime Minister and the President of Lebanon, the Prime Minister of Lebanon at that level, and then we might see some real progress. It might have to begin with some secret back channel talks, but it really needs to be kicked up to the highest levels of government, both in Israel and in Lebanon, for us to understand that there's a chance of real progress.
Do you think, viewed from through Prime Minister Netanyahu's prism, this process is politically unpalatable? Is it likely to do him a service or a disservice?
Well, if it succeeds, it will do him a service. But I think what Netanyahu's real aim is to have the green light from the United States for a freer action in Lebanon with the use of the Israeli military against Hezbollah targets and anyone that Israel describes as a target. The Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, today said that hundreds of thousands of Lebanese will not be allowed to return to their villages in the south of Lebanon. This is certainly not an outstretched Israeli hand to the people of Lebanon saying, let's live in peace. The government of Israel, at least by the statement of the defense minister, is saying that we will never make peace with Lebanon. And you people, hundreds of thousands of Lebanese who lived in the south of Lebanon, have to find new homes. This is not something which is a roadmap to peace between Israel and Lebanon.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Gershon Baskin, former peace negotiator. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
We're joined now by Itamar Rabinovich, who is the former Israeli ambassador to the United States. He joins us today from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I'm sure you're aware the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is doing a tour of the Gulf today. Interestingly, he's not stopping in Israel, is he? And I'm wondering whether you think perhaps there's a message therein.
Possibly, but not necessarily. There have been earlier instances of the president or senior members of the cabinet visiting the region, not stopping in Israel. But given the tension currently between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, it could also be a message or an indication.
What would you use by way of vocabulary to describe the relationship between those two men?
Right now, awkward. It's not a total rift, but there is a misunderstanding which began, I think, towards the end of the war, and certainly prior to the signing of the current end of the war and the current negotiations in Switzerland. First of all, there was a partnership. The partnership ended in an unsuccessful war, and that in itself was a source of tension. And then President Trump wanted out and wants out of this, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israel have lingering interest in the conflict and in the situation. And this situation whereby President Trump seeks to end it as quickly as he can, and Israel insisting on some very crucial interests, is a source of tension.
Okay, so the two men, as the war went on, you're saying wanted two different things. President Trump, for political reasons, wants a prompt conclusion. Prime Minister Netanyahu does not. What's the political value add as far as Netanyahu is concerned by continuing to wage war with Iran?
It's not so much continuing the war against Iran. It's some of the issues involved currently with the way in which the war is ending. First of all, it was not a prompt end to the war. This was a fairly long war. It took quite a while. But on the substance, the issue of creating a linkage between the Gulf, Iran, and Lebanon is very worrying, first of all, for the Lebanese regime, government, and secondly for Israel. This has never been the case, but the Iranians feel that they can get almost anything out of President Trump in order to enable him to say that the war is concluded and business returns to usual. And therefore they are creating this linkage. And the fact is that there is a monitoring committee for the ceasefire in Lebanon in which Iran is a part, is one of 5 countries that are members. In other words, they are both the perpetrators and the observers.
Where we are today is we have this US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding, and that, I believe, is going to be something that Secretary of State Rubio is discussing with Gulf partners during the course of today. How do you think the MOU is regarded by the Israelis?
Not just by the Israelis. I think one reason for the Rubio trip to the Gulf is that some of the Arab countries of the Gulf are also worried by the bottom line of this agreement. It leaves Iran in a very influential position. And, you know, the United States goes home. Israel is, let's say, in the Levant. They are there. And they will have to contend with a very empowered, very self-confident Iran with its missiles and drones depleted, but still there, and a very extreme mood in Tehran. They have to live with it. They will have to live with it on a daily basis. And they are rightly worried.
Right, because of course the MOU doesn't really address Iran's ballistic missile program, nor does it really address the issue of regional proxies, which is something we heard a lot about in the early chapters of the war. I mean, what you're saying is, it sounds to me like you think the MOU falls short of expectations, not just in Israel, but elsewhere as well.
That is correct. In fact, not only is the issue of missiles not addressed, but President Trump said publicly that Iran is entitled to have its own missiles. Others have it, they're entitled to have it. And the issue of the proxies, particularly Hezbollah in Lebanon, but other proxies, is of extreme importance. Of course, the Gulf countries are a bit further away from Lebanon, but Lebanon is an important Arab country. Its future is of concern. And they're very much worried that Lebanon is now subjected to greater Iranian influence. In fact, it won't be an exaggeration to say that Lebanon is an occupied country. There is a militia, the Hezbollah, which is stronger than the Lebanese army. This militia is an extension of Iranian power. And Iran, in fact, is occupied, Lebanon is in fact occupied by Iran.
In Israel itself, how loud are the voices that oppose this rapprochement, I suppose you could call it, this pathway that we're on with the MOU and the eventual deal? How loud are those voices, and whose voices are being made most audible?
Ironically, both government and opposition are critical in different ways. The government makes no secret of the fact that it is unhappy with the MOU, with being kept away. And the opposition, of course, is criticizing the government for leading Israel to this position where we ended up a costly war with a questionable bottom line, and the crucial relationship with the United States is now jeopardized.
Okay. I mean, Iran calling this deal, just today I saw they've described it as America's declaration of defeat. I mean, of course they would say that, wouldn't they? But how do you think history will look back on it?
History would look back on the war as a failed war, because if you look at what the two main belligerents, the United States and Israel, wanted to achieve, they did achieve a degradation of Iran's military power and the ability to produce weapons and so forth. But Iran exploiting actually the issue of Hormuz and its ability, in fact, to destroy the energy infrastructure of the Arab countries of the Gulf, and demonstrating that it was willing to do that, at least in part, brought President Trump to the point where he decided that he wanted out because the war was not leading to what he wanted. And he looks at the November by-elections in the United States, the price of oil in the United States, and he wants this conflict ended and, in a way, back to normal.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Itamar Rabinovich, former Israeli
ambassador
to
the
the US. Thank you, sir. Now, the Republican-controlled Senate has passed a resolution calling on President Trump to end the war in Iran. So is patience within his own party starting to wear thin? Well, the conflict is now approaching its 5th month, and some observers say that cracks are beginning to show amongst Republicans. Well, the resolution is mostly symbolic, even though it has passed through both chambers of Congress, and it won't be sent to President Trump. And it also carries no legal weight. But still, the message is hard to ignore. President Trump has brushed it off, calling the measure meaningless and poorly timed. Well, today, the president is visiting Capitol Hill for a closed-door meeting with Republican senators. That'll be his first face-to-face meeting with them in more than a year. Well, Iran isn't the only issue causing divisions within the party. Other battles, including a controversial proof of citizenship voting bill, are also putting Republican unity to the test. Well, we can bring into the conversation now Angie Wong, who is a Republican strategist in Florida, who is also a friend of the program. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us, Angie. I'd like to start by asking you about the approval of a measure by the Republican-controlled Senate, a measure that demands that President Trump halt the war in Iran or else get congressional approval to carry on with it. That's a pretty rare rebuke, isn't it? I mean, do you think it's a significant rebuke?
Well, it's very rare given the timing. Understand, currently, President Trump has entered into a ceasefire as well as peace talks with the Iranian. So for the U.S. Senate to now pass a War Powers Act when they had months to do so, it's purely symbolic. And it's also meaningless because it goes nowhere. There's actually no legal or law authority that really follows that because the president will not be taking this on. And because of this particular type of resolution, it doesn't actually require the president to sign off on it. So it's purely symbolic. And many are saying that it's partly due to some sort of retribution because we are currently in primary season and President Trump and his team has gone after a few sitting members of the U.S. Senate and gotten them to lose their seats during the primary. So some of that is in play here, but ultimately I think Congress is just angry because President Trump has not consulted them all these weeks, months, while we're at war with Iran, and they want to have a say in anything that the president does now and any future talks, including any sort of concessions or any sort of peace deal. They want to make sure that they're included in all the negotiating and anything that comes of these peace talks.
I mean, shouldn't they have a say, Angie?
Yes, of course. I mean, they want to be there, but President Trump has largely navigated around Congress, around the Senate, and basically did what he wants. So I think he understands the end of the line is here. But luckily, if these next 60 days or so goes very well, we're not going to be at war. So I think, it's just poorly timed. The Senate could have done this months ago. They chose now to do it purely as a statement to get President Trump to the table.
Okay, a handful of Republicans, of course, joined Democrats in that Senate vote, 50 to 48, so pretty thin margin there. I mean, does that tell us anything? Does that tell us perhaps are we at the beginning of a new phase in relations between certain senators and their party, or are we seeing a more fractured GOP right now?
The GOP is always going to have these twists and turns, but the reality is someone like Bill Cassidy out of Louisiana, who President Trump just primaried out of his own seat, he voted no. right? He voted for the War Powers Act. So you have to understand the kind of like the intra-politics of all of this. And I think that there was always going to be some push-pull. But given now that there are real line items being discussed on what the future of Iran and the Middle East could look like, certainly it got the senators sitting up because they do not want to be cut out of these conversations. They want to be fully involved in these conversations for whatever means, whether it is for the good of the American people or for other means. We don't know. But they want to make sure that President Trump do not sideline anyone in Congress or the Senate in these talks.
The Pentagon's going to be asking Congress for $80 billion US dollars in the coming days. And most of that, I gather, is going to be towards funding the Iran war. I mean, do you think that funding could be in jeopardy here?
Well, and that's what today's meeting will be about. So President Trump will be having a closed-door luncheon with the GOP senators. And I think there's going to be a lot of wheeling and dealing that comes about. One of the asks will be for the $80 billion for the Pentagon, which I don't see real objections to it other than a few people who are holding out. But the reality is, we do have troops there. We do want to make sure that they're protected. And we want to make sure that Iran does not continue the nuclear program. So I don't think it's going to be a hard ask from President Trump, but certainly there will be senators who will be asking for something in return.
I mean, looking at the president's Truth Social account, I mean, he's pretty annoyed, I think it's fair to say, about what happened in the Senate, calling the War Powers Act vote, as you did as well, meaningless and also poorly timed. What sort of a reception do you think he's getting at lunch today?
I think it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, remember, he just went to war with a few members of the Senate, and now they're going to be losing their seat at the end of the year. So, he's going to be walking into that, but he's also walking into friendly territory where there's going to be plenty of GOP senators who are going to be very welcoming and kind to him. I think what President Trump wants out of this luncheon is to not only resolve this War Powers Act that, again, has no authority because he's not going to enact on it. But more importantly, he really wants to see how he can get the Save America Act, which is the voter ID bill, through the Senate. Senator John Thune, who's also the majority leader of the Senate, has already said he doesn't have the numbers. He's not going to do the filibuster. So it's kind of dead in the water. President Trump really, really wants this. I think that he's willing to make some concessions with the members of the Senate to actually get this passed. That's his ask, and I believe the senators will want to be included in a lot of these peace negotiations for whatever means. But I think that is really the best scenario that can come out of this luncheon.
Right, and the peace plan, the MOU with Iran, I mean, it hasn't gone down well, has it, with all people within the ranks of the Republicans in Congress? Some express skepticism. Some think, the war should never have started. Others think the war didn't go far enough and that now is not the right moment for peace. I mean, how loud are those kinds of voices?
Oh, there's always going to be oppositions to this, mainly because they're not really clued in to what is being discussed. Again, everything is being done under a cloak. And I think that's where the frustration comes from both houses in Congress. So I think that's where they want to be part of this conversation because it will be affecting the pocketbooks of Americans going down the line. And we want to know how much. And also the lobbyists and the industrial players, they also want to know, well, how do we make sure we win in all of this as well? So there's a lot of a mixed bag here. The MOU, there's really nothing other than words at the moment. Nothing is binding, and I think that's where we're stuck. And I think that's what President Trump's tweet was all about. You're in the middle of a peace talk. Why? We understand why Democrats would side with the Iranians and give them a gift to delay or give leverage to the Iranians against Trump. But why would 4 Republicans do so? And I think that's where President Trump is frustrated because he really thinks that he has leverage over Iranians and in the Middle East to do these talks in favor of an American favorable outcome. But because of this War Powers Act, it's giving the opposition a gift.
I mean, clearly there is discomfort in the ranks of the Republican Party about the the dialogue and the seeming kind of rapprochement, I think we could call it, between Tehran and Washington that we've seen, and much warmer language being used, the two sides. I mean, does that worry any key figures within the ranks of the GOP, especially those that might be more sympathetic to Israel?
I think that it worries people who don't really understand how to deal with Iranians. Clearly, President Trump and his advisors are well versed in this, and sometimes it does take force, and sometimes it takes a lot of strong arming leverage. And I think that, Americans, not everyone understands that that is a negotiating tactic. They take this verbatim, and I think that's where you're going to see a lot of the pushback. But, in regards to Israel, we're having, a big discussion about it right now because we just elected in New York anyway, a lot of Democrat socialists in last night's primaries that are, I think we can say the quiet part out loud, that are just completely against Israel. So I think that is factoring into what's happening with the November midterms because Israel has become a real sticking point in American politics today.
Right. It's something we do hear about quite a lot from vocal GOP figures and people on the sort of the fringes of the MAGA movement. Just looking at some numbers, I mean, the war is now entering its 5th month, well, nearly. And according to a poll, I saw a Reuters Ipsos poll that came out on Tuesday, it said that just 1 in 4 Americans think that this war against Iran was worth the cost. I mean, clearly a very unpopular war. What's the feeling in the ranks of the GOP right now? Is there a feeling that a serious drubbing is on the cards in the midterms?
Well, I can tell you internal discussions around congressional members who are facing a re-election effort in November. They want this war completely out of the news by the time early voting begins, in a few short weeks, mind you, because some states do have very, very early votings. So this is a sticking point for Republicans who are running elections this cycle. They don't think that it's very popular with Americans, mainly because, it has only been a few short months, but at the same time, we're feeling it in our pocketbooks. We're seeing it every time we fill up a gas tank, every time we go to the grocery stores. So I think that until that feeling is a little bit more secure and people feel like this war is coming to an end, there's always going to be that unease, and Republicans could be punished for that come November. So I think President Trump also understands that feeling, which is why he's delegated a lot of the Iranian talks to J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio so that he can refocus on domestic issues, back to the main street, because he understands in 5.5 months we have the midterm elections and Americans can't stomach another foreign policy crisis. They want to see results back home, and which is why you're going to start seeing more and more Trump rallies, as he did yesterday in Pennsylvania. He has to reassure American voters that we're fine, that oil prices will be steadied off, and that this was just very short-term pain for something that will benefit all Americans in the long term.
And just lastly, Angie, I mean, looking beyond the midterms, and picking up on the point you just made there about how President Trump is trying to delegate more to his vice president and also his Secretary of State, I mean, is there a risk that beyond the midterms, so looking forwards to how 2028 shapes up, is there a risk that this war ultimately damages the chances of the men you mentioned when it comes to the Republican ticket?
Yeah, certainly for J.D. Vance, he has to get this absolutely right. Not only does he have to deliver for his boss, Donald J. Trump, but he needs to be able to shape this into a win for himself if he has any chance for running for presidency in 2028. And this is probably his biggest test so far of his vice presidency. Now, he's going in, he thinks he's got all the parts. Certainly this War Powers Act doesn't help him very much, but he really needs to get this done. And it's now we're going to see whether or not J.D. Vance has the chops to deal with the Iranians and deal with foreign policy in general, because for the most part, what we've seen in the second Trump presidency is that Marco Rubio has been doing all the heavy lifting, and he has the smarts to navigate very seamlessly around the world.
Okay, Angie, I'm being told we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today. Always a pleasure having you on the program. Angie Wong, Republican strategist. Thank you again.
Thanks again, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. And until then, goodbye.
This is Randa Abulazm, and I would like to welcome President of Finland, Dr. Alexander Stubb, in this exclusive interview for Arabiya English. And of course, we welcome you with us on Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, you're here visiting Egypt, coming from Jordan, in a time where is the time of war in this area, the Iranian attacks on the Gulf countries, on Jordan, the closing of the Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz. So the timing and the significance of this visit, of your visit now, can you just shed light on that?
I think it's very important that me as a president coming from the north has good connections with this region. I've been to Egypt before, I've been to Jordan before in various capacities, but of course right now we live through very dangerous and precarious times around the world, and many of the conflicts that we see, whether it's Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, whether it's the US, Israel and Iran, or Iran and the Gulf states, or Israel and Lebanon, Israel and Gaza, Israel and the West Bank are interlinked. So for me it's been very important to hear the views of His Majesty the King of Jordan, or His Excellency the President of Egypt. And so I learn a lot during these trips, and then I can take this back to my European colleagues and friends and allies.
Of course, the current situation as regards the negotiations between the United States and Iran, Islamabad, is just surrounded by ambiguity, confusion. We're not sure if the negotiations will resume, will they would be able to make a deal, will the military will be used again.
Yeah.
So do you fear a worse scenario?
Well, obviously we work with many different scenarios. But if you look at the parameters or the landing zone of the negotiations, I would assume there are at least 4 issues. One of them is the enrichment of uranium, so nuclear weapons, and there probably a deadline, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years is what the Americans and Iranians are negotiating about. Second, proxies. How do you make sure that Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis are not used by the Iranians anymore in the future? Third, missiles. How do you limit? Because those are the missiles that have been flown into the region. And then, of course, finally, the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, we're now in a situation whereby the Strait of Hormuz was open, and now the Iranians have discovered that they can kind of use it as a nuclear weapon because it's 20% of global oil exports going through that strait. So hopefully they'll find a solution, but it looks very difficult right now.
You think it's very difficult?
Yeah, I think we are on a knife's edge. We don't know how these negotiations are going to end. I myself have actually spoken to the American negotiators over the weekend. They were carefully hopeful, but of course now we've seen that J.D. Vance didn't travel to Islamabad, so there's a little bit of back and forth. I guess the good news is that the ceasefire holds, but the bad news is that the Strait of Hormuz is not open, and we don't have a solution yet.
Okay, hypothetically speaking, if the war ends now, how long will the world economy recover?
It's difficult to say, and it depends on where you're from. A country like Finland doesn't get directly affected by exports of oil or fertilizers or food from this region. But indirectly we do, because, of course, of higher petrol prices, because of potential inflation, even the idea of increasing interest rates. But then if you are from this region, or if you are from Asia, you get hit much harder. So I do think that this will have ramifications, but the truth is, the sooner we're able to end this conflict, the smaller the ramifications. Example, COVID. COVID was long-term, and it hit us hard for a long time. We hope that this will be shorter term.
Okay, among European leaders, you are known for your close relationship with President Trump. I'm sure you've heard that before. Well, you have been described as Trump's best pal in Europe? Trump's whisperer. You played golf in Mar-a-Lago for 7 hours. Actually, you were described as the Gulf diplomacy and Europe's envoy to Mar-a-Lago. Well, given this friendship, could you mediate in this war between Iran and the United States?
Well, first of all, I don't want to inflate my role with the President of the United States. You have to remember the President of the United States is very much his own man. So I am privileged in the sense that I have a relationship with him. We're able to communicate, text, or call each other. But if I get one idea through out of 10, I'm very lucky. And usually the things that we discuss are a little bit out of this region. Icebreakers, which we sell to the United States, NATO, and then Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. So we haven't really spoken that much on Iran. And I don't think the Americans want Europeans as mediators. That's why they're using the Pakistanis. And actually previously the Egyptians and the Omanis as well. So I think this is more of regional mediation. Ukraine and Russia is a different story.
Of course, while Europe's leaders refuse to support the United States in this current war with Iran, what is Finland's position, especially since you have expressed solidarity with the Gulf countries and also Jordan that are facing Iranian attacks?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first thing I did was to express solidarity to the Gulf states after Iran attacked. And I have told my European friends, can you imagine if Russia were to send missiles and drones into, say, 12 European countries? We would probably call it a world war. So I called many of my friends and colleagues in the region. Now, Finland's position is the same as about 40 to 50 countries around the world, led by France and the UK, who want the Strait of Hormuz to be open, who want to respect the freedom of navigation. And our involvement will be very similar to what it has been in previous events like this, through Atalanta missions and others. But we don't really have any warships or anything like that we can send. And I think the European approach is that once we have a ceasefire and a peace agreement, if there is a necessity then to monitor that and to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz stays open, then we can come in and help together with our allies.
Okay, President Trump has also criticized his European allies for not supporting the United States during this war. Well, does Europe intend to redefine or rearrange its relationship with the United States? And could you mediate between the United States and Europe, given the proximity you have with the President?
Well, I guess the starting point is to say that, the war in Iran is different from what we have usually experienced, in the sense that there was no prior consultation of allies. It was very much an American and Israeli endeavor. Having said that, it is absolutely clear that we want to help the United States to solve it. And as an individual partner and an ally to the United States, I'm sure, much like the United Kingdom or anyone else, will try to help us as best we can. When it comes to US-Europe relations, I still believe very strongly in the alliance. And I know that, there are a few ripples in the relationship right now because of the language that's been used. But I think, we try to work on a close bilateral relationship, especially on defense cooperation with the United States. It's mutually beneficial. I mentioned the icebreakers that we sold to the US. We just bought 64 F-35s from the US. So we'll continue on that track. And then, of course, it's in our vested interest to keep the United States engaged in NATO. But we're realistic. We think that Europe should take more responsibility of its security. But I'm not going to give advice to NATO allies who've been there from the beginning. We've only been members for 3 years.
Yes, I'm talking now about NATO. When Finland officially joined NATO, driven by the security concerns after the Russian-Ukrainian war. You share a border with Russia around 1,300 kilometers. Well, President Trump has threatened to withdraw from NATO, but you stated that there are no indications of a U.S. withdrawal. Exactly. Are these confirmed assurances that President Trump or the United States will remain in NATO?
Yeah, I look at it from both a military and a political perspective. I think it's in the interest of the alliance, and more specifically of the United States, to have close allies. And the way in which I explain it is that Finland has 1,340 kilometers of border with Russia. In Lapland, above the Arctic, we are 100 kilometers away from the biggest nuclear arsenal in the world. And those nuclear weapons, whether they're in submarines or missiles or bombers, they are not directed at Helsinki, Stockholm, or Oslo. They are directed at Washington, D.C., New York, or Los Angeles. So therefore, it's in the vested interest that countries like Finland, Sweden, and Norway can continue to monitor and share intelligence with the United States what is happening with these nuclear weapons. Having said all of that, I think what will happen is a controlled burden sharing, where we will see probably less troops from the United States in Europe, some less conventional material, which will be replaced by Europeans, but I think that the alliance will stay strong because it's in the military and political interest of the United States to do that.
Well, if the United States, decides to withdraw, can we have a European NATO?
Well, I don't deal with hypotheticals because I think you need to deal with the world as it is. I think that's a good starting point. And of course, Finland has been a member of NATO only for 3 years, and we have one of the largest militaries in Europe. I think what we're striving towards is a more European NATO rather than a purely European NATO. So we need American presence, and we will continue to help the United States. The United States will continue to help Europe, but I just don't see the US withdrawing, despite the sometimes rather harsh rhetoric.
Okay, there is an upcoming NATO summit. We're meeting in Ankara in July. Do you think that the NATO, they will rectify the relationship with the United States?
I mean, let's go back just 2 summit meetings of NATO where I have been myself. The first one was with Joe Biden celebrating the 75th anniversary of the alliance in Washington, D.C. It was great. For me, it was the first time. The second one was in The Hague, only last summer. We increased our defense expenditure to 5%. That is historic. That's levels which are kind of higher than they were during the Cold War. And now this NATO summit in Ankara, obviously led by President Erdogan of Turkey, will be focused on burden shifting. In other words, the United States will ask, how much are you willing to take over? Right now it's about 60-40 US-Europe. We're probably moving towards 50-50 or 40-60. And then they will look, well, are you committed to the 5%? And all of us will say, who have been doing it, yes, we are. And then on top of that, there will be probably an embryo of a more European NATO. And finally, I would like there to be something on the Arctic as well, because I think Arctic security is super important.
Yes, of course. Well, there's a discussion about forming a multinational force to help secure navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Will Finland participate in this force? And such a force, will it be able to protect the ships or the navigation from any Iranian attacks?
Well, we have historically participated in different types of peacekeeping missions, including in the Red Sea and with the Atalanta, usually with a few officers, because we are professional in things that have to do with ice, so Arctic. Whereas, Strait of Hormuz and, say, Suez, they're a little bit different. But I'm sure we will participate in one way or another, but as a government in Finland, we haven't taken that decision yet. But of course, in due time, we will do that.
And will that mission be able to protect the navigation from Iranian attacks in the
That
future?
would be the aim. One of the problems we, of course, have is that the Iranians have discovered that they now have a de facto nuclear weapon by closing the Strait of Hormuz, and they don't need to enrich any uranium for that. And I hope that we can come back to the tenets of international law, freedom of navigation, and keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I think it benefits everyone.
Okay. There's a European summit in Cyprus next Friday that will be attended by the Egyptian president, also the Jordanians and the GCC Council, the Syrian president. This will address the repercussions of this war on Europe. what do you think can come out of this?
Okay, I think what's happening now is we are seeing a realignment of power in the world. And for me, that means that the United States has a new type of a foreign policy, and they can have that. That is their choice. Russia has an old type of foreign policy. And the question is, what should Europe and this region do together? I think it's time for us to deepen our economic cooperation, deepen our security cooperation, even deepen our defense cooperation. And I think Egypt is in a super important role here because, of course, it is sort of in the middle of it all in the Horn of Africa, North Africa, Middle East, and with a link to Europe. So the closer we can bring the Middle East and this region to Europe, the better.
I think we're running out of time, but I still have a few questions. One of them, of course, about Russia. Have the U.S.-led peace talks between Russia and Ukraine reached the dead end?
They are right now in an impasse, probably for two reasons. One is the war in Iran. The Americans are preoccupied on that because the two main negotiators are dealing with that. And the second one is an unwillingness of Russia to forge peace. There is a 20-point plan, but there are still outstanding issues. We work on three case scenarios. One is that the war continues, two is that we get peace, or three is that one or the other party is weakened. We believe that scenario one, the war will continue, and Ukraine is in a much, much stronger position than they were a year ago.
Okay, why has Finland not officially recognized the Palestinian state, despite the fact that you are supporting the two-state solution?
We support the two-state solution. We're looking for decisions that are based on international law, the borders of 1967. We do a lot of humanitarian aid. The Finnish constitution is such that the government proposes a recognition and the president decides. And as president, I have told the government that I would be willing to recognize a Palestinian state. The government, with two parties against, two in favor, haven't come to a conclusion. But this is a question of time. Finland will recognize Palestine when the time is right from a Finnish perspective.
Okay, of course, we've heard about the Gulf diplomacy. There is also the sauna diplomacy, the very famous Finnish sauna. Which is more effective from your point of view?
Probably in golf you spend more time with your counterpart, about 4 hours, whereas keeping a foreign dignitary in a sauna for 4 hours at 100 degrees, I think I would call it torture.
Can you try this with President Trump?
I think I'll stick to the golf course. But sauna is wonderful because it's the only international word that comes from Finnish, and everyone knows what it is.
Okay, Finland is one of the happiest countries in the world. So 8 years ago you gave a speech about how to achieve happiness. Given the circumstances now after 8 years and you're president and you're touring the world, are you still able to maintain your happiness?
I am personally. I think happiness comes from meaning, and I feel that right now I have a meaningful task as President of the Republic, which has an impact both in Finland and globally. And I'm of course very happy that Finland has been ranked the happiest country in the world for 8 years running. And I think it really comes down to basics. You know, we have an equal society, we have a good education system, and we have a love for nature. So let's keep smiling and keep meaning in life. I'm quite happy.
President Alexander Stubb, thank you very much for giving us this interview, and thank you for watching this interview on Arabiya English.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
You can come with all the formations and tactics in the world. They don't like you. They're going to run.
So just give me the ball and I'll do this. And
Yeah.
in the net, but
They're looking like face to face, like they want to go and do a bit of jiu-jitsu with him or something. Yes, boys, great to be back. I think we should start at Arsenal, an absolute massive, pivotal game, in my opinion. In the London derby, they beat Chelsea. Arsenal are now 5 points clear, but City have a game in hand, so it's still really much in the balance. But it felt, Bridgie, like a big win for them, didn't it?
oh, it's massive for them.
Yeah.
It's, you know, they've obviously struggled to win anything over the last few years, but you think something has to change at a point. have, learned from their lessons. So, I was devastated day one, to be honest.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what I mean? One, they're playing Chelsea, and I don't want them to win the league.
I know.
But I'm like, is there something they've got this time where they've got a little bit more of a winning mentality and can see games out?
I know what they got.
You read my notes.
Go on. What have they got?
They got set pieces.
Yeah, that's what they got.
16
goals from set pieces, the top in the league. And it does feel like that, doesn't it? When you're watching the game and there was like, it was almost like, remember when you used to play against Stoke or your Boltons and used to get like a free kick?
Yeah.
And everyone was to stop. Everyone goes stop, and then everyone gets set up like, and you're playing against it, and you prepare all week against a Sam Allardyce team or a Tony Pulis team. You go, right, we know this is going to happen. If we concede a foul in the midfield, someone nicks a foul, there's no chance of them going, right, let's get it on and play. They're stopping it, setting it up. You're jogging back, and it's getting shelled into your box. So it's not quite 1990 Sam Allardyce and Tony Pulis and that, but I remember once seeing Declan Rice calling over. Who took the throws from the left? Was it Hincapie? Who's got the throws at Arsenal? Anyway, like calling over for it was a really long throw, and they're all just on it, the lads, aren't they?
Yeah. Do you know what it is like? See, like Sam Allardyce days, Tony Pulis definitely.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where it was the norm.
Yeah.
So when we'd play those teams, and there'd be a few of those type of teams.
Yeah.
You'd set up in training. You actually practice it.
Yeah.
Practice how to defend against it.
Yeah.
And you probably had the players as well back then with the physicality to be able to handle it. Do you know what I mean? Now I think the players physically probably just not. They can't handle being roughed up like that. So when I see Gabriel dominating in the box, and heading it back across goal. And then obviously it's a free for all there,
right?
And it's come off the defender and gone in, right?
Yeah.
But that first contact, you've got to actually put him off at least. But they didn't even. Chelsea didn't even have that physicality to be able to do that. Didn't know where he was, and he came round the back, and then he had a free header to knock it across the box.
I think the physical side is quite difficult though, because you know what it's like these days. Penalties can be given a lot easier than what they were.
Yeah.
But I also think the way the man marking it, I think it's quite hard.
Yeah.
And especially when you've got people who are man marking,
So
and
what
they're
would you
looking at the
rather?
man,
Yeah.
and they're not even looking at the ball.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's so. If you were looking at me,
but
it's so easy to
Arsenal
just do a side
Arsenal
and
do
head
that
it.
more than Chelsea weren't doing that. Chelsea were trying to play the ball.
So is that
There's a
Arsenal
couple of times that they didn't know.
Yeah.
But that is for me. Like let's go back to our era, right? And how you was taught to defend, right? If you was marking, it was open hand, so you blocking like that. If you grab that, you be careful. It's a foul.
Yeah.
Like that, and it's like always keep your eye on the ball and the man. So I think the big change now is referees are allowing. They're not looking at the ball. They're looking like face to face, like they want to go and do a bit of jiu-jitsu with them or something. So and it's the
martial arts.
the comedy, the comedy and the ridiculousness of it, right? The referee, you see him coming over to and he's like, none of this, and they're all like going, yeah. As soon as the ref walks out the box, they're just looking at him like, and they're like, grab it, and he's fighting, and the ref.
We saw the example with Rice when he was just grappling.
Yeah.
The attacker, and I was thinking, you can't be doing that, surely, because in my
anywhere-
days, if
anywhere
you're not
else-
looking at the ball, you're done.
Anywhere else on the pitch,
Exactly.
and he's doing that, and it comes off his arm.
Absolutely.
It's free kick or it's something.
So I thought Chelsea were quite unlucky in that respect, but because they didn't do enough in open play, and score the goals, that's why they came up short.
It just looks like ridiculous, doesn't it? Look, it comes in, and once the ball's in the box, it's like a tree hugging festival.
Yeah.
They're all just stood hugging each other. You're just
Tree
like,
hugging festival.
What's
Do they
going
have
on?
festivals?
Yeah, there is a tree hugging festival.
there?
I think, yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. People tree hug, don't they? There's bound to be.
Yeah, but
Really?
at the festival, you can just go out.
I bet there's a
go
tree
out
hugging
and hug a tree on the way
Someone
home.
Google, find out if it's a tree hugging
Can we do
festival.
that, please?
There can't be a festival.
There will
for
be.
Okay, two things. It's crap football, and we get on to what it is for the viewer afterwards. And how do you stop it? I've got some views on how to stop it, and the reason I think it's one of them. And this is what I hate about the referee union and everything. That they're so slow to move. Clearly, this is affecting the games. There's something that's gone from top down where they're allowing this. The only way to stop it is you go right. from this weekend in the Premier League, bang, we're giving penalties away for holding. You're going to give penalties away, and you're going to give bookings, and it's going to be a mayhem for 2 weeks. But after a week or maybe two,
they'll stop.
Unless you're a really stupid player, you're going to stop.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So that's my opinion on that.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
It needs to come top down though. But the referees are just burying their heads in the sand, and they'll deal with it in the summer.
I just think you got to be strict. It's a penalty.
Just
say penalty.
Yeah.
It's always been
there could be loads of penalties in the first couple of weeks, but it soon stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you know you can't. And then maybe teams going to sat when. Well, I can't mark him. That
but it's a foul.
Can't do this, and
it's a foul
then
anyway.
You might have just two teams just trying to go and win the ball rather than just.
I just think it's a foul. I just think it's a foul anyway. Like you have to look at the ball. You can't not be looking at the ball. It's a foul. So as soon as you do that,
get stricter with it.
Yeah. Really. So VAR, come on, man, get your finger out. You know that's always been a foul. So what's changed now? You can't not give it. It's just the way football is. There's not been a rule change to say you're not allowed to do that. That you're allowed to do that now. There's not been a rule change to say that because you never was allowed to do that. So what's changed? Why are you being lenient?
Yeah, I don't know. But we get to the bottom of that, and referees in particular. We had a couple of run-ins with them at the weekend, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
The group later.
There's one of us here that's always in trouble.
Yeah, one of us
not
here.
Always in trouble.
Grassroots. Be aware of him.
Okay. At the end of the day, it's not great football, is it?
Nah, Coley, listen. It's. I think the way football's gone now is. I was looking at a stat the other day on how many players on the pitch get the most touches in a game, and it's become undeniable that the ball players, the ones that actually have the skill, the entertainment factor, are getting less and less touches. I'm thinking the defenders are getting the most touches out of everybody on the field, the centre halves. And that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Because they're not supposed to be the most technical. They're not the most technical on that football pitch. But somehow they're getting the most touches on a football pitch on match day. Yeah. That's worrying. Yeah. And that's why we're probably seeing no flair, because the boys that actually have the flair... Look, remember we had Grealish that used to run games for Aston Villa. Yeah. We used to have all types of... We saw Morgan Gibbs-White this weekend, when he's allowed to be free, scoring a worldie.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We're not seeing enough of it. Remember, even when we look back, we talk about players that Harry Redknapp had in his squads, Sam Allardyce had in his squads. You always give a Kocher the ball. Always just feed him the ball.
Yeah.
No one's finding the top players in their team. Chelsea are trying to do it. You can see they're always trying to get Cole Palmer on the ball. But now I just think, because it's such a game where it's just efficiency now.
Do you know?
Don't turn over possession all the time, or else you're going to be probably conceding a goal, because that's how good the get. It's too much worrying. Let's let the game be free.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean,
let
the game be free. But I do like the fact that when I played in France, and I played sort of in the sort of midfield position, and you're always taught stay away from the ball, like stay in the pocket. So sometimes you'd be frustrated as a number 10 or a winger if the ball's not coming to your side. And I was terrible at it. I'd go roaming and trying and get on the ball. But then people would always tell me not to. Yeah. But I had a manager in France, in Lille, Rudy Garcia. He actively encouraged me to go and get the ball like off the centre half. He said, if you feel the game's that way where they're dropped off, he said, go and find the pockets. You know, like in the left-back position or right-back position. He's the first manager to do that with me. And I was like, he said, because I want you on the ball, even if you're far away from goal. He said, you get the goal, you might try and punch it between the line and follow it and get a 1-2. Yeah. And I was like, so he gives you did he give me freedom? I was like, to express yourself. I was strong in it a little bit. I was going to get it off the keeper and everything, but it was beautiful. It was like,
but we give him a yard, it takes a while.
We played beautiful football, and it was like, it was a real joy and fun to play, and I'm sure the fans liked watching that Lille team. But you're right; it comes down. It's from the managers pushing. You know,
when's the last player, say, Chelsea had? So Chelsea has Cole Palmer. They've always had Cole Palmer. They had Hazard. Do you know what I mean? Had yourself. You've had people that can express themselves on the ball. Man City, When we talk about David Silva.
Well, he played for the best team who even though Southampton, they were a team of players that would give the ball to Letizia. You told me that your manager said it, right?
Yeah, it's a bit like, have you seen Escape to Victory?
Pele's
in, and they're doing a team talk, just give me the ball and I'll do this and put it back in the net. But,
and what does that do for the team as well? The sense of direction.
Don't get me wrong, we could go and get absolutely battered and Tiz has played and he'd walk off and still get a round of applause and he ain't done anything.
Yeah.
But he was that player that he kept Southampton up for seasons, you know what I mean, with all his goals.
Yeah.
But I think with football, look, they're athletes, right? They're really good athletes, so they're quick. But I think the game's slowed down a little bit.
It's in bursts.
Yeah, there's little bursts every now and again, but it's like, if they win the ball, usually you used to think, right, if you were in the hole, you see something, right, you give it to them.
Yeah.
Now it's like they win the ball, go, right, let's just go back.
They turn out.
So they're not having as many touches because they're just, it's to slow it down a little bit and get set up rather than just go on, let's have a go and
counter-attack of football's coming from a lot deeper now.
And is that
so
because
they win the game?
Were players more attack-minded? Like the attackers you had, they're ready to just go. If the ball breaks, go. You have Lamps breaking forward.
Or is the defending really good now and positioning? Like you can look at it.
We'll have a look at it. We'll work it out next week. We need some.
We've got one eye on it.
Listeners, we'll come back to you.
We're trying to work it out on the job. It's not happening. We're just trying to think what's going on. We want to make the game more exciting.
We do want to make the game more exciting, and I just want to say, what do you think Chelsea is showing signs of improvement under Rossini? What do you make, Bridgie, of this Chelsea? He's had 10 games, just over 10 games.
13 games.
13 games, yeah.
Well, they've got some good results.
Yeah. Which is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Which is the most
They've
important.
lost
3.
three.
Yeah.
13 games.
Lost three.
He's won the games he should win.
It's all been against Arsenal.
Yeah, I think...
It's all
been,
and I
3 games against Arsenal.
I think that's... You want to see something from them against that Arsenal team, don't you? I didn't feel like... I didn't feel like they're going to get a result.
No, that's my thing. I never felt it. You said I didn't feel it, but I just want to go and ask you.
And I wanted. Do you know what? And it's not me. I really wanted to. I was trying to, but I just couldn't see it.
Right. And this is a problem for Chelsea now. Discipline. It's a hard one. Discipline. Listen, they've got the most red cards in the Premier League this season, so you can't say that there isn't an issue. There is clearly an issue, and I thought Neto's tackle was first of all the tackle of a winger, because I've been it myself, but also the tackle of somebody who was frustrated because he got outpaced, and
I think it's worse.
Yeah,
I think you're giving him grace. I think it was laziness.
Really?
I think he was lazy. He knew he had to run some yards back.
Yeah.
So I think he's forgotten that he was on a yellow already because it happened so soon.
So discipline, right? Yeah.
Discipline. He was like, "Nah, I'm scared. I'm gonna just try and win it now."
Yeah.
And doing that, he's gone and taken the guy out. That no one in your right mind. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta be with him. I don't want to run that far.
Yeah,
it's me and him on a horse race. Yeah? I can't do it. Yeah. So I would have to go early, but I think he made his decision because he didn't want to do that. But he's quick as well, so he should want to run back. So I think it's laziness.
Okay, you think it's laziness?
I think it's laziness.
But the team as a whole, the disciplinary problems, where do you think that comes from?
Well, it comes from the manager, but it comes from the team as well. It comes from all of you.
All
you're doing is and you're just letting each other down.
Yeah. But again,
there's no maturity there.
Again,
maturity.
Again, if you're a senior player and you're going in there, you look at some of the ones where it's been like that, soft ones, and then you're going, boys, like, are we going to be this petulant consistently and kill ourselves by having a player sent off? Do you know what I mean? Like, I want fire and I want a little bit of that into the game, but. Boys, it has to come from. I think it's the culture and it gets set by the senior players. But we'll move on with that anyway. So, in summary, Arsenal were good for their win.
Very good.
Chelsea, they're still performing.
They've won ugly.
And
look, if that was a Mourinho team, when Mourinho was at Chelsea, you'd say, so what? And everyone would say, oh, he parked the bus, or he done this, or he done. Like, there's ways of winning, and they've won ugly and they've won with.
That's what you need to do if you want to win the league.
Yeah, they've won with set pieces, and fair play to them. This is their style. If they win the league, and you're not going to remember that game. You're going to say, "Well, they won the game."
True.
To bed.
Very, very true. We're going to go up to Old Trafford again. A massive win, 2-1 for Manchester United. They started the game really poorly. They really did. But first of all, I think Michael Carrick's he's producing. It's been a masterclass on how to revitalise a team, and surely they've got to give him the job now. 6 wins and a draw from his 7 matches. Gary Neville, interestingly, says Carrick is in the box seat, but they should look for the best class of manager available. And I don't know what that means, and I'm going to say that because when Amorim come in, Coley, I thought I was the only sane person in the building. Everyone was going, we got this wizard from Portugal who's done this with Sporting Lisbon, and he's got the way his team plays and everything. I'm like hold on, boys. He's a young manager. Sporting Lisbon, Manchester United. It was like everyone forgot that there's a risk in anybody. You could go and get best. He was best in class in terms of results and achievement to what his budget was. In European football, then they've gone and got that, put him in, give him everything. You can't say he wasn't given everything. He said it himself. I'm signing players, blah, 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 and all that. And then I don't know if there is a non-risk. I don't know I don't know why.
You don't know what he means. I don't understand why. What would be the problem? I mean, you've got someone that's getting results. What, you want more than that? What more do you want? And he's not a risk.
Yeah.
He's not really a risk, is he? Because
he knows the club.
He's probably not going to be on as big a contract as what a big manager's going to be on.
Yeah. And
also, what other manager are you going to get?
Exactly.
You might get a big name in, and you might even do well with the players you've got. It's going well. Everything's going. And when I look at it, I don't know. I'm not around it enough, but I get a feeling when you see him, like he's brought the best out of people. He's making them feel good about themselves. They've got a bit about them.
Yeah,
and that ain't easy to get. Like, not all players will like a manager that comes in. So if it's going well, why change it?
It actually don't matter who the manager is, just that the players respond to the manager.
Yeah,
that's as simple.
Well, you mean in terms of stature? Yeah. Are the players responding to the manager?
I think a manager matters.
You can come with all the formations and tactics in the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't like you. They're not going to run. It's as simple as that. Yeah. So first of all, you got to get the buy-in from the players. Yeah. As in, will I run for this guy? Do I like him? How's he treated me? Is he looking at me in my eyes?
No, I don't think like that. I would never think like that.
Listen, these boys nowadays, they think like that. See us lot, yeah? We were the hardened lot.
Yeah.
These lot need an arm around them now.
Yeah.
Listen, I got my son. He's like, I don't want to play for that manager. Because he's not doing this. He's not. They're so not weak mentality. They prefer the person now. That's why I say most of these boys are really got loads of attributes, skills. Some of them probably more technical than the average player in our days. You know what I mean? But what they respond to is the human nature and how they're treated and how they feel about you. That's why you're seeing, and it's quite blatant with Man United. It's the same bunch of players. What's changed?
Well,
tactics.
He's changed the system.
System, yeah. But you still got to run about.
Yeah.
You still got to run about. They down tools, these boys.
They did down tools under Amorim.
They down tools.
No.
Tactics is an important thing, knowing when to press. We're not going to press in as a team. You have to.
So that's a factor.
A little bit.
Of course, no, definitely.
Comes into play.
Definitely. But the first and foremost, see, like I remember having Gianfranco Zola.
Yeah.
He come in, and the way he made people feel
at West Ham,
the way he made people feel, and even though it wasn't going great, we still wanted him there.
Yeah.
And we're still trying, although sometimes probably tactically set up wasn't right for what he had at his disposal, and he probably wanted to change things. But the players still loved him and wanted to do well for him. Now, when you're seeing a manager that's going on saying, well, he's got to do better, he's got to do better, he's got to do better, and berating the team, that creeps in eventually, and then you're going to lose the team. Michael Carrick has come in and is given that good feel factor first. Then the players will try that tactic that he's trying to employ. Do you know what I mean? And it's just the way it is. It's the human
So
nature of it.
I agree with you, right? And I think you're saying the same thing. The tactical switch he's gone to go over back four, playing Mainu and Fernandes and getting players in their correct position that they've made, you know, like Luke Shaw at left back and Harry Maguire with playing in the two and da-da-da. So that's become a factor. The fact that he's got the players on board, I think we said it last week, but I think bringing Johnny Evans in, who knows the group because he was with them, I think that was genius. Jonathan Woodgate, who by all accounts is a fantastic coach as well and a good person. Yeah. Darren Fletcher, so there's a core that understand the group. So there is all of that. And then on the flip side is like, from the perception of the media, like if Michael, how can I explain this? Right, so Michael Carrick, there's a lot of Manchester United voices in the media. Like I think Roy Keane said, even if he wins every game, he wouldn't give him the job. So I don't know where the land lies in where you go.
Well, say who you'd give it to then.
Yeah, well, that's
someone that's qualified. He's saying, but like, what makes you qualified nowadays? Because they've had all the managers already.
Van Gaal, Mourinho,
like,
David Moyes.
They've run out of managers.
Ten Hag,
Chelsea run out of managers.
You know what they're all going to say? Or it's too soon. It's too soon. So you get 3 games in, it's too soon. You get 6 games in, it's too soon. You get 10 games in. Even if you get to 15, 20 games, it's never going to be enough for him, is it?
Can I ask? This is my. I think, like, and I always have to check my bias here a little bit because he's my mate and we all want him to do well. But for me, if I'm Manchester United, I'm looking at the 2 other great clubs in Spain. They've brought players in through their B team, so less experienced in management than Michael Carrick when they took over at Real Madrid and Barcelona. One was Pep Guardiola. And one was Zinedine Zidane. And what do they have in common with Michael Carrick? The top players that have played at that club, that knew everything within the club. So Michael's actually in a better position, experience-wise, than when them 2 got the job at their big clubs. And I think you got to stop applying. You got to stop applying normal logic to big, huge clubs. Because playing for Manchester United has to have a feel to it, the same way that playing for Liverpool does, that playing for Chelsea is. They're not normal clubs. So having someone in that position who understands the club, I think is an absolute no-brainer. On top of what he's doing at the moment, that he should be getting the job at the end of the season and rebuilding that club properly from the roots. Quick question, yes or no, will he be Manchester United manager in August?
He should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will be.
Yeah, me too. I think he should be and I think he will be. Right, VAR, another week. Another load of nonsense, this time at Burnley. First of all, big up to both teams, Burnley and Brentford, and the manager. It was a brilliant game. Nobody would have thought to themselves, game of the weekend will be at Turf Moor.
I felt for Burnley.
Turf Moor's never seen that.
Turf Moor's never seen, yeah.
They've never seen so much
goals. I
goals.
saw the people of Burnley smiling.
Mate.
Yeah.
I felt for
enjoying the game.
I felt for Scotty so much.
I know.
Yeah.
The pubs around there must have been like, do you know what? It was a good game. When you go out, when you go to the pub afterwards, you have a little roundup of how it went.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
And I love that game.
Yeah.
It was an entertaining game, one that I'll never forget. So many goals. Was it 9 goals in it?
I don't think Burnley
was
fans
it 8
get
goals?
over it that quickly.
There was disallowed goals.
There's loads of goals.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Refereeing and VAR, it's just become a joke.
I'll quickly read it out. So Burnley had 2 goals knocked off to unbelievably tight decisions. Then Ashley Barnes' equaliser was not given. VAR deemed there was an accidental handball from Barnes. The decision took nearly 5 minutes.
I don't think it hit his hand.
I've got a lot of heat for saying that these refs looking like they need to get out of the gym, stop lifting weights, and start getting the decisions right.
Yeah,
nobody needs to see your biceps.
Go on, Joe. Go on.
Go on. Stop wearing your missus' tops, yeah?
You hit them now, then. It's because they look better than me or nothing.
Yeah. No, but
they're so inconsistent, and it's even worse. The VAR bit. It's just it annoys me, mate. Yeah, it really annoys me.
Oh, mate. So the VAR, it happened this weekend.
Yeah.
Like, go back to Arsenal game.
Yeah.
The punch in the head.
Yeah.
From the back, from the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Rewind 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Areola.
Yeah.
Gets done with a punch.
Yeah.
And he knocks off someone's head.
Yeah.
Misses the ball. So it's a penalty for him, but it ain't a penalty for the Arsenal lad. Do you know what I mean? So we've got to have some kind of consistency.
So the Barnes one, let's stick with the Barnes one because I think that sums it up lovely, Bridgie.
That one hit his
hit. Ball's into the box.
Yeah.
It's not clear it's hit hip or hand.
It doesn't matter.
But even if it hits his hand,
it's definitely his
even if it's hit his hand, right? There's no. It's not.
Where's his body? Where's his hands supposed to be?
His hands are in the right position.
Yeah.
It's come out of the sky.
Yeah.
He's clear. Like, if you know football, you know Ashley Barnes. It's either hit him on his hand, right, and which he can't do nothing about. It's dropped and he's put it in the net, or if he's got some awareness because of the way the trajectory of the ball, you're just letting the ball go because it's into a danger. Do you know what I mean? So he hasn't. It's not on purpose. He's hit his hand, and if you flip it. It might have it. Okay.
Well, even benefit of the doubt.
I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt. Play devil's advocate,
Don't
right?
give him the benefit of the doubt, Joe.
No,
but they're going to start thinking.
Trying to help him,
right? So, but even that. Say, for instance, you're blocking a shot and you're a defender, and your body's down there, and the kid hits the ball against your arm. It's not a penalty. And do you know what I mean? So it's like.
No, but they're giving them as well now.
They're giving them if it's. Out of the silhouette.
Out of.
But they've messed up the handball decision.
But even if your hand is like that and you're going to tackle and it hits your hand, they're giving that too. They've been giving it if it's going into the goal.
His goal was given by the ref, and then they've changed it. But I don't get how when you can't really say 100% that's his hand.
Listen.
They need to give linesmen as well a bit more of a voice.
Yeah, give linesman a voice.
Yeah.
Hashtag.
I think linesmen, because they see a different angle to everybody else.
Just don't give them at a voice.
I think refs and linos are probably a bit happier that all this has come in.
Yeah?
Well, maybe, because it takes it off their back.
They're trying to put a law on something which is sort of lawless, because how can you define accidental and non-accidental? And if it's accidental, like, if it drops to me and I put it in, I'm going to get penalised. If it's accidental and it drops to my teammate and he scores, they're going to allow that. I think that's correct. Like,
mate, is that what it is? Because I think that's a grey area then. Because
grey areas.
It's all accidental. It's all accidental. It's not.
Leave it to the ref's discretion. Maybe.
It's all accidental. So it should. Like, if something comes in my face and hits my face and then hits my arm. Because I've gone like that, it's hit my arm because I've got my natural reaction is to cover my face, isn't it? Like, but it hits my arm and goes. I can understand that's gonna be deemed as not a goal because I've moved my hand towards the ball. But if the ball hits my hand and goes in, that's not my fault.
Listen,
do you know what I mean? That's not my fault.
I think we need to abort this one. It's too complex.
We need someone whose next footballer's come in and rewrite the rule book, I reckon.
Yeah. But it's actually a good segment into a little bit about the weekend with referees. You want to explain what happened?
I have to now, don't I?
Yeah.
Well, it came down to just me doing something I shouldn't have done, really. I had to go home and have a look in the mirror. Apologise to the parents and the team and that. Do you know, it wasn't just me.
He apologised to himself.
Yeah, I had to take a look at yourself, mate. It wasn't just me, but do you know what it is? The refereeing was just, it was so bad. And I'm literally just like, I don't know why people bother sometimes.
So where were you? Who was you watching?
It was basically, we should have had 2 penalties, then a throw-in's gone the wrong way. Parents, kids football, under 12s, under 12s.
Oh, okay.
And they're a good group of kids as well, work really hard for each other, and the parents are good, and it's like a top of the table-ish clash. I think they're 4th, but they've got 2 games in hand, but we're 9 points clear.
Okay.
Anyway, the ref's usually really good ref, and I'd had one of them weekends where ref wasn't very good on the Saturday either for the kids' game. The referee's been atrocious all weekend. But anyway, should have had a penalty, then should have had a second penalty, then the throw-in's gone the wrong way, and then another throw-in's gone the wrong way, then there's like an offside, and, I'm very encouraging with the kids, but then I let something out about the ref, which you probably shouldn't do at grassroots football, really. And it kind of created probably a bit more commotion.
Yeah, because it's coming from Wayne Bridge.
Words, and basically the ref had enough and just stormed off, basically.
It's because it's coming from you.
No, it wasn't just
you're
me.
A Premier League.
I'm not going to take all of it. I did a little bit.
You're an England international.
Yeah, I know I should have done it.
So your word...
And I said sorry.
Listen, mate, your word
That's
means
a fair
so
point,
much. No, but... Did you say sorry?
I did say sorry, yeah. I haven't managed to say sorry to the ref yet because he stormed off, but I apologise to everyone else and the club, because you shouldn't really do it. Do you know what I mean? No, when it's your kids, I think you get emotionally,
embroiled in it.
The unjust part.
Do you know what it is? You've got a real strong, what's the word, of a feeling of injustice. Like, you can't leave injustice. It's one of your endearing things. Like, it is, because, like, if you'll stick up for your people, and you don't like injustice, but then when it's in sport and
it comes across really bad.
Yeah.
Especially as it's kids football and it's grassroots football. It's I think as you feel a certain something when they're your own kids or when they're kids in general, when there's an when there's an
I've got something for you.
Do you know what I mean? But it's hard, isn't it? I didn't actually get the blame in the end. Some other guy actually got sent away, but I don't actually think he said anything.
Oh, really? Mistaken identity? Who's walking around on Sunday mornings looking like Wayne Bridge?
The guy got sent off. I thought he had a baby on his chest, like you know, one of them things, but it wasn't. It was a doll. So
what? He had a doll?
He had a doll, so he must have had a little daughter with him. He's got this doll stuck there.
Oh, right.
And the rest sent him off. It just
slandering
weird him walking off with this little doll in front of him.
What's happening around your area, bro?
Oh, it's nice down my area.
Do you know what? Talking about injustice, right? I know exactly how you feel, right? I embarrassed my daughter about 5-6 years ago on sports day, right? So she's in the 100-meter sprints, right? And right, and I'm at the finish line.
Yeah.
It's a photo finish. Yeah. She's clearly won it. I got the VAR. But they've given her like second off, and I'm like, nah.
Have you gone over?
I've gone over to the tent. Like the teacher's going, I'm like, come on, she's won that. Do you know what I mean? And I'm thinking, there's no way this is making me look like normal or sane because it's kids. But when it's your own, like her little face, I went, yeah, you won it, and you could see her winning it, and they still didn't give her it.
The worst thing about what the game Saturday was, I was going to referee the game as well. Because they never had a ref. So I was like, I don't want to do it.
Okay.
But I'll do it.
Who's going to do it?
And but the only reason I don't want to do it is because I'm going to be fair. So like my kids' team, they're thinking I'm going to be biased. I went, no chance.
Yeah, cool.
I went to them like, half hour for kill. Keep your arms down. No pushing, no shoving. Because I'll have to give it. Yeah. So the only thing I was worried about was them having a go at me for giving free kicks because I was going to be fair. And then you watch a referee game and just like, I know it's a hard job.
It's so hard, man. I've
done
linesman. I've run the line before.
Have you?
You just got to concentrate. You just got to concentrate.
I can't run anyway, but I was just trying to time it where I can see everything.
Yeah.
But even if I put my flag up,
and
they're over there. So I didn't get it. So I was like, do you know what? I'm not doing this ever again. I'm not. It's
worst job in Sunday mornings.
Decision-making.
Being given the flag to run the line is horrible.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
You can't
I'd
win.
rather run the line because it's quite easy. If offside, it's offside, isn't it?
Really?
Nah, but
I'd like to have a go at refereeing.
Mate,
I'd like to think I'd be good.
Mate, my one of my friends, one of the dads, Tom. Big up to Tom.
Big up, Tom.
He I give a decision against our lads, which I thought was correct. Right, an offside decision like 3 years ago, and when we have a drink every now and then, he brings it up.
Wow.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like it
scarred him.
He scarred, because I think I might have
Do you know what?
Mate, one of our
fair
dads.
play to the referees. Like, we see you on a Sunday, and it must be so intense making decisions up in the elite level, in the Premier League, the best league in the world.
Yeah,
you know, so we've got to give it to them. I know they're getting paid.
No, it's hard.
They're highly paid now, but things can still be better.
Yeah.
And you need to start looking at yourself.
Do you know what? I'd rather.
It's hard.
I'd rather they made a decision.
Yeah.
Like VAR goes
and own it.
And if they make a mistake, they can hold their hands up.
Yeah.
No, I just think that's better.
I'm happy with that.
I'd happily go back to that.
The refereeing can't get worse with devices and applications now. That's what's going on.
That's what's happening. They're making it worse.
They're making it worse.
Well, listen, technology has made the world better. That's actually another segment. Worse, I think so anyway.
Do you think?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I do, yeah. Social media, worst thing ever.
Technology. Amount of time our kids spend outside. I'm lucky with Carl. We spend loads of time outside, but I think it's easy for kids and easier to stay in now.
Yeah.
I reckon it's just.
We'll be trying to get on algorithms to get.
How have we got to this?
Anyway, another thing at the weekend, we didn't go. We went to the pub.
Yeah.
You couldn't go.
You couldn't
go. You know. I got a lot of heat for choosing the pub at the end of my road.
Yeah. But listen, the thing about Coley, right?
I wasn't there to lead the crew, was I?
No, we asked what makes a good pub. Yeah, we missed you, man. We did miss you.
So basically, I'll tell you something about Coley, right? So he likes to be in comfortable surroundings.
Yeah.
So
I like a bit of...
If it's anywhere, if it's 25 yards down the road, he'll be there.
You've gone to like a posh bar, like nice Scotch eggs, like a proper.
It was nice
eating.
food, though,
lovely.
Golly, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was
made in
food.
Chelsea. Crew
It's a restaurant, really, isn't it? It's not really
made
a pub.
in Chelsea. Crew
Yeah. It's not a pub. It's not a boozer. It's not a boozer, is it? It's just a restaurant.
Yeah.
Stroke. Bar.
Yeah.
Well, were you going for dinner or going for drinks?
We went for dinner and drinks. We ended up having I got you a Manu drink, mezcal and ginger ale.
Smoky mezcal.
Smoky. You liked it.
Ginger ale.
You know, there's going to be no trouble in there.
Yeah.
There is security there.
And no one wants trouble.
There is security.
Yeah.
I think
no one wants trouble. I like a proper dirty pub. Not dirty, but you know what I mean? Proper just spit and store.
What classifies it as dirty? What's the
dirty? Yeah, just
dartboard,
bit of
pool table.
Yeah. Mate, if you find one with a dartboard and a pool table and jukebox, you fit the jackpot, really.
Yeah.
Jukebox?
Yeah.
Hey,
that's the jackpot. You don't get them very much now.
No,
There's
don't
one
get
by me,
jukeboxes.
actually. My dad goes to a working man's
machine,
club.
the machine, like the money.
Yeah.
Jukeboxes are underrated.
Jukeboxes.
Yeah, mate.
Where you can choose.
Right.
That's all you
But
want.
it's also like on a pub, which is more of a, you go in there and you're stood at the bar. You don't feel like you're imposing on people sat down eating their dinner.
I'll tell you what was
I mean?
a good one.
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
we went to in Highbury. Was it Highbury we was in? Or Angel?
Yeah,
that was a decent pub. They had the slot machines and everything in there.
It's finding one that it don't look great.
Yeah.
But you go in there and the vibe's good.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
You don't want to go in anywhere there's a bit of trouble. You just want a good vibe.
You got any in mind? You got any good
I went
ones?
to a great one in King's Cross. We're going to have to come up with a list or something. I'm going to find out the name there. I can't
Let's do
remember
that.
it.
Let's give the people some information in the house.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, it's a great one. I'll find it.
Best pubs in London.
I think you've
We
just
actually
come up with
stayed there
something.
for 8 hours. It was that good. We stayed there for 8 hours.
Just the 8? Yeah,
Well,
okay.
we were there
How do
at
you stay in a
12.
pub for 8? I don't.
No, 'cause we were there at 12.
But how do you do that?
Everyone was just having a good time. There's good music on, and everyone was just happy.
So you get there at 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's lunch and dinner.
Jeez, that's a lot, you know.
I had the weekend off.
I don't think I could do that.
No, I do. I think you could.
What, a whole day in a
I've
pub?
seen you
You've
in
done
your...
it with me before.
Have I?
We went Paris.
I had no choice. I had no choice. What else I was
Our
going to do?
last lads trip.
I've got the choice.
Our last lads night, I was in Paris,
Right,
and it was an early start. I think we got the train at about 9 o'clock, 9:30,
Yeah.
and then we were going into like a gig in the evening. So we've been out early, got the train early. He's gone bed at 5:30. Oh, he come all the way to Paris. He's got to come out.
Yeah.
I went to wake him up. He said, "Get off me." I
Oh,
said,
yeah, he gets angry,
so I
didn't he?
tried a
Big
second time.
Big Bear gets angry.
I tried
when
a
he ain't
second
slept.
time. He got angry. I went, I'm
Yeah.
done, mate.
It
And then
wasn't-
my mate went in and got him up and got him out of bed.
Yeah. I tried.
So
You're
You're going to wake me up from my sleep.
Mate, I bet you was a nightmare for your mum getting up for school in the morning, wouldn't you?
Mate,
Because you weren't getting up for nothing.
I did.
You got
I
up,
got up.
but it took a lot of...
Nah, listen, mate. I control
I'll
the
get
environment.
kicked out of the year if
No,
I'm not
do you know
getting
what it
up.
is? Nah, so you was trying to wake me up. I wasn't getting angry.
No, he wasn't angry, but it was like the shove of like, get off me.
Yeah. No, I just thought I was pinning someone. That's all it was. No, but so what it was like for me is like when you wake me up, you gotta just be soft.
Right, okay.
Hi, Colin.
Just give some pieces in the rib.
I just went
We're
up.
going out to a gig. Get out. I'm not leaving you
That's
in
why
bed.
I've got to be woken up. You can't wake me up aggressive, or else I get aggressive too. I'm just mirroring energy. That's what I'm doing. Just
Yeah,
wake me up.
he does wake you up aggressive.
He does.
That's
He'll
annoying.
go like
That's a
that.
little shake.
All right,
What, Grace? Come on. I'm like, oh, bruv. Like,
he likes that one.
I mean,
He likes that one. He's shaking you. What are you doing? What you think? And then laughs and thinks he's funny.
Oh, no,
It's not funny. Anyway.
it's not nice.
Anyway, right. Okay, we move on. Before we go, let's go back to football and Tottenham in trouble, losing away at Fulham. And although they had a little huff and a puff, Fulham could have been 3s and 4s ahead. And I looked at both teams, and I don't think Spurs will go down.
What?
No, but I don't think they will. But I looked at both teams, and on paper, you was like, but in terms of duels, like people like Iwobi run the game, Smith Rowe was popping in. Do you know what I mean? Like, Fulham just looked better. They just did.
I think I saw Iwobi's goal. Like, that's a strong side foot from that
Yeah,
distance.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm expecting the goalkeeper to like do a lot better.
Mate.
I'm not sure about Vicario.
Nah.
He worries me like how Sanchez worries me.
Yeah.
Like when they're in sticks, it's like I'm not sure. It's not solid. It's not solid enough.
Did you see the bit in the game where he's had the ball, nobody round him, Vicario, and he just booted it all the way up into the Tottenham end? Like, it was like the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
And you know that the cameras like just go straight to the fans, and they're like,
Who was there? I must have seen a ghost.
it was a weird thing. And I look at them, and it's just like, are we falling into this thing where they can't go down because they're Tottenham? Do you know what I mean? And they're a big club.
You're a massive example of it. You went down with the squad that you had at West Ham.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying,
Don't you feel that's possible?
yeah,
you
I
should
do,
know
no,
better.
I do know it's possible.
Even
but
our squad
I was
that we
hedging
went
my
down
I
bets.
think it's possible, but maybe it's the gap. Is it 4-point gap?
Yeah.
Is it the 4-point gap? But
no, it's nothing. You could say
and the
that
other
about
teams, tough run-ins.
You could say that about Arsenal.
That's true.
Do you know what I mean? You flip it on its head, it's a 4-point gap at the bottom. So West Ham win their couple of next games, they're out of it. And then, and Spurs don't win anything, they're in it.
Spurs, listen, I'm going down to Spurs on Thursday night. They're playing Palace at home. Palace.
Be careful.
But yeah, I should be telling people this. Like, I'm actually looking forward to the game because I like going to a stadium where there's real tension and panic when it's not my team.
The only reason you are looking forward to going to that game is because you hope they lose. So
No, you want to be there. And
you're going to be
there
so
for the
happy
demise.
they lose.
You want to be there. Front line.
Like there's one of the dads at the kids' football East Spurs. Funny enough, his kids are Chelsea.
Really?
His missus side of the family's
He's got
Arsenal.
no
It's
order.
absolute carnage.
He's got no
mate.
order in his
No,
house.
that's a disordered man right there, isn't it?
He was kind of saying there's no real easy team in the Premier League, is there? But whenever Tottenham play, whatever team they play, they seem to bring out the best in them, and they just look really good.
Do you know what?
And then he's like, the players don't know. His take, because he's watched them a lot. He went, they don't know when to press, when not to press.
Yeah.
I don't listen.
He went, he just says they're all over the shop, and like, obviously the new managers come back in, and he was like, usually when a new manager comes in, there's like
It's a bounce back.
They ain't. There's no rubber ball coming, is there? Do you know what I mean? It's like a medicine ball just hit the floor.
One of them medicine balls in your gym.
Like, he's going through a tough time. The old geezer.
Okay. So Igor Tudor. Let's talk about that because Igor Tudor got brought in, and one of the commentators who's said to me, he well versed in these situations. He said, and he knows European football inside out. He said, I promise you, if you'd have said to me, give me 100 names, he said, I wouldn't have been able to pick Igor Tudor in the top 100 of what Spurs can. And I'm talking, you take Daniel Levy out of the equation 6 months ago, who've done every decision. So the decision-making process is somewhere else now. And I'm looking at that Igor Tudor decision and thinking, he got no Premier League experience. He doesn't have a strong relationship with the players. I don't think he's managed many of the players. Premier League, Tottenham, not a massive reputation. I don't know where the logic is behind it. Like I said at the time, Robbie Keane and a Glenn Hoddle combination, because what that club needs is soothing. It needs to be someone in there who understands the fans, who gain a bit of grace, good characters who could, like you said, like what Michael's done, and get the players working. Because I look at Tottenham, I look at Van.
Get Glenn.
I'd get Glenn to come in with Robbie Keane. Robbie Keane, because straight
He's
away
doing well as well, Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie's won 2 titles away. When we talk about experience, he's gone to 2 countries, won 2 titles. You know, 2 different cultures, teams. But with Glenn,
different
straight away.
No,
but I'm thinking from an interim. They're coming from an interim, right? That makes logical sense to me because it ticks boxes. I'm thinking the fans will be on side. Robbie, you know Robbie's a character. If you do your homework as Robbie as a character, you'll know that he's...
Do these players know these legends, though?
Mate...
I'll tell you, they know him when they start coaching.
They know
they're good coaches.
Listen, everyone's got YouTube. They'll go, well, Robbie Keane's a player. Glenn Hoddle, the player.
I don't think it'll be like the Michael Carrick factor, though. Because I think
Robbie
Michael
Keane's
Carrick...
Glenn Hoddle would. Honestly,
Michael
as a coach and training, is brilliant.
I get that, but I know Glenn Hoddle will be perfect, but I just don't think, as I was saying about this buy-in with these players, I'm telling you, the culture at that football club, there's a few
That's the cultures.
Big balls over there, right? And they've got too much. They're in their head and they're having themselves. I'm telling you, these boys are. You can see it.
Yeah.
Like I saw a clip with Van der Ven.
Yeah.
I think I saw it last week when Igor Tudor was trying to tell him something saying push up, and he was like, the way he looked at him.
Really?
Yeah, it's on the side. Like the way he looked at him, I was like, the geezer's telling you to do something, do it.
Yeah.
And he was like, and he was ignoring him. And I was like, see that for me when I see that, I'm thinking, that you need to root that out first. You need to change that mentality.
How do you change that then? Let me reframe the question. Why did they think
someone they respect
that Igor Tudor was the man? Is he a hard man? Do you know what I mean? But what's the point in that? You know, what can a hard man do?
How's he going to get the
buy-in? I've heard this word a lot. Baffled.
Yeah,
baffled. I've heard it so many times.
Yeah. So if it's baffling the fans, the players, that filters down to the players.
Yeah.
You've got to think when you make a decision as a club, you've got to think of how everything's going to be processed by the players. Straight away,
you'd expect to see something in the first game change.
Yeah.
I'm speaking some of the Spurs fans who don't.
Yeah. Do you know what was quite cringy? I saw it from one of the Spurs website or the official Spurs website, right? So they release it. They're releasing.
Why are you stalking their website?
No.
You really hate Spurs. What are you doing?
I bet you've got one of them secret accounts that you abuse.
I'm telling you, he's coming up with you.
Well, that's Spursy.
I know you ain't trolling because you could just about work WhatsApp.
That's a good point.
Go on.
Right. Anyway, I don't know how. Someone's shown me this. It's got the players running, right? So that's just they're thinking to themselves, this looks good. The fans are going to be, look at us running more. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So what? So they're showing them stats.
No, they're hard at work for the new manager. Do you know what I mean? And there's images of them running. Because if you think you're a player, you think the answer is they need to be fitter, they need to be stronger. Running. If you get to February, you get to March, and your team's not fit, you've got 3 months to go. If you go right, let's try and get them fit for the last. You're going to probably end up breaking more of the players. Do you know what I mean? So
you need a pre-season to get fit.
You need to revitalise the spirit of the players.
That's the spirit. And you're saying that's the way to go.
And the way to do it is with characters and people in the club and everyone coming together. So,
who would you reckon those boys would respond to right now?
Right now.
Do you reckon they're responding to that, or I reckon they need someone that's been in their face that they know a little bit? Those type of boys, anyway.
Right. No, I don't. I
don't. Ledley King.
I love Ledley, but I don't think he's.
He'd respond to it because I know that he's liked around the club.
Ledley won't want that.
I don't reckon he. Would he be the type of guy to want that job? I doubt it.
I don't think he would he? Maybe.
I don't know.
Why wouldn't he?
They would be responding.
Because he done his badges and stuff.
I don't know, but why wouldn't he? But
I think they would respond. I think they would respond to Ledley.
You need someone to come in and then they'll respond to the person that.
All right, Ledley, Robbie Keane, and Glenn Hoddle.
Yeah.
If you can't respond to one of them.
Yeah.
I know that this geezer's only got the job 2 days, but I'm just thinking of why is he really in the job? Yeah. They've made the decision now, so it's like with the Spurs hierarchy have gone. That's our cards on the table. 10 games to go. This is our guy.
Yeah.
And he's going to do it. So, and he might do it by the skin of his teeth. Yeah. But I think if you'd have gone the other route, it would have been a lot easier for Tottenham. Anyway, I'm there on Thursday.
Give him some abuse.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Before we wrap up, the Champions League draw was this week, and it's an interesting one. Basically, Arsenal. You've heard it here first. Go on. Right, so basically, every team that's won it for the last 10 years is on one side of the Man City, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid. Arsenal.
I think on one side is like 30 odd titles, isn't it?
Yeah.
And on the other side's 5.
Yeah. I mean,
that's all Barca.
Yeah. So it is. Listen, it's opened up for Arsenal. I think personally, it's going to be an Arsenal Manchester City final. I think it'll be an epic.
Oh, how good would that be?
I would think
Man City do the treble.
Oh,
why would you say that?
Oh.
It'll be quadruple. Quads. They could do the quad.
Yeah, they could do the
quad, yeah.
Yeah.
They could do the quad. They're still in all competitions.
All from under Arsenal's noses, mate. That could be epic.
That'd be too much.
No, if it goes off later.
Mate, if that was to ever happen, yeah, I don't think Arsenal could. Even though that they've done so well, I don't think any Arsenal fan can show their face ever again in London. They'll have to wear their away shirts, so it's less recognisable. Because, I tell you what, yeah, because if that was to happen in this, this peak position they're in, and then Man City do all of that, that's disrespectful to football.
Yeah. I look at it. My only bet would be Arsenal going to the final. I'm not sure on the other side. With Man City, you still don't know because there's too many good teams.
Who's on Arsenal's side?
Arsenal getting to the final.
Who's on Arsenal's side?
They're going to be Leverkusen. They ain't no cop. Sporting Lisbon. That's a
Glimp.
Sporting Lisbon or Glimp, mate.
Glimp, hey, miss it. Bodo Glimp.
Yeah.
Remember we talked about Bodo Glimp?
Yeah.
Mate, they cause havoc, you know.
Yeah, they are. They can't.
They cause havoc.
Captain Chaos at Bodo Glimp.
I don't know what's going on over there.
It's just all sorts going on.
I think
Arctic Circle.
Their
but
record
it's warming
is
up.
unbelievable.
It's warming up though, the Arctic Circle. So Aina's like, it ain't -10.
Oh, it's not Baltic.
It's not Baltic.
Oh, okay.
It'll be. Anyway, Barcelona cannot, and they can't win it. Barcelona, not with that high line. Hansi Flick plays a high line, which I think he won the Champions League about 6 or 7 years ago with Bayern Munich when it was COVID, and he played this way football. But I think that was a different. Football was a little bit. COVID, there's an asterisk under it when it was, Anyway, I don't think you can do it again with this Barcelona team. So Arsenal are in the final for me, and I think they can do it.
Well, if you look at it, look, PSG, they're going to go all the way again. They even PSG, the league has helped them. As well.
It's interesting that
the games we.
Against never write off Real Madrid either.
Against Chelsea,
No.
was it the games in between? They've moved the league game in between the two Chelsea.
You're
games.
right, Cole. And listen to this, Bridgie. So in between the two Chelsea games, PSG have just gone, we'll cancel that league game you got in between to prepare you for it. So this is equivalent to Premier League. And Chelsea have Ligue 1. Yeah, La Ligue 1.
Ligue 1. How do you say it? Ligue 1. Go on.
Listen,
League 1. They've helped PSG.
They've helped PSG. They've moved. It's the equivalent of Premier League going, you know what, forget that game. Chelsea have to go to Newcastle. I think maybe play Newcastle at home. In between the two legs. Yeah. It's a massive advantage. So I think Chelsea will find it very difficult to beat PSG under them circumstances. In summary, the Champions League draw, if they've opened it up. Yeah. Someone's rolled it across the goal for Arsenal.
Yeah.
They cannot blow it.
Or can they?
Arsenal fans, book your tickets for Budapest, in my opinion. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be over there too.
Get insurance.
I'll be over there too, mate, just to see it.
I know. Right, and we only got time for our last segment and our most informative segment.
Yeah.
Bridgie knows best.
Bridgie.
And Bridgie, this segment stems from our experience of you being the sort of agony uncle of the group.
Yeah.
Any problems?
Go to Bridgie.
Big or small?
Bridgie's the man.
It usually revolves around a night out, though. So it's
the knows best bit of Bridgie's always right. It's Bridgie's come from a night out.
Yeah.
Really.
You know when you're on a night out.
Yeah.
And you're at that stage, you're like, should we go to there? Or should we go there? Or should we stay here? Or should we book this? Or who's going to book the taxi home? It always messes up after a certain time.
This guy.
I just take control, basically. I know where we're going.
It's not just about night outs. It's
life.
In general.
Yeah, I know. But
go to that restaurant, go to that pub.
Yeah.
Bridgie knows best.
I like to find good vibes.
Yeah, he's the vibe finder. He's the vibe finder, and you'll get it.
Yeah.
You'll get it bang on as well.
Do you know what?
I'll give you that.
In golf course, when you get the range finders for the distance.
Yeah, that's him.
The vibe finders. He'd be like that in the middle of London. That's where we're going, over there.
You can see there's a smoke signal for him. It's invisible to everybody else, but he knows where we're going. And he's good at sat-nav as well.
Yeah, it's true. So, we put it out to the public and we've come back with an anonymous message. Message. This is today's dilemma, and it's Champions League related, it links in lovely. My 10th wedding anniversary is on the 11th of March, but I've blagged a trip to Paris to watch my beloved Chelsea face PSG. So, football or not. Can you help him with this, Bridgie?
It's 10 years.
10 years. That's the kicker for me.
Yeah.
I think.
So what?
This is the key, but this is the way I would look at it. Right, you're in a relationship with someone. So what would you do if your wife wanted to go to something she really wanted to go to? I'd probably hold my hands and go. It's a 10 years anniversary. Like
I would as well.
I'll see you the next day.
We'll wait for the 20 years.
And then if she don't see it the way you see it, well, that's your fault, mate.
Yeah.
You married her.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And that is actually truth. That's
it's
true.
like, it's like.
But you change in the 10 years, though. You do change in 10 years.
You change in 10 years. Yeah, you can change. Look, take what I say a little bit of a pinch of salt. But I'm like, I'd be like, do you know what? Go and have a good time. We'll do something the next week or the day after or the day before.
Yeah.
Or, do you know what I mean? I wouldn't. Don't get too worked up about it and don't stew on it. Just go and have.
Because she might want to go to it might be Beyonce's last gig.
And if she says no, well, she's ruined it already.
Beyonce's last gig. She wanted to really go, and she loves Beyonce.
All right, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it's your anniversary coming up, and you're saying
there's no way
you can't go Beyonce with your mates.
Of course, 100. I agree with him. I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think a man's perspective would be.
But what would
don't leave it too late. You just got to go ahead and say it.
Don't leave. Good point. That's good advice. Don't leave it too late. Don't get nervous. Well, he's obviously nervous, the geezer. He's asking us what we're doing.
He might need his head ready. He might need his head ready if he's asking us.
He's on Tuesday waiting for a refresh. I wonder what Bridget's going to tell me.
I think you've always got to look at the side of would it bother you that much? And it's 10 years. You've been married for that long.
Every day's a celebration, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Every day's a celebration. Mate, it goes off at my house. Every day. You're lucky to be with me, love.
Mate, we want to know. We need to know what happens. We do need to know what happens. That's what we need to know.
Mate, I'll go home and I hope she didn't watch it.
Listen, I know Soph.
Yeah.
He's lucky to have Soph, believe me.
That's true. Yeah.
Believe me. Some great advice from Bridgie there. Some great football this week coming up. We'd love to hear from you. So, Colin, where can they find us?
They can find us, Coley and Bridgie, at hellodressing@gmail.com.
Don't forget to like, rate, review and subscribe.
Thanks for listening and watching. We'll be back Tuesday.
Oh, there is a tree hugging.
There is a tree hugging festival.
Let's have a look at this, please.
Yes, please. Bring this in.
Yes, please.
We've had reports.
There's a tree hugging festival. How do you know about this? You've been in there.
Listen, this guy, mate. Do you know what? I reckon he's looking at festivals so much.
I know. This was a good time.
He's got like Glastonbury, Island, Mike.
People are always doing like stuff, aren't they?
It's a joyful way to ease climate anxiety and showcase our community's effort to protect the planet.
That's our next festival, boys.
I'm not going.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.